You think the universe just left you there, to rot, to bleed out in the silence? You really sat in that dark room and dared to believe the lie that the universe had forgotten about you, that it walked away when they did. How dare you think like that? How dare you disrespect the power that chose you, the force that moved mountains behind your back just to pull you out of their reach? While everyone else was walking out, ghosting you, betraying you, mocking your pain, do you know who was still there? The universe. It wasn't quiet because it forgot you. It was quiet because it was moving, rearranging, tearing down the illusions, kicking the parasites out. You called it abandonment. It was rescue. You thought being chosen meant love, applause, soft landings, and constant support. Hell no. Being chosen means you get targeted, you get isolated, you get ripped out of the crowd and placed in a furnace to be forged. While you sat there crying about being alone, the universe was cleansing your space of the energy leeches who were never supposed to come with you. The ones who fed off your glow, worshipped your wounds, and called it love. You didn't lose them, they were removed. Your soul is not some charity buffet for the broken. Your energy is not free refills for people who never pour back. The universe didn't leave you to die. It made sure you would finally live. And living as a chosen one. That means learning that the light in you is so rare, so disruptive, that darkness has no choice but to attack it. And when it does, the universe goes to war for you, silently, strategically, brutally. So stop insulting your purpose with that self-pity. Stop asking why no one stayed. They weren't built to stay. They weren't qualified to stand next to the version of you the universe was building. You don't hand a diamond to people who only know how to play with glass. And you don't question the silence while the universe is at work. Let me tell you something. That collapse you went through, that wasn't a breakdown. That was your real self waking up. And when that happens, people flee. Because your clarity is blinding. Your energy is expensive now. And the ones who used to feed on your light, they're starving in your absence. But let me guess, you're still sitting there wondering if you did something wrong. If you're too much, too intense, too different. No, you're exactly right. You're too chosen to be common, too aligned to be manipulated, too damn powerful to be tolerated by the weak. So hear me when I say this. The universe never left you. It protected you. You weren't being punished. You were being positioned. And now it's your turn to rise without mercy. If you're feeling this in your bones, not just hearing it, but knowing it, then like this video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. Not for me, for the others like you who need to find this message. Every click, every share, every word spreads the signal further, pulls another chosen one out of the lie that they're alone. Because they're not. You never were. The universe was just getting started. Now, let's get into it. And this time, no more forgetting who you are. Number 1. The great abandonment was the great alignment. They didn't walk away because you were weak. They walked away because they saw what was about to rise. And they knew they'd be too small to stand beside it. Let's make this real. You weren't abandoned, you were delivered. The exit of those people, it wasn't rejection, it was the universe yanking dead weight off your path. That heartbreak, strategic, that betrayal, precision. You didn't lose people. The universe evicted what couldn't go where you were being sent. Let's stop sugarcoating it. They left because your evolution would have made their masks slip. They felt it, that shift in your energy, that sharp edge in your silence, that inner knowing you hadn't even spoken out loud yet. They felt it before you did. And what do people who live off your doubt do when you start realizing who you are? They run, or worse, they attack. And here's the kicker. You begged for some of them to stay, didn't you? You questioned yourself, wondered what you did wrong, replayed the memories looking for clues. But the truth is, you did everything right. That's why it hurt so bad. You outgrew people who never intended to grow with you, and instead of admitting that, they flipped the script to make you feel like you were the problem. Classic move from those who fear your potential more than they ever valued your presence. Let me tell you something about chosen ones. They don't blend in. They don't coast. They don't people-please their way into purpose. They disrupt. They shake the room. And most of all, they trigger everyone who has built their entire personality around staying small. Your abandonment wasn't abandonment. It was the spotlight finally focusing where it needed to. The stage was being cleared for you, and they couldn't handle that kind of exposure. The universe saw their envy, their secret resentment, the way they flinched when you talked about your dreams. You thought it was love, but they were low-key competing. You thought they were proud of you, but they were studying you, mimicking you, draining you. And the universe, it doesn't play with its chosen, so it removed them. You want proof? Look at any icon who ever shifted the world. Beyoncé was left out of Destiny's Child meetings. Kobe Bryant was isolated in the locker room. Elon Musk was bullied. Oprah was told she was too emotional for television. Michael Jordan got cut from his high school team. The pattern is always the same: isolation before elevation. The great abandonment is the great alignment, because when you're chosen, the universe will take everything away before it gives you what's truly yours. You're not cursed. You're being custom built. You may be wondering, why does it hurt so bad if it was meant for me? Because surgery hurts, even when it saves your life. The pain of being ripped away from people, places, and patterns you thought were safe isn't meant to destroy you. It's meant to wake you up, to force you into discomfort so sharp you finally stop negotiating with versions of yourself that were designed to keep others comfortable. Let them be uncomfortable. That's not your business anymore. You were not meant to dim your frequency to match someone else's low vibration. You were born to outgrow circles, to make people either level up or exit. And they chose the exit. That's on them. Your only job now is to keep moving. Let's talk metaphor. Imagine a rocket at launch. The boosters carry it partway into the sky. But once it reaches a certain altitude, those boosters, they fall off. Not because they were useless, but because they were never meant to go all the way. That's what they were. Boosters, temporary engines, good for where you were, but dead weight for where you're going. You were mourning pieces of the journey that weren't meant to make it to the destination. But now that the sky is clear, you can finally take off. And that terrifies them, because here's what they never expected: that you'd keep rising, that you'd get stronger in silence, that you'd build in solitude, that your peace would turn into power. They thought their absence would break you. But what they never saw coming was you discovering who you were without them. Now they have to sit in it, watch from a distance, pretend not to care while they check on you in secret, tell others you changed, when really you leveled up and just stopped giving them access. Your glow is brighter now because it's no longer being filtered through their expectations. You want something harder? Okay, stop waiting for an apology that's never coming. They won't own it. They won't admit they left you when you needed them most. They won't tell the truth about how they whispered about you while smiling in your face. They'll pretend like you switched up, when in reality, you woke up. You owe them nothing, not a second glance, not an ounce of closure, not one more drop of your precious light. The universe didn't punish you, it prioritized you. And if you don't see that yet, read this again until it clicks. You're not here to chase what left. You're here to rise from what tried to bury you. So stand up, stop waiting. The great abandonment wasn't your fall. It was the signal that your rise has begun. And the only thing left to do now is own it like the force of nature you are. Because they didn't leave you behind. They just weren't allowed to go where you're headed. And now, you're unstoppable. Number 2. You weren't rejected. You were redirected. You really thought they walked away because you weren't enough? You sat there crying, tearing yourself apart, asking what was wrong with you, when the truth is, nothing was wrong with you. The only thing that was broken was the lie that you had to be smaller to be loved. That rejection you took so personally, that wasn't about your worth. That was the universe grabbing you by the collar and yanking you out of the trap before it could devour what's divine inside you. So let's get this straight. You weren't rejected. You were rerouted, repositioned, redirected with force because subtle signs didn't work anymore. The red flags you ignored, the gut feelings you silenced, the patterns you let repeat. The universe saw all of it. And when it realized you weren't going to walk away on your own, it did what had to be done. It removed what you were still willing to settle for. And you called it pain. You called it heartbreak. You called it failure. But it was none of that. It was divine intervention in disguise. Let's go deeper. Rejection, especially for the chosen, doesn't hit soft. It hits surgical, precise, sharp. You don't get gently moved, you get cut off cold. Because the longer you stay in rooms you've outgrown, the more your soul begins to shrink to fit. And the universe, it's not interested in you fitting in, it's interested in you becoming. So if it has to let you be ripped out of the fake friendships, one-sided love, toxic family roles, or draining spaces to do it, it will. You want proof? Go ahead and look at every major shift in your life. Every time you were dropped, ghosted, betrayed, or exiled. What came next? A deeper version of you. A sharper awareness. A stronger walk. Every single time someone rejected you, what followed was reconstruction. So how many more signs do you need to stop calling it punishment? You are a chosen one. That means you don't get to walk the easy road. You don't get to coast on comfort and call it alignment. No, you're being built for something real, something rare, something heavy, and that requires sacrifice. The lie is that you weren't wanted. The truth? You were too chosen to be used like that again. But here's where I scold you. Stop mistaking that pain as proof you're unworthy. Stop replaying the moment they left as if that defines your value. How dare you let their inability to recognize your light convince you that the light isn't real? How dare you question your path because someone who was never meant to go with you decided to get off early? They didn't reject you, they rejected the reflection you forced them to see. You were a mirror, and what they saw? Unhealed wounds, insecurity, inauthenticity, So instead of leveling up, they blamed the mirror, broke it, walked away. But their exit didn't mean you weren't powerful. It meant you were too real to tolerate. You've been blaming yourself for too long. If I was just a little less intense, if I didn't say that, if I had tried harder, enough. You didn't lose them. They lost access to something divine, something the universe was never going to let them keep. You're not for everyone, and you're not supposed to be. The ones who can't hold your energy were never meant to walk in your destiny. Stop grieving closed doors. They closed for a reason. Stop knocking on them like you forgot who locked them in the first place. It wasn't you. It wasn't them. It was the universe. And it did it because it still believes in you, even when you didn't. This pain, it's not the end. It's a beginning. Rejection didn't destroy you. It delivered you. Delivered you back to yourself, back to the version of you that doesn't beg for belonging, that doesn't settle for crumbs, that doesn't shrink to avoid loneliness. The one that knows, if you were redirected, then the original path was never real alignment in the first place. So now it's time to stop romanticizing what broke you. Stop longing for what never deserved your presence. You are not a failure. You are not forgotten. You are being positioned for the exact place your spirit has always been destined to occupy. Say it to yourself. That rejection wasn't rejection. It was redirection, and it saved my soul. Number 3. They left because they couldn't leech anymore. Stop lying to yourself. They didn't leave because they stopped loving you. They left because they couldn't feed on you anymore. Let that burn a little. They weren't there because they valued you. They were there because your light was convenient, because your love was unconditional, because your energy had no boundaries. You thought it was a relationship, a friendship, a connection. What it really was a transaction. And the only currency they ever spent was your soul. You were the charger and they were the dead battery. The second you unplugged, they vanished, ghosted, shifted, changed. You're different now, they said. Damn right, you're different. You're no longer bleeding, just to make sure they're breathing. You see, energy vampires don't announce themselves. They come cloaked in affection, in "you're the only one who gets me," in trauma bonding, in long stories about how everyone else let them down, so you feel chosen for saving them. But the truth is, you weren't chosen to save them. You were targeted to sustain them. They knew you'd listen when no one else would. They knew you'd forgive what no one else should. They knew your heart would carry what their own couldn't handle. And they fed off that. Every compliment was a leash. Every sob story was a chain. And you kept calling it loyalty. But what happened when you started pulling back? When you stopped overextending? When you didn't pick up every call or explain every boundary? Suddenly, they didn't want to be around. Suddenly, they said you changed. Suddenly, they disappeared. Because now they can't drain you, and without access to your light, they lose relevance. And let's not pretend it was a clean break. Energy leeches don't just walk. They lash out, they smear, they twist the story. They call you selfish, cold, fake, disloyal. Because the most dangerous thing to them is your self-protection. The second you stop leaking light, they start throwing shade. Let me make this crystal clear. You didn't lose them. You cut their supply and their tantrum. It's proof they were never in your life to pour back, only to pull from. So let me ask you this. Were they really your friend, your partner, your ride or die? Or were they just addicted to your generosity, your softness, your inability to say no? Because when the giving stopped, so did the relationship. Now that your energy is protected, they're triggered. They don't know what to do without you to lean on, cry to, dump on. And the worst part for them, watching you thrive without them. You're glowing in places they said you'd never survive. You're healing in silence while they try to stir up noise. You're finally realizing that love without return is not love, it's labor. And the labor is over. You've graduated from being an emotional crutch. You've retired from unpaid therapy. You're done being the dumping ground for their drama, because now your energy has a gate. And guess what? They don't have the code anymore. You let them in because you were trying to help. That's who you are. That's what a chosen one does. But there comes a time when compassion without boundaries turns into self-betrayal. And the universe? It doesn't let its chosen ones stay betrayed forever. So it showed you who they really were. Not to hurt you, but to free you. Now you know. So stop mourning what you think you lost. You didn't lose love. You lost the illusion of connection. You didn't lose loyalty. You lost leeches. You didn't lose people. You lost parasites. And the way they left? That was confirmation, not confusion. They didn't walk away from love. They walked away from the inability to drain you anymore. Let them stay gone. Let them talk. Let them spiral. You're done bleeding. You're done fixing people who break you just to feel whole. You're done being food for those who refuse to feed themselves. This is your new era. The era where your light is no longer up for grabs. And those who only came to take. They don't belong in the next chapter. Let them starve. You're no longer on the menu. Number 4. The universe didn't abandon you. It guarded you. You kept asking why everyone disappeared, why they suddenly pulled away, why people who swore they'd never leave vanished like ghosts in daylight. You told yourself you must have done something wrong, that you pushed too hard, felt too much, said too little. You called it abandonment. But what if I told you it was insulation? See, you thought you were being left behind when in reality you were being surrounded, not by people, not by noise, but by something greater. The universe didn't leave you alone. It stepped in front of you. It pulled you back from things that were about to blow. It cut the cords before they turned into chains. What you called absence was actually protection. You've got it all twisted. They didn't walk because you were too intense. They walked because they couldn't survive the frequency you were about to level into. They didn't flinch at your flaws. They flinched at your force. Because deep down, they felt it. Something was backing you, and it scared them. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the presence that rolls with you. And guess what? That presence doesn't play. The universe saw things you didn't, heard the conversations you weren't invited to, felt the jealousy you brushed off. It watched people study your shine with a smile on their face and envy in their spirit. You gave people the benefit of the doubt, but the universe, it gave you protection. So it acted, quietly, surgically, without warning. And yeah, it hurt, because it didn't ask you first. It didn't give you time to prepare. It just started pulling. People, places, energies, gone. And you thought you were being punished. But the truth is, the universe is on a strict timeline with chosen ones. It doesn't have time to babysit your attachments. When it's time to evolve, you evolve. Or get dragged, so it dragged you. Out of rooms where you were being tolerated. Out of conversations where you were being studied, not loved. Out of dynamics where your spirit was being fed on, not fed. And yeah, you cried. But in the tears was a rebirth, and in that quiet grief was a cosmic upgrade. Because listen, you're not just anyone, you're chosen. And when you're chosen, your life is not left to chance. It's mapped, protected, strategized by the very energy that built stars. You don't walk alone, you don't fight alone. So when the storm came, the universe didn't walk away. It became the shield that stood between you and the hit. You know what's wild? Some of those people you thought you needed, they were liabilities. Some of those relationships you were ready to die for, they were distractions. Some of those spaces you called home, they were traps dressed in nostalgia. The universe knew. And because it knows what's coming, it couldn't let them come with you. See, you thought you were walking through loss, but you were walking through lockdown. Your energy was being secured. Your purpose was being firewalled. Because where you're going, not everyone deserves the GPS coordinates. You're not being abandoned. You're being protected by silence. The silence of unseen movement. The silence of calculated warfare, because make no mistake, there was a war happening. Not one you could see with your eyes, but one fought in frequencies, in dreams, in tension, in shadows. And the universe handled it without needing your permission. Now you look around, and the room is emptier. But guess what else? It's clearer. You're not second-guessing every word, every move. You're not pouring yourself out to be met with blank stares. You're no longer sitting at tables where you have to explain why you deserve a seat. You're free. That's what the protection was for, not just to block what could break you, but to free you from what was keeping you average. So next time you feel that sting of someone walking away, don't ask, why did they leave? Ask instead, what was the universe saving me from? Because believe this, when you are chosen, you are guarded. Not because you're fragile, but because you're dangerous to anything that moves against you. And the universe, it doesn't lose chosen ones. It locks them in and clears the path. Remember that next time it gets quiet. That silence isn't a void. It's your army moving in stealth. Number 5, you thought you were alone until you realized you were surrounded by power. So you really believed you were abandoned. You sat in that silence, buried in your own thoughts, and decided that just because no one was calling, texting, checking in, that you must not matter anymore. You thought isolation was rejection, that being alone meant forgotten. How small do you think the universe is? How quick are you to doubt your alignment the second it doesn't look like comfort? Let's get one thing straight. You weren't alone. You were being cleared. Your space was being emptied. Your spiritual table was being wiped down. The distractions were being evacuated, not because you weren't loved, but because what was about to enter needed room. And instead of recognizing that, you called it loneliness. You sat in a sacred, protected, divinely guarded space and had the audacity to feel abandoned. How dare you? How dare you think the universe would carry you this far just to drop you in the dark and forget your name? You're chosen. And chosen doesn't mean popular. It doesn't mean surrounded. It means set apart. You thought no one was around? Wrong. The universe was around. Power was around. Your ancestors, your spirit guides, your higher self. They were all there watching, waiting, building, blocking. But you were so used to codependency that the moment your phone stopped buzzing, you thought something was wrong. Let me break it down. That loneliness, it was sacred space. A vacuum the universe created to finally move, because it couldn't do what needed to be done with noise in your ears and dead energy in your bed. It couldn't align you while you were still entertaining the ones who dimmed you. It couldn't speak while your identity was wrapped up in being accepted by people who secretly envied you. So it cleared them out. And you sat there crying like it was a funeral, when it was actually a rebirth. That wasn't absence, that was realignment, that was strategy, that was protection. The silence wasn't empty, it was full of force. Power was in the room, guidance was present, downloads were happening. But your need to be surrounded by humans made you blind to the presence of something so much greater. You know what's wild? The strongest spiritual growth always happens in solitude. Go look at the lives of every chosen leader, thinker, disruptor: Jesus, Malcolm, Mandela, Frida, Tupac, Maya Angelou, Nina Simone, David Goggins, Elon Musk. They all went through seasons where no one understood them, no one supported them, and they had to walk through fire with only their purpose as a compass. That's what you were in. But instead of digging deep, you were trying to go back. Back to comfort, back to people, back to places you outgrew. You were about to trade divine transformation for human validation. Again, how dare you? The universe will never compete with chaos. It will simply remove you from it. And when it does, it expects you to rise, not retreat. It expects you to recognize the silence as sacred. It expects you to feel the presence, even when you can't see the crowd. It expects you to know who you are, even when no one is clapping. Because here's the truth. You thought you were alone, but you were surrounded by power the whole time. You were never in the dark. You were in the forge, the fire, the laboratory, the sacred womb of transformation. The quiet wasn't punishment. It was preparation. And if you're really chosen, you better stop calling divine alignment abandonment. That mindset will keep you repeating cycles you are already rescued from. So next time you feel the room go empty, don't cry. Don't chase. Don't panic. Just pause. And remember, power doesn't always arrive with applause. Sometimes it shows up in silence. Sometimes the most spiritual moment of your life is the one where nobody texts you back, because nobody should. That's when the real work begins. That's when you go inward. That's when you remember, you're never alone. You're just finally out of reach. And that is power. Number 6. The silence was the strategy. You called it a breakdown. You thought life had just gone mute, that people vanished, that opportunities dried up, that everything good in your life just suddenly stopped. But let's stop pretending you don't know what really happened. The silence, that wasn't the universe ignoring you. That was the universe finally getting your full attention. Everything got quiet for a reason. The noise had to die because the lie was too loud. You couldn't hear the truth while you were surrounded by distractions dressed as support. You couldn't feel the pull of your real path when your head was full of voices that didn't even belong to you. So the universe did what it always does when you've been listening to the wrong people for too long. It shut the whole thing down. It stripped the stage, cut the lights, cleared the audience. And there you were, alone, confused, angry, sitting in a silence so loud it echoed in your bones. And still, you didn't get it. You called it betrayal. You called it failure. You started asking, why is this happening to me? When the real question was, what is this trying to reveal to me? Let me say it without sugar. The silence was the strategy. The silence wasn't a void, it was a mirror. And you weren't ready for what it had to show you. Because what happens in the silence? The masks fall off, the fake friends fade out, the obligations disappear. You stop being everyone else's version of yourself and start meeting the version that's been buried under noise, people-pleasing, and performance. And guess what? That version of you, they don't need saving. They need remembering. The silence was never a curse. It was an operation, a stripping away, a divine setup that left no room for confusion. Because without the noise, there was only one voice left. Yours. You finally heard your thoughts roar. You sat with the truth you kept ignoring. You felt the weight of the things you tolerated for too long. That's when the real work began. The silence wasn't there to break you. It was there to build you without interruptions. No cheering crowd, no emotional crutches, no fake "I got yous." Just you and the truth. And for the first time, you heard what the universe had been screaming this whole time. You're not broken, you're becoming. But to become, I had to remove everything you were hiding inside of. Yeah, it hurt. That's how you know it was working. Transformation doesn't happen through comfort. It happens in the silent tension of full exposure. That's where the lies die. That's where the illusions get ripped apart. That's where the ego burns and the soul rises. Let's be clear. The universe didn't go quiet to abandon you. It went quiet to speak to you directly, to bypass the noise, to bring you back to alignment. Because you forgot who you were. You forgot what you came here to do. You forgot the weight you carry. And the silence. That was your reintroduction to your own power. So now that you know, stop wishing it was louder again. The people who left, let them stay gone. The energy that drained you, let it stay cut off. The noise that numbed you, let it stay silent. Because now you can finally hear what matters. Your purpose, your instinct, your truth, your call. This is the voice you rise with. This is the voice that changes your life. And those who once had control over your frequency, they can't reach you anymore, because you stopped living in the chaos and started listening in the calm. You've evolved past external noise. You've ascended into divine communication. You've entered the realm where silence isn't empty. It's intelligent, strategic, loaded. Now you know. The silence wasn't the punishment. It was the signal. And the signal was always clear. Listen now or break later. And since you listened, you're ready for war. You're ready for alignment. You're ready for everything they said you couldn't become, because now you've heard it for yourself. Number 7, they'll regret the exit. You'll thank the isolation. You were begging them to stay, weren't you? Trying to hold it together, trying to explain yourself, dimming your truth just to keep the peace, bending until you nearly snapped, thinking if you could just love harder, be more patient, fix yourself faster, they'd stay. But they didn't. They left, and for a while, you called it your fault. You told yourself maybe you were too complicated, too emotional, too broken. You believed that lie long enough for it to nearly bury you. But let me say this with no fluff. They'll regret the exit, and you'll end up thanking the isolation. Because it was only in that silence that your light got undiluted. Only in that separation that you stopped shape-shifting to make them comfortable. Only in that cold stillness that you finally felt the heat of your own power. They didn't walk away because you were too much. They walked away because they could feel you becoming what they'd never be able to control again. See, they thought leaving would break you. They thought their absence would leave you crawling back, looking for validation. They thought they were the sun in your sky. But now, from the outside looking in, they're realizing you were never the one orbiting them. You were the damn star. And now that the noise is gone, look at you. Unapologetic, unattached, unshakable. You stopped chasing and started glowing. You stopped explaining and started aligning. You stopped holding space for people who would have watched you drown if it meant they stayed afloat. That version of you, the one they walked out on, they could never touch the version you are now. You're not bitter. You're not even angry. You're evolved. You see it clearly. Their exit wasn't your destruction. It was your release. Let me ask you something. Did you really need them? Or did you just forget how powerful you are when you're not carrying dead weight? You thought the isolation was a curse, but now you know it was sacred ground. That loneliness you cried through. It carved out space for clarity, that quiet that made you question everything. It tuned your ears to hear only truth. And the space they left behind, the universe filled it with fire. And now they're watching, silently, from the sidelines, pretending they don't miss your energy, pretending they're unbothered while stalking your glow. Let them watch. This is the consequence of underestimating someone chosen. They thought you were just another empath, another helper, another healer they could drain and discard. But when the universe backs you, when you get aligned for real, you stop being a source they can tap into. You become a force they can't touch. Let me say it louder for your old wounds. Their exit was never your loss. It was their expiration. They were never built to handle the version of you that was coming. They were never qualified to walk through your breakthrough. You were begging for them to stay in a chapter they were meant to exit. But now that you're the author of your story again, you see it. They never had the range to stay for the plot twist. And the elevation, it doesn't stop. Every time you level up, their regret grows louder. Not because you're being petty, not because you're trying to prove a point, but because you finally stopped proving yourself to people who were committed to misunderstanding your worth. You didn't lose people. You lost limitations. You didn't lose love. You lost leeches. You didn't lose loyalty. You lost liabilities. So stop mourning them. Start thanking the silence. Start honoring the solitude. Start owning the elevation. Because one day, if not already, they'll say, "I should have stayed." And your only answer will be silence. Because by then, your light will be so far above them, they'll need to squint just to feel your shadow. Number 8. Your healing scared them more than your pain ever did. Let's make one thing painfully clear. They were never afraid of your brokenness. They were afraid of your healing. See, you in pain was easy to manage. You in pain needed them. You questioned yourself. You apologized too much. You second-guessed your worth. You played small to make them feel big. You made their egos feel safe. You were predictable. You were pliable. But the moment you started healing, the moment you got quiet, started setting boundaries, stopped asking for permission to exist, that's when everything changed. That's when they got uncomfortable. That's when they called you cold. That's when they started twisting the narrative, painting your growth as betrayal. Why? Because healed, you wasn't dependent anymore. And they were never invested in your healing. They were invested in your control. Let's not romanticize what happened. They didn't grow apart from you. They fell off because they couldn't control the version of you that no longer needed saving. Your power revealed their weakness. Your clarity exposed their manipulation. And your emotional independence. It removed the leash. You weren't healing for revenge. You were healing to breathe. But they took your peace personally because they depended on your chaos to keep their own dysfunction from being exposed. You were never the villain. You just stopped being the victim. And that scared the hell out of them, because when you were hurting, they had a role: the fixer, the rescuer, the superior. But once you got up on your own, once you realized you didn't need saving, you just needed space, you shattered their illusion of power. Let me say this loud. Your healing restructured the entire dynamic. It took you off your knees and put you on your throne. And they couldn't handle the shift. People don't leave because you healed. They leave because your healing made their control obsolete. They started calling you different, didn't they? Distant, fake, changed. Yeah, you did change. You stopped bleeding for people who would have never even offered you a bandage. You stopped oversharing your brokenness with people who secretly enjoyed it. You stopped asking for advice from people who couldn't handle you, outgrowing them. And now you're the bad guy in their story. But that's fine, because they don't write your story anymore. You do. So let them talk. Let them play the victim. Let them call your glow arrogance. It's not your job to make yourself digestible for people who only loved you when you were starving. You don't owe softness to the ones who fed on your weakness. Your healing was a threat because it exposed them. It exposed how they needed you broken to feel important. It exposed how they called you strong just so you'd carry their mess. It exposed how they were only loyal to your lower self because your higher self doesn't need them at all. And that realization, that's what made them run. Not because you were wrong, but because you were right about everything. So no, they didn't walk away because you were ungrateful. They walked away because you were unrecognizable without the chains. And you know what? Good. Let them go. Let them choke on the silence they swore you couldn't survive. Let them scroll through your elevation and pretend they're unbothered. Let them sit in rooms they once ruled in your absence and realize the energy never came from the room. It came from you. Because you in pain was easy to manipulate. You in power? That's a version of you they never deserved to meet. Let your healing speak for itself. Let your peace be the proof. Let your joy be the backlash. And the next time someone walks away because you got healthy, don't chase them. Thank them. They were only ever loyal to your wounds. And you're finally whole now. Number 9. Every exit was an energetic upgrade. Stop mourning people the universe removed like expired code. Every person who walked out wasn't just leaving, they were being cleared, energetically, spiritually, strategically. You didn't just lose company, you lost chaos. You lost noise. You lost the very weight that was holding your frequency hostage. Their exit wasn't rejection, it was realignment. You didn't see it at first because you were still attached to the form, the face, the history. But the universe doesn't care about your emotional attachments. It cares about your assignment. And when energy isn't matching, it moves people out, ruthlessly if it has to. Every closed door created room for elevation. Every goodbye opened a gateway to something higher. And now that you've stopped chasing what left, look at what's entering. Peace, clarity, power, purpose. They weren't part of your future. They were blocking it. And the second they were gone, you leveled up. So stop calling it loss. It was an energetic upgrade. And now, everything that's truly meant for you can finally find you without interference. Thank the exit and walk forward, lighter, clearer, unstoppable. Number 10. You're not broken. You're becoming rare. Stop saying you're broken. That word doesn't belong to you anymore. You're not shattered, you're shedding. You're not lost, you're being set apart. You've mistaken evolution for dysfunction, and that ends now. You've been looking at your reflection through the eyes of people who never had the capacity to understand your light. Of course, they made you feel like something was wrong with you. That's what happens when you're rare in a room full of replicas. You're not being left behind. You're being protected, preserved, and positioned. The things that used to fit are now falling off because you're outgrowing them. That's not failure. It's a signal of rarity, of value, of alignment. So yes, it's lonely, and yes, it's confusing. But don't you dare confuse your ascension with abandonment. You're walking a path that was never meant to be crowded. Rarity isn't found in comfort zones. It's forged in isolation. You're not broken. You're becoming undeniable. You're becoming unreachable to anything not built for your frequency. Let the world think you're changing. You are. And that change, it's not the fall. It's the unfolding. Number 11. Solitude built the warrior the world wasn't ready for. You were forged in silence, like a blade pulled from fire, shaped in heat, hardened by pressure, and sharpened in the dark. No audience, no applause, just the hiss of pain meeting purpose. While they thought you were breaking, the universe was building. While they were counting you out, the fire was making you lethal. Solitude wasn't your weakness, it was your weapon. It stripped you of distractions, burned off false attachments, and pressed you into your highest form. Warriors aren't built in comfort, they're born in isolation, far from noise, where the only voice is the one inside saying, "Keep going." Every quiet night, every unanswered call, every room you sat in, wondering why no one stayed. That was the training ground. That's where your endurance was born, your discernment, your edge. The world wasn't ready for what you were becoming. That's why you were hidden. That's why you walked alone. The universe didn't forget you. It was refining you. So walk with your head high, not because they finally see you, but because you survived what they couldn't. You don't need validation. You were forged for impact. And now, your silence carries more weight than their words ever will. Number 12. Now they want access, but the universe closed the gate. Funny, isn't it? The same ones who left you in the dark are suddenly drawn to your light now that it's undeniable. They ghosted you when you were breaking, disappeared when you needed backup, stayed silent when your name was being dragged, and now they're circling back, trying to smile their way through doors that no longer exist. But let's be clear, the universe was watching the whole time. It saw who clapped when you stumbled. It saw who stayed quiet when you cried. It saw who only loved you when you were easy to use. And now that you're rising, glowing, protected and chosen, they're trying to re-enter a reality they once walked out of, like you were disposable. But the gate is closed. Not by your ego, not by revenge, by divine order. The universe doesn't forget. It doesn't make room for repeat offenders. It elevates the chosen and locks down access to protect the assignment. You're not cold. You're covered. You're not heartless. You're healed. You're not holding a grudge. You're honoring the gate the universe closed for a reason. Let them watch. Access denied. That season's over, and so are they. They never hated you. They hated the mirror you held up, showing them who they weren't. Let that sink in. They flinch at your glow because it exposes their shadows. You walk in truth, they crawl in envy. The moment you stepped into your power, their comfort died. And now, they're triggered, not because you're loud, but because you're seen. You're no longer playing small, and that shakes them. Let's be clear, they never stood a chance. This was never just a battle with you. This was a war they picked with the universe itself. And trust me, the universe doesn't lose. If you're feeling this message already, go ahead, like and subscribe. It's not just a button. It tells YouTube this message is real, that more chosen ones need to wake up. It spreads the signal. You're not just supporting me, you're helping the truth find its people. And the more of us that remember who we are, the louder the silence gets on their side. Now let's talk about that power you carry, the one that's been haunting them. The reason they watch in silence, seethe in groups, and still can't stop checking for updates on your life. The room used to belong to them. You were the outsider, quiet, observing, always underestimated. But something shifted, and when it did, the air changed. Suddenly, the walls started listening to you. The center of gravity pulled toward your presence. You didn't steal power, you became it. They don't fear what you do, they fear what you mean. You are proof that the system can break, that someone who was once overlooked can now dominate without asking for permission. You were chosen, not by blood, not by name, but by alignment. When the universe picked you, it did so knowing you'd handle the fire. And now that you've survived it, you carry a glow they can't dim, no matter how loud they scream. You see, being chosen isn't about flashing lights or praise. It's about being hated for no reason and still standing. It's about walking into rooms where energy shifts like tides, where fake smiles crack and whispers follow your footsteps. You've felt it, that invisible pressure, that unspoken tension. That's dominance, that's presence. Your enemies thought you were alone, that if they ignored you long enough, the universe would forget. What a joke, they never understood. You are the signal, the call, the vibration that wakes up the other chosen ones. So yes, they're triggered. They see your glow and mistake it for arrogance. But it's not pride, it's arrival. You're not rising, you've risen, and now they have to live with that. Remember this, when they come for you again, it's not personal. They're swinging at stars, hoping to break the sky. But you are the sky now, and no matter how much they reach, they'll never hold what was never meant for them. Welcome to the throne. You don't need to earn it. You were made for it. So if you're still here, good. That means the real ones are listening. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel that shift. If you know deep down that they're mad because your power finally showed up. This isn't for the weak-hearted. This is for the boss energy the world tried to silence. Stay with me, because we're about to break this down piece by piece. And if you're truly chosen, you won't be able to look away. Let's get into it. Number 1. They thought they had you. Now you're unstoppable. When the universe aligns to lift you, nothing can stand in your way. Not their doubts, not their manipulation, not their hatred. Look at them. Look at their faces, the realization dawning that they have no power over you anymore. They can feel it, can't they? The air has shifted. The game has changed. What once belonged to them, what they thought they controlled, is slipping through their fingers, and they can't stop it. You've outgrown their reach. The world they tried to keep you in has crumbled, and now you are soaring in a space they could never touch. You've transcended them, and it burns them to their core. They thought you would stay small. They thought they could keep you boxed in with their whispers, their doubts, their limitations. But the universe didn't just choose you, it's backing you. When the universe aligns, nothing, not even the loudest enemy, can silence your rise. Their eyes dart around, seeking control. The truth is, they've never had it. They were always playing in a system they didn't understand. And you were born for this moment. You see, being chosen isn't some flattering title. It's a raw force. A power that burns through all obstacles. A light that breaks through their darkness. They thought they could play with the system, bending it to their will. But they underestimated the very force that chose you. And now you're beyond their reach. They can try to pull you back, but they'll only exhaust themselves in the process. Their hands are too small for the throne you now sit on. They thought you would break. They thought their lies, their manipulations, their attempts to block you would be enough to keep you in the shadows. But you've broken the chains that once held you. And now you stand tall in the open, untouched by their spite. Their efforts to drag you down only reveal one thing. They are nothing more than dust in your path. Think back to when you doubted yourself, when the voices in your head made you question your worth, your strength, when the enemy's words made you feel small, like you didn't deserve what the universe was offering you. You remember that? You didn't feel untouchable then, did you? But now, look at you. What did the enemy think they could do? What did they think they could say to keep you small? You were never meant to shrink. You were meant to rise and dominate, just like you're doing now. Don't let that doubt creep back in. Don't let their whispers make you question the power the universe bestowed upon you. The universe doesn't align with just anyone. It chose you. And that power, it's infinite, it's eternal. You've only begun to tap into it. Let them keep talking, let them keep plotting, but understand this. They will never, ever be able to touch you again. When the universe has aligned itself to elevate you, no amount of noise, no amount of distractions will be enough to knock you off your course. They will try. They will throw everything they have at you, but it won't matter. You are now beyond their reach. You are untouchable. The walls they built around you, the chains they tried to place on your spirit, they're all shattered, crumbling beneath you as you ascend higher. They believed they had you in check. They thought they could control you with their manipulation, their lies, their attempts to drag you down. But the truth is, they were playing with a system they never understood. You were always meant for more. And now they're facing the truth they tried to bury. They never had control. The universe was always in your corner. It was always guiding you to this moment, this point of no return, where you realize you're beyond their reach, beyond their power, and you always were. You were born to break free from their chains. They underestimated your resilience. They thought you'd fade away, but now they see it. They can see your power, your brilliance, and they can't stop it. And you're just getting started. Your enemies have spent their time trying to break you down, trying to make you question your strength. But look at you now. Look at where you are. You've evolved beyond their petty games. Their power over you was never real, and the universe made sure you saw that. Now you stand taller than they ever will, and they know it. They know your dominance is undeniable, and no matter how hard they try to bring you down, they can't. They'll never be able to catch up. Don't you dare forget that you are not alone in this. The universe is your ally. It's watching, guiding, protecting. Every step you take now, every move you make is part of a grand design that they can't even begin to comprehend. They thought they could stop you, but the universe doesn't bend to their will. It bends to yours. When they look at you, they see something they can never have. They see a person who was chosen for greatness, and it kills them, it haunts them. You are their biggest fear because you've transcended what they thought possible. And the best part, they will never, ever catch up. You've already left them behind. So let them keep talking. Let them keep trying to pull you down. But understand this, their time is over. You are the one they'll watch from afar as they realize that they were never in control. They were never your equal. And now, you're beyond their reach. And there's no coming back. This is your time. You've been chosen, and nothing, not a single thing, can take that away from you. You've ascended. You are untouchable. Number 2, freedom hits different when you burn the cage behind you. They tried to dim your light, but all they did was teach you how to burn brighter without apology. There's a kind of freedom that only the battle-scarred understand. The kind you don't ask for, the kind you earn. You didn't just wake up one day and feel light. You were dragged, clawed, broken, doubted, isolated, and you still rose. And now? You are no longer held down. You've been lifted, but not gently. No, forged, carried by something real, something bigger than you, beyond their reach, something they can't see, can't touch, can't manipulate. Alignment. They tried to clip your wings with silence and side eyes. They tried to sever your truth with fake love and hidden envy. But what they didn't understand is that truth is not something you hand over. Truth lives in your bones. And now that you've remembered who you are, there is no going back. They've lost the keys. You've melted the locks. You are no longer trying to fit into a world that was never built for someone like you. And that's exactly why they're spiraling. This freedom, it terrifies them. Because real freedom isn't quiet. It's not about floating away and being at peace. Real freedom disrupts. It shifts rooms. It makes people uncomfortable. Your energy no longer blends in. It commands. That's why they act different now. Why their smiles don't reach their eyes. Why they stay silent in your presence, like they're waiting for the storm to pass. But you are the storm now. You're not just walking away, you're walking through. And with every step, the distance between you and their toxic grip grows larger. They feel it. Oh, they feel it. The cold wind of irrelevance hitting them as you take back your power. You were the warmth, the light, the constant. And now you've gone quiet, not out of weakness, but because silence is louder when it comes from the one they fed on. Let's be real, they were never prepared to lose you. They always thought you'd come back, that you'd crack, that you'd need them. But what they never saw coming was this version of you, the one who doesn't need validation, the one who finally knows, the one who isn't afraid to stand alone, because alone no longer means lonely. It means elevated. It means sacred. They can't touch you now. You've moved past their games, their tools of manipulation. Useless. They can't use guilt on someone who's done with shame. They can't use silence on someone who found peace. They can't use chaos on someone who thrives in stillness. You are untouchable, and they are undone. Understand this. You were never just a person to them. You were a source. You gave them access to light they couldn't create on their own. You poured into their darkness while they offered you nothing but shadows in return. You gave them presence, energy, attention, love, and they mistook it for supply. But now the fire has pulled back, and all they have left is cold. And don't you dare feel guilty for that. Because here's the truth they'll never say out loud. They miss the version of you they got to drain. Not the strong one, not the whole one, the wounded one, the one who kept explaining your worth, the one who kept giving chances. But now that version is dead. What's standing in front of them is reborn, refined, free. They no longer belong in your world, and deep down, they know it. That's why they linger in your shadow. That's why they watch from afar, hoping for a crack, a slip, a moment of weakness. But all they'll ever see is your back as you walk further into purpose, into peace, into power. So if you're feeling that ache to go back, to explain, to soften the blow, don't. That chapter is closed. You are free now, truly. Not just physically, but spiritually. And that kind of freedom, that's sacred. It's earned through pain, through loss, through silence, through the fire. And now that you have it, guard it like your life depends on it, because it does. You've become the thing they tried to destroy, and that's why they're haunted. Your freedom is their punishment. Your glow is their reminder. Your rise is their reckoning. And this is just the beginning. Number 3. They fed until you were hollow. Now they starve without you. They weren't hungry for healing. They were hungry for your light. And the moment you ran dry, they called you broken. Let's talk about the weight. The kind of weight that doesn't sit on your shoulders. It sits on your soul. The kind that doesn't just exhaust you, it erases you. You remember it, don't you? The endless giving, the pouring, the sacrificing, all in the name of helping people who looked at your light and didn't see value. They saw supply. They didn't want you whole. They wanted you cracked, leaking, vulnerable. Because your vulnerability was fuel for their survival. You kept handing out pieces of yourself like you were infinite, like it was your job to fix what they broke in themselves. And what did they give you in return? Silence, guilt, disrespect dressed as entitlement. You weren't loved, you were used. Chosen ones, they never wanted your healing. They just wanted your power without the process. They saw the flame in you and thought, "Let me warm my hands." But never once did they think, "Let me protect this fire." They fed off you, not because they didn't understand what you were, but because they did. They knew. And that's why they drained you without hesitation. You gave without asking. You stayed longer than you should have. You showed up when no one else would. And slowly you started to disappear. You gave until your smile was fake, until your energy was threadbare, until the mirror showed someone you didn't recognize. And the worst part, when there was nothing left in you to give, they left like you never mattered. That silence you sat in after they were done, that wasn't just loneliness. That was betrayal echoing in your chest. That was the weight of being everything for everyone and having no one when you needed something. You weren't asking for the world, just decency, just reciprocity, just someone who gave a damn enough to pour back into you. But all they knew was how to take. You became a well they refused to protect, until it ran dry, and when the water stopped flowing, they acted like it was your fault, like you owed them more. That's what hurts the most, isn't it? Not just the taking, but the blaming. But here's where everything flips, because now you've stopped giving, you've stopped explaining, you've stopped bleeding yourself out for people who wouldn't offer you a bandage. And guess what? They're starving. They're circling again, watching from the shadows, talking about how you've changed. No, you didn't change. You healed. And your healing doesn't include their access anymore. You've learned that your energy is currency, that your time is sacred, that your presence is powerful. And now that you've stopped feeding parasites, your light is finally burning for you. That glow they're still obsessed with, it's not available anymore. The source closed, the access revoked. They thought you were weak because you gave so much, but the truth is, you were strong enough to love them through their chaos, their projection, their mess. You were powerful enough to stand in the storm and still be the light. But now, you've pulled it all back, and they don't know what to do without you. Good. Let them feel the absence. Let them sit in the silence they once ignored. Let them realize that the one they drained was the one they needed most. You were never just a giver. You were the gift, and they threw it away. No more apologizing for being exhausted. No more letting people guilt you into overextending. No more shrinking just to make room for those who can't stand your shine. Now, your energy moves differently. It has requirements, boundaries, a locked gate, and only those who pour back get to come close. This is your time, your era of sacred selfishness, your reclamation. Let them talk. Let them spin whatever story they need to protect their ego. You know the truth. And the truth is, they drained you because they feared what you'd be if you ever turned that power inward. Well, guess what? You did. And now they'll never touch it again. Number 4. When the fog clears, so do the faces. It wasn't confusion, it was darkness, and once the light returned, you saw them exactly for what they were. You thought the silence was punishment. You thought the stillness meant something was wrong, but that was never the case. That stillness, that silence, that was the moment everything changed. That was when the noise faded, the distractions died, and your soul finally had space to speak up. And what it said was everything. In the quiet, when the world had turned its back, when the fake ones disappeared, when even your own mind turned against you, that's when the universe leaned in. No flashing signs, no dramatic voice in the sky, just a sharp knowing, a strike of truth, a clarity so powerful it cracked open the illusions you were surviving under. It wasn't them. It was never them. It was you. You were the one carrying the light. You were the one keeping the fire alive. You were the one that made the space feel full, the room feel bright, the energy feel alive. And the second you pulled back, everything felt empty. That wasn't coincidence. That was confirmation. The universe didn't speak to you in words. It burned a message into your bones. Not everyone is worthy of your light. And that truth, it hit harder than anything they ever said to you, because it forced you to see all of it for what it really was. The leeching, the pretending, the fake loyalty. You saw the masks, the takers, the cowards in disguise. And for the first time, you didn't flinch. You didn't make excuses. You didn't try to fix it. You saw. That moment of clarity was your rebirth. It was the shift where guilt turned into boundaries, where helping turned into healing yourself, where they need me transformed into I need me more. It was never about abandoning others. It was about returning to yourself, choosing yourself, protecting your energy like it's sacred, because it is. See, the real ones will never drain you. The real ones won't need to beg, manipulate, or guilt you into staying. But the fake ones, the ones who depended on your blindness, they only survive when you don't know who you are. That's why your clarity shattered them. That's why your awakening triggered them. They lost their hold on you the second you realized your worth. And now they know you're not coming back. Not to the confusion, not to the manipulation, not to the guilt-driven performance of being enough. You're done explaining your light to people who live in the dark by choice. You're done handing out pieces of yourself just to prove your loyalty. You're done offering gold to people who only ever knew how to melt it down into chains. That clarity, that wasn't a soft message. That was a cut, a line drawn in spirit, a clean break from the weight of being misunderstood, used, taken for granted. You now understand. Your presence is a privilege, not a default. Your attention is sacred. And your light? It isn't free anymore. Let them call it ego. Let them say you changed. Let them label your clarity as arrogance. That's what people do when their control slips. That's what happens when someone who used to give without limits finally wakes up. But you're not bitter. You're just clear. And clarity comes with cost. You lose access to the noise. You lose tolerance for the chaos. You lose the need to explain your shine to people who hate the sun. So now, when the silence comes, you don't fear it. You embrace it. Because you know that's when the universe speaks. That's when alignment happens. That's when elevation begins. And the next time they try to find you in the same place they left you, all they'll meet is the echo of their own absence. Because you're not hiding, you're rising. And you're doing it without apology, without permission, and without them. Number 5. The day you chose yourself, everything that was feeding on you starved. Self-love isn't soft. It's savage when you've spent a lifetime bleeding for people who never once brought a bandage. This was the day the mirror shattered, the moment your eyes adjusted to a truth they'd always tried to keep hidden, the moment your heart stopped pleading and your spirit started roaring. This was no gentle awakening. This was a break, a violent shift, where the old you collapsed under the weight of clarity, and the real you walked out of the wreckage untouched. You finally saw it. The patterns, the setups, the silent agreements where you gave and gave and gave, hoping someone would finally return the favor. But nobody came. Nobody poured back in. They just took. Smiled while they drained you. Praised your strength as they quietly robbed you of your energy. And you? You kept calling it love, loyalty, responsibility. But the truth was this: you weren't loving them. You were sacrificing yourself. And that's not noble. That's not spiritual. That's self-destruction dressed up as service. You were never here to be a martyr. That lie ends today. You weren't born to bleed out for people who only open their mouths to feed and never speak life back into you. You weren't chosen to burn out trying to light up people who refuse to carry a flame of their own. You were sent here to glow, to disrupt, to rise, not to be broken and picked apart like some infinite emotional buffet. They taught you that choosing yourself was selfish, that boundaries made you cold, that detaching meant you didn't care. But that's because they needed you to believe that. Because once you choose yourself, they lose access. And that's what they feared most. When the scales fell from your eyes, when the fog cleared and the mask cracked, it hit you. You are not their savior. You are your sanctuary. And no one, not a soul, has the right to demand access to you at the cost of your peace, your power, or your purpose. That realization hit like thunder across your timeline. It wasn't just a mental note. It was a full-blown cosmic redirection, a severing of the contract you never signed, the one that told you to stay silent, to play small, to drain yourself for people who wouldn't even catch you if you collapsed. Not anymore. This is the era of choosing yourself, not in moments, not as an afterthought. Not only when you're at your breaking point, but as a permanent setting, as your first instinct, as your default. Your energy is no longer public property. Your peace is no longer up for negotiation. And your light? It will never again be handed to the ungrateful. You choosing yourself was not an act of rebellion. It was an act of remembrance, of reclaiming what was always yours, of stepping into your real identity. Not someone desperate to be seen, but someone who finally sees themselves. Fully, clearly, without distortion. And guess what? The moment you did that, everything changed. They felt it. Oh, they felt it. That silent earthquake the day you decided your peace mattered more than their comfort. The day you didn't respond, didn't explain, didn't flinch. The day you went ghost on everything that used to drain you, and came back as a version they'll never be allowed to meet. You chose yourself, and in that one decision, you reclaimed everything. Your time, your worth, your name. You stopped auditioning for rooms you were born to own. You stopped asking for love that needed convincing. You stopped bleeding for people who wouldn't even clap if you healed. This is your power, and now that you've embraced it, there's no turning back. Let the old roles die. Let the fake bonds collapse. Let the whispers come. They'll talk either way. But now, they're talking about someone they can't touch, someone who's moved past their reach, someone who knows the truth. Choosing yourself isn't betrayal. It's survival. It's evolution. It's domination. And now that you've made that choice, they're not just uncomfortable, they're terrified. Number 6, they can't cross what you no longer build bridges to. You don't need to raise your voice when your silence already draws a line they'll never cross again. Let's get one thing clear. You didn't become strong by accident. This strength, this fire, this clarity. It came with a cost. Pain was the currency. Betrayal was the teacher. Loneliness was the classroom. And now? Now you move with a level of self-awareness that makes people uncomfortable, especially the ones who once feasted on your lack of boundaries. They never thought you'd wake up. They thought you'd keep letting them in, answering their chaos, picking up where they left destruction. They thought your kindness was endless, that you'd keep pouring from a cup they never filled. But those days are over, dead, buried, and the version of you that allowed it? Gone. Now you walk with discernment. That's a different kind of power. That's not just knowing who you are, that's knowing who they are. And that's where the fear creeps in, because you're not confused anymore. You see them. You read the energy before the words. You sense the pull before the lie. And you shut the door before the damage can even start. That's what boundaries are for someone like you. Not walls of bitterness, not acts of spite, but shields forged in truth. Every time you said yes when you wanted to say no. Every time you kept quiet when something screamed inside you to speak. Every time you allowed disrespect just to avoid the argument. Those were the fires that forged your boundaries. You didn't wake up wise. You bled for that wisdom. And now, you're not playing the same game. You're not even on the same field. They want access to the old you, but that version doesn't live here anymore. Now, there's a gate, a lock, a standard, and if they don't match your energy, they don't get past the threshold. Let them call it ego. Let them call it harsh. Let them say, you've changed. They're right. You have. You evolved. And evolution always offends those who stayed behind. The world will still try to pull at you. Old cycles will knock, wearing new faces. But the difference now? You won't open the door. You recognize what peace costs, and you refuse to pay it again just to make someone else comfortable. You know what happens when you let the wrong people get close. Your light dims, your focus fractures, your soul shrinks. Not anymore. You've become a fortress, not in isolation, but in intention. You don't just protect your energy, you honor it. Because you finally understand the truth that most never learn. Your energy is sacred. Your presence is privilege. Your time is treasure. You're not available for everything anymore, and you don't owe anyone an explanation. That's what terrifies them most. Your refusal to be drained, manipulated, or guilt-tripped back into the old cycles. You used to carry the weight of everyone's expectations, but now you've put it down. And in doing so, you rose. You shine brighter not because you've escaped the shadows, but because you've stopped letting them sit beside you. You're not afraid to say no, to leave unread, to walk away, to not look back. That's real strength. Not loud, not messy, but sharp, precise and silent where it used to scream. They tried to make you feel guilty for putting yourself first. But all they really mourn is the loss of control. That's what your boundaries stripped from them. The power to manipulate, the ability to drain, the comfort of your unconditional access. But that's over now. You don't just walk in light, you protect it. And the shadows, they no longer have a seat at your table. So let them knock. Let them wonder. Let them gossip about the new you. Because the old you gave them everything. The new you gives them nothing. Number 7. They throw dirt when they can't touch gold. Your name lives in rooms you've never stepped into, not because you failed, but because you escaped. The real war never starts outside. It starts the moment you leave, the moment you cut the cord, the moment you stop explaining yourself and walk away with your soul intact. That's when the masks fall off. That's when the whispers start. That's when you see who was feeding off you and who was praying for your fall the entire time. They move in silence, but they do it loud. It's the bitter irony of energy vampires. Once they can't drain you, they try to destroy you. Not with weapons, with words, with rumors, with carefully crafted narratives designed to flip the script and paint you as the villain. And the most painful part, some will believe them, because the truth is never as entertaining as the lie. But let's be clear, they aren't angry because you hurt them. They're angry because you healed, because you stopped bleeding for them, because the light they once soaked in like parasites is now off limits. You went cold, and they can't survive the winter they once brought into your life. How dare you walk away? How dare you choose peace over their chaos? How dare you stop being their emotional crutch? You were supposed to be the one who never left, who kept giving, who tolerated, who forgave even when your soul was splintering, but not anymore. You've tasted the silence that comes with distance, the calm that wraps around you when you no longer have to manage their moods or tiptoe through their insecurities. And now, you would never trade that peace for their presence again. Not for a single second. And they know it. That's why they're angry. That's why they whisper. That's why they lie. They're not trying to get you back. They're trying to get back at you. There's a difference. And if you don't know it yet, believe me, you will. The smear campaign isn't accidental. It's a performance for everyone who once saw you shine. They want to dim you in the eyes of others because they couldn't dim you in the dark. But here's where the shift happens. You feel the betrayal. You see the snakes slither, but you don't engage. That's what drives them mad the most. That you know they're talking and you still choose silence. Not because you're weak, but because you're winning. And winners don't explain. You don't have time to argue with ghosts. You don't owe closure to chaos. You don't throw hands with shadows. You've outgrown the need to defend yourself in places that only ever drained you. And that strength, that detachment, that rattles them harder than any confrontation ever could. They'll keep talking. Let them. They need the illusion, the story where they were the victim, the tale where you were the problem. But you've moved beyond the need to be understood by people committed to misunderstanding you. Let them call you heartless. Let them say you've changed. Let them twist it. Because deep down, they know exactly what happened. You woke up, you healed, you walked away, and worst of all, you didn't come back. That's what they can't stand. Your solitude is sacred now, chosen, protected. It's not isolation, it's insulation. The universe doesn't let everyone near gold, especially not those who once tried to bury it. So yes, you feel the betrayal, you hear the lies, but you keep walking. Because your path isn't about revenge, it's about release. And nothing is more powerful than the person who doesn't react, but simply removes themselves from the reach of destruction. Let them talk. You're too busy building an empire out of everything they tried to break. Number 8. You didn't choose the fire. You were sent to control it. They didn't just underestimate you, they underestimated your mission. And now they're face to face with a force they can't stop. Let's make one thing clear. This battle wasn't only about them. it never was. The loudest war was always happening inside you, and it's the kind no one sees. The kind you fight in the silence after the doors are closed and the phone stops ringing. You felt it, the split between who you were and who you're becoming, the push and pull, the compassion that wants to reach back, and the voice inside that says, "Don't." That whisper is not weakness. It's your directive, the call from something greater, the confirmation that this time you're not just walking away from pain, you're walking toward purpose. But let's be real, it's brutal, because you've always been the one who gave, who forgave, who poured out more than you had, just so others could feel whole. You wore your heart outside your chest, hoping maybe, just maybe, they'd finally treat it like it mattered. They didn't. And now that you've stepped back, they're not crying for you. They're crying for what they lost access to. Your energy, your effort, your presence, your protection. You were their shield, and now that it's gone, they're exposed to the consequences they used to throw at you. So they lie, they twist it, they try to reverse the narrative, make you the villain in a story they wrote with their own betrayal. They say you abandoned them, that you turned cold, that you changed. And you know what? They're right. You did change. Because you had to. That kindness they used to manipulate, that's not gone. It's just no longer up for exploitation. That heart they used to take for granted, it's still beating. But now it has walls, locks, and requirements. And yes, that hurts you too. Because you're not heartless. You never were. But now you know, your soul's not a playground. You are not here to carry people who refuse to walk. You were never sent to save everyone, only to become everything you were meant to be. That's the mandate. That's the cosmic order. This isn't some motivational phase. This is the assignment that's been written into your spirit from the beginning. The universe chose you to break cycles, not become a victim of them. That kind of calling doesn't come without cost. You're not just protecting your peace, you're obeying a higher code. One that says your energy must be preserved. One that knows the danger of giving endlessly without return. One that understands. A chosen one without boundaries is a target, not a warrior. They want you to doubt, to fold, to soften. They want you to hear their cries and forget the chaos they caused. But you remember, and more importantly, you learned. So now, every time their voice echoes in your head, trying to guilt you back into the past, remember this. You didn't walk away to hurt them. You walked away to finally listen to yourself. And the universe, it clapped in silence, because you finally got it. That war inside you, the one between your heart and your healing, it's over. And the part of you that wins isn't the one that pleases others. It's the one that protects the mission. You don't need to convince them of your truth. That's no longer your job. The people who get it will feel it. And the ones who don't, they were never meant to walk with you anyway. This path is narrow. It's quiet. It's not for crowds. It's for callings. And not everyone deserves front row access to your transformation. So yes, it hurts. The loss, the misunderstanding, the smear campaigns. But deeper than all that pain is something unshakable, something holy, something loud even in its silence. You were chosen. And with that truth, you are done apologizing. Number 9. The ones you don't respond to. Hear you the loudest. Silence isn't weakness, it's strategy. And for the chosen ones, it's the loudest roar they'll ever make. This isn't just struggle, it's war. Not on the outside, not with fists or noise. This war is energetic, spiritual, deep. A quiet battlefield where your light collides with every shadow that still dares to come for you. And the deeper you go, the more you feel it. The pull, the weight of the past. The voices of your old self whispering, it's easier to just go back. The people you outgrew dressing up guilt and calling it love. The invitations wrapped in fake peace, pulling you toward the same cycles you fought like hell to escape. But you know better now. You've seen too much. You've risen too far. And no matter how familiar it feels, familiar is not freedom. So you go quiet. Not because you have nothing to say, but because your presence speaks for itself now. You don't argue. You don't correct the rumors. You don't explain the glow they can't stand to look at. You let the silence speak. And oh, does it speak loudly. They feel it in their bones. The absence of your energy. The absence of your reactions. The absence of the old you. The one who used to justify, to fix, to prove. That version is gone. What's left is a force. A soul that's untouchable because it's not interested in being understood anymore. It's focused on being preserved. And they hate that. They hate that they can't reach you, that they can't bait you, that they can't pull you back into the drama they need to feel alive. Because now you're playing a different game, one they never qualified for. They scream into the void, hoping to stir a reaction. But you've become the void. And that kind of silence? It's deafening to people who used to feed on your noise. You've learned the highest form of self-respect. Not responding, not defending your peace, not arguing about your transformation, not giving energy to people who only showed up to drain it. The darkness is mad, it's rebellious, it's throwing everything it has left at you, doubt, shame, distractions, all of it designed to make you slip. But you won't, because your silence isn't absence, it's elevation. You're above it now. And that's what truly ends the war, not a final blow, but a final detachment. You don't swing, you don't shout. You just stop showing up to battles you've already won. That's what scares them. That's what triggers them. That's what tells them the truth, even louder than your words ever could. You're the boss now, the chosen one. And you've built a life where peace is protected like treasure, where access has a price, and where your silence echoes like thunder in the ears of those who thought they broke you. So let them wonder. Let them write stories. Let them project their guilt in the form of gossip. Your silence will say it all. Because when you are truly chosen, you don't need to shout. You exist, and the world adjusts. You arrive, and the room tilts. You leave, and the absence breaks them. No need to respond. No need to return. No need to relive the chapters you've already outgrown. The silence has already spoken, and it said everything they feared. You're never coming back. And so, here we are. If you felt every word, it's because this message was meant for you. You've walked through fire, stood in silence, and risen in power. You're not just a survivor, you're proof. The universe chose you, and now they know they can't touch what's been reborn. Your silence, your glow, your boundaries, that's dominance. If this spoke to your spirit, like this video, subscribe for more and drop the number 77 in the comments so other chosen ones can find their way home. Share this with someone who's rising, because your journey just lit the way for theirs. Coincidence is just the lie they use to cover the fingerprints of the universe. That's the game they've been playing since the day you opened your eyes. They saw you waking up, saw you catching on, and instead of trying to stop the truth, they tried to rename it. They called the alignments random. They called the messages madness. They said you were overanalyzing the signs, the synchronicities, the impossibly timed shifts in your path. But let's get one thing straight. They knew it wasn't random. They just hoped you'd never figure that out. Because once a chosen one stops calling it coincidence, the illusion collapses. They needed you to believe in chance. They needed you to chalk it up to randomness. Because if you ever started connecting the dots, if you ever looked closer, you'd see what they've been trying to hide your whole life. You were never out here winging it. You were on assignment, moved, placed, positioned, protected. And the second you realize that, you stop being controllable. You stop being confused. You stop playing the game they built to keep you blind. Before we go deeper, like this video right now, drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done living like life is accidental. Subscribe to the channel because every click, every comment, every like sends a pulse through the algorithm, a signal that this message matters. You're not just helping this video grow, you're helping other chosen ones find their way through the fog. The more we amplify this frequency, the faster the rest awaken. This is how we rise, together. And now we begin. You've been calling things coincidence because that's what they trained you to do. That strange person who walked into your life at the exact moment you were about to break. Coincidence. That dream you had about someone only to hear from them the next day. Coincidence. That number you keep seeing. That symbol that keeps reappearing. That shift in energy that you can feel but can't explain. All of it dismissed. All of it labeled as nothing. But you've always known better. Your whole life has been layered with patterns the world told you not to notice, but your soul noticed. Your intuition never stopped ringing, and every time you ignored it, things went dark. Every time you followed it, light returned. You thought you were just lucky, just in the right place at the right time. But that's the narrative they gave you to keep you from understanding the truth. Your entire path has been written in a frequency the average mind can't decode. And now that you're starting to see that, now that your eyes are tuning back into the source, you're starting to remember. This isn't new information. This is ancient memory returning. And that's why they're scared. Because a chosen one who remembers is a chosen one they can no longer manipulate. And your remembering doesn't just threaten their control over you. It threatens the entire illusion they built around everyone else. That's why your awakening haunts them. That's why your presence alone makes liars sweat. You don't even have to speak. Your energy exposes them. Your very existence disrupts the lie. You've been thinking you're one person trying to figure it out. But the truth is, you've been carrying a cosmic frequency, one that couldn't be silenced, one that couldn't be replicated, one that refused to die even when the world tried to bury it. You are a walking interruption to everything they tried to build on false ground. You weren't chosen because you were perfect. You were chosen because the universe knew you'd burn through the fog when the time came. And that time, it's now. So stop calling it coincidence. Look closer. The patterns are everywhere. The signs are screaming. The timing is divine. And the universe, It's been waiting for you to see this the whole time. So, are you ready to finally stop calling it luck, chance, or coincidence? Are you ready to trace the patterns they told you were random and see the fingerprints of the universe all over them? Then, let's go deeper. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done being blindfolded and ready to start seeing the code hidden in plain sight. Like this video, subscribe, and help push this message to every chosen one still trapped in the illusion. When you engage, you tell the algorithm, this truth matters. And now, let's break it down, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you won't be able to look away. Let's begin. Number 1. Nothing was random. You were being moved like a masterpiece. They thought you were wandering, but you were being positioned by forces they'll never understand. They looked at your path and laughed, called it messy, called you lost. They couldn't make sense of the setbacks, the heartbreaks, the strange detours that made no sense on paper. So they assumed you were just failing. Another misfit with no direction. But here's what they never realized. You weren't being punished. You were being placed. Nothing was random. It was all precision. And the same universe they mocked. It was moving you like a masterpiece, one divine stroke at a time. The enemy loves to point fingers at chosen ones while they're still in the rough draft. Because what they see is confusion. What they don't see is calibration. They can't comprehend how the universe works behind the scenes, moving you through loss not to destroy you, but to strip everything fake. Moving you through silence, not to ignore you, but to fine-tune your frequency. They don't understand because they're still thinking in straight lines, while your life was painted in sacred spirals. Let's break this lie right now. Your detours weren't delays. Your heartbreak wasn't a sign you were cursed. That job that slipped through your hands, that door that slammed in your face, that person who left without warning, they weren't coincidences. They were corrections. You were being moved like chess, not checkers. While they were looking for easy wins, you were being trained for endgame. You ever wonder why the same patterns kept repeating? Why certain people kept reappearing in different faces? Why you were stuck in the same cycles no matter how much effort you put in? That wasn't failure. That was the universe running simulations. You were being sharpened through repetition until you finally recognized the pattern and broke it. The world will call that chaos. But the chosen know better. Chaos is what transformation looks like in real time. It's what a masterpiece looks like before the last stroke. And while they were mocking the mess, the universe was mapping your miracle. Look at history. Look at every revolutionary, every disruptor, every world shaker. Their beginnings were riddled with confusion. Malcolm X went from street hustler to global symbol of resistance. People called his past chaotic, but in reality, it was training. Maya Angelou endured unthinkable pain in silence before her voice roared through generations. They thought she was broken, but the universe was building her voice in that silence. Frida Kahlo, crushed by pain, body shattered, life rearranged. But what did she do? She turned every fracture into art. And that art still speaks today. Why? Because the pain wasn't random, it was instruction. Her scars weren't mistakes. They were blueprints. So what makes you think your life was any different? You ask, why did I lose so much? Because you weren't meant to carry dead weight into destiny. You ask, why was I rejected over and over again? Because the rooms you begged to be let into were never built to hold your frequency. You ask, why did they betray me? Because loyalty from the wrong people is more dangerous than attacks from enemies. The universe let the masks fall early for your protection. But you still think it was all coincidence? No, it was choreography. You were being positioned like a seed buried in darkness, not to be forgotten, but to be rooted, like a storm that seemed chaotic, but was actually rearranging the atmosphere for your arrival. You weren't supposed to take the easy path. You were chosen for the path that breaks molds and rewrites codes. And that path? It's never linear. It doesn't make sense to average people. And it damn sure doesn't look clean on the outside. But masterpieces never do until they're finished. What the enemy underestimated was this: you don't fold under pressure. You transform. You don't just survive loss, you alchemize it. You don't just rebuild, you resurrect. And every time they thought you were down for good, the universe was just flipping the page, getting ready to reveal the next chapter. One they'll never be able to explain. Because now you're looking back at the chaos, and you see the pattern. You're seeing the messages buried in the moments you tried to forget. You're realizing that every accident was a summon, every delay was a recalibration, every closed door was divine intervention. And they can't take that from you, because once you see the design, the enemy can't lie to you anymore. Once you feel the frequency behind every so-called failure, doubt dies, fear fades, confusion clears, and suddenly, it all makes sense. You were never out of place. You were never behind. You were never overlooked. You were being orchestrated. And the masterpiece isn't just your life. It's what's coming through your life. The truth, the voice, the energy, the remembrance that triggers others to wake up. That's what they fear. Not just your rise, but what your rise will ignite in others. Because once people realize nothing was random, that they've been guided the whole time, the entire illusion breaks. The system can't control people who trust the voice inside over the noise outside. So here you are, standing in the middle of the blueprint they tried to label as broken, awake, aligned, dangerous. Not because you're aggressive, but because you can finally see. You've zoomed out, you've traced the design, and now that you know it was never chaos, you move with purpose. And that's the moment they knew they lost. Number 2, they laughed at your signs. Now they're running from the proof. They laughed at your signs. Now they're running from the proof. First they mock you, then they mimic you, then they run from the truth you never stopped seeing. They laughed. Oh, they laughed loud. Laughed when you said the numbers meant something. Laughed when you told them the dream you had felt like more than just sleep. Laughed when you started connecting dots in places they swore were empty. They rolled their eyes at your patterns, dismissed your intuition, mocked your awakening, called you dramatic, delusional. Said, you're reading too much into it. But look around now. Look at how quiet they've gotten. Because now, the same signs you tried to explain are unfolding in real time. That instinct you followed without proof turned out to be dead on. That energy you felt from someone that everyone said was nice turned out to be a mask. That pull you followed, the one you couldn't justify at the time, it led you exactly where you needed to be. And those people who laughed, they're either confused, convicted, or completely gone. You were never crazy. You were connected. And the ones who mocked it weren't just doubting you. They were scared of what it meant if you were actually right. Because if your visions were real, if the universe was sending you messages, if your energy was picking up frequencies they couldn't detect, then everything they believed was a lie. So it was easier to make you the punchline than to face the possibility that the cosmos chose to whisper to you instead of them. They never saw the signs because they weren't looking. And even if they weren't ready. The signs you saw weren't for the masses. They were for the misfits, the intuitives, the chosen. You didn't look too deep. You simply had depth in a world that thrives on surface. And here's the real truth. Most people aren't scared that the signs aren't real. They're scared that they are. Because if they are, then their whole reality has to shift. And shifting takes courage. Shifting means responsibility. Shifting means they can't sleepwalk through life anymore, blaming everyone else for a path they refuse to awaken to. But you embraced the signs, even when it cost you people, even when it made you the weird one, even when it meant walking alone for seasons on end. You trusted the feeling. You followed the nudge. You listened when there was nothing visible to confirm it. And that's what makes you dangerous. Because now that the proof is surfacing, now that the alignments are undeniable, now that your predictions, your crazy ideas, are showing up as reality, those who mocked you have no ground to stand on. You told them the vibe was off. You were right. You told them that connection wasn't pure. You were right. You said you felt something shifting. You were right. And now they remember laughing. But now they're not laughing anymore. Now they're watching from a distance. Some are quiet because they're ashamed. Some are distant because they can't face the fact that they dismissed a real one. Some are trying to circle back, hoping you'll forget how they treated you when your truth didn't fit their comfort zone. But let them watch. Let them sit with it. Because this moment, this is your vindication. Not revenge, not ego. Proof that your awakening wasn't a phase. Proof that your intuition wasn't a glitch. It was a gift. And while they were waiting for signs in the sky, you were decoding the patterns written into your very existence. Now, your life is the sign. You don't even need to say, "I told you so." Your peace says it. Your alignment says it. Your glow says it. You are the proof they tried to bury. And now they have to watch you rise in the very truth they used to mock. And this is just the beginning. Because the universe doesn't waste whispers. Every sign you followed, every intuitive move you made, every spiritual breadcrumb you picked up, it was all building momentum. And now the current is shifting. You're not chasing proof anymore. You are the proof. So let them say nothing. Let them pretend they never doubted. Let them observe from the shadows while you walk fully in the light you never stopped believing in. They laughed at your signs. But now, they're running from your accuracy. Number 3. They called it déjà vu. It was data from the universe. You weren't reliving the past. You were remembering the blueprint. How many times have you paused in the middle of a moment, heart racing, breath still, looking around thinking, "I've been here before"? That strange sense that something familiar was happening, even when logic said otherwise. They told you it was just déjà vu, a glitch in the brain, a trick of memory, a fleeting feeling with no meaning. But what they call déjà vu, the universe calls data. Markers, codes, clues. You weren't reliving. You were remembering. See, chosen one, your soul doesn't forget. Even when your conscious mind is caught up in the distractions of this world, your spirit still holds the map. It remembers the conversations that haven't happened yet. It feels the spaces you haven't entered. It senses people you've never met with the familiarity of lifetimes. Why? Because you're not operating from one timeline. You're living from alignment. Déjà vu isn't just coincidence, it's confirmation. The universe is showing you that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. It's the vibration of divine timing brushing up against your awareness. It's your higher self signaling to your current self, pay attention. This matters. But because they can't decode it, they dismiss it. Because they fear what they can't measure, they mock what you feel. And you've felt it more than once. You walked into rooms and felt like you'd been there before. You met people and something in you whispered, this connection is not new. You started new paths that somehow felt like home, but you kept brushing it off, kept calling it weird, kept minimizing the magic. Why? Because you were taught to trust the tangible over the intuitive. You were trained to value the visible over the vibrational. But the universe doesn't speak in logic. It speaks in frequency. And frequency doesn't always come with explanations. It comes with remembrance. So when you felt those moments, those flashes of, wait, this already happened, you weren't glitched. You were activated. Those were downloads, triggers. You were syncing with your true path, and your soul was giving you a glimpse into how aligned you really were. And the enemy hated that, because they need you to doubt your memory. They need you to think you're crazy. Because if you believe the déjà vu is meaningless, you'll miss the roadmap. You'll keep walking blind through a life that your spirit already knows how to navigate. But here's what they didn't count on. You're remembering anyway. Even after all the programming, even after all the gaslighting, even after they trained you to ignore your knowing, you're still waking up. And now, the moments of déjà vu don't just make you pause, they make you pay attention. You're not just seeing the moment, you're feeling the message underneath it. Because every déjà vu is a breadcrumb, a flag, a whisper from the universe saying, yes, keep going. You've been here because this is part of the plan. Think of it like this. Your soul is a traveler that's been here before. Not necessarily in the same body or the same timeline, but on the same mission. And the universe drops these moments not to confuse you, but to remind you that you're not starting from scratch. You're walking in legacy. You're carrying memory. You're decoding a script that was written in energy long before it showed up in time. This is why you can't explain the way certain moments hit you so hard. Why some places make you feel like you've stepped into a dream you forgot. Why some people trigger emotions you can't justify. It's not irrational. It's ancestral. It's cosmic. It's data embedded in your frequency, rising to the surface as you get closer to alignment. And now that you know this, you can't brush it off anymore. You have to start treating those moments like sacred instruction. You have to lean in, ask deeper questions, pause, reflect. What am I supposed to see here? What am I remembering right now? What is the universe trying to bring back into my awareness? Because the chosen don't walk through life blind. They walk aware, awake, tuned in. And once you start seeing these flashes as downloads, not accidents, your entire perspective shifts. You stop feeling confused. You start feeling led. You stop waiting for proof. You become the proof. You stop fearing the unknown because your soul already knows. So no, you weren't crazy. You weren't imagining things. You weren't caught in a glitch. You were being reminded of your mission. And now that you're listening, Nothing will ever feel accidental again. Number 4. You thought you were cursed. You were just being calibrated. How dare you call yourself cursed? How dare you sit in the middle of divine refinement and label it punishment? You thought the pain was a sign the universe turned on you. No, it was a sign that the universe was preparing to reveal you. And instead of standing tall in that fire, you whined, you panicked, you doubted your light. You looked at the storm and said, "Why me?" when you should have stood in the center of it and declared, "Of course me." Chosen one. You were never cursed. You were being calibrated, aligned, sharpened for frequencies the average mind can't access. You've been crying out like you've been abandoned, when the truth is, the universe was applying pressure because you're built for heights most people will never touch. And pressure, it's part of the protocol. You say you're chosen, but the moment things get heavy, you start acting like a victim. You ask why your path is so hard, why you've lost so much, why people betray you, why things take longer for you than everyone else. You want an easy walk with a world-shaking mission. You want divine power without divine discipline. But the universe doesn't operate like that. You don't get to carry the frequency of transformation without first being transformed. You were being calibrated, not crushed. The breakdowns weren't curses. They were course corrections. The delays weren't punishments. They were divine pauses, timing adjustments to make sure you didn't arrive before you were ready. That heartbreak wasn't sent to destroy you. It was sent to reroute you. But you saw the fire and forgot that you are the fire. You thought you were being burned when you were being revealed. And let's talk about those tears. All that crying, thinking you were forgotten, thinking life was unfair. Chosen one, you were never forgotten. You were hidden, protected, covered, and the very things you were cursing, they were carving you into the version of yourself that could handle what's coming. You asked for elevation, but resisted everything that was meant to stretch you into it. Let's be real. You were fragile, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You couldn't carry the next level without snapping. So the universe had to strip you, had to toughen your spirit, had to break the illusions. It wasn't cruelty, it was construction. You didn't lose friends. You lost false support. You didn't lose opportunities. You dodged misalignment. You didn't lose time. You gained refinement. And still, you labeled yourself cursed. How dare you drag the name of the universe through the mud when it was the only thing keeping you from settling for a life you were never meant to live? You prayed for purpose and hated the preparation. You asked for clarity but couldn't sit in the silence. You asked to be chosen but flinched every time life started shaping you like one. And yet, here you are, still standing, still rising. And now, you're starting to see it, aren't you? The pain was never meant to punish you. It was meant to position you. The tension wasn't sent to tear you apart. It was sent to align your frequency. You thought the chaos was life falling apart. But it was life falling into place. Perfect, divine, surgical alignment. Because you are not built for basic, your path was never meant to look like theirs. You are being calibrated for impact, precision built for purpose. You are being tuned to a vibration that breaks illusions and shakes rooms. That kind of power doesn't come from comfort. It comes from crisis. So the next time life hits hard, don't ask, why me? Ask, what is this shaping me for? Ask, what's being burned off right now that I won't need where I'm going? Because you are going somewhere, And the cost of that calling is pressure. You're not cursed. You're not unlucky. You're not behind. You're in calibration. And when the alignment locks in, nothing will be able to stop what flows through you. Number 5, the delay was a setup, not a denial. They thought it wasn't happening. You thought the universe forgot you. It was simply loading the right timeline. The universe never says no to the chosen, only not yet, because I'm building something bigger than you can comprehend. Let's talk about that delay, the pause, the silence, the years of grinding with no result, the prayers that didn't get answered on your schedule, the vision that felt so clear, so urgent, but just didn't happen. Not when you thought it would, not how you planned. And in that delay, your mind started spiraling. You asked yourself, did I get it wrong? Did I miss my shot? Was I ever really chosen, or was that just some fantasy I made up to cope with the chaos? But here's the truth, one that will hit you in your chest once it lands. It was never a denial. It was a setup. The universe didn't forget you. It was working around you, rearranging timelines, moving people, breaking contracts you didn't know existed, closing doors you would have walked through blindly, not knowing they were traps. What felt like punishment was actually protection in disguise. You thought nothing was happening, but the universe was behind the curtain, shifting reality to make room for your arrival. It wasn't inactivity, it was orchestration. The delay was never about making you wait. It was about making you ready, and more importantly, making the path ready for you. You weren't just stepping into a moment. You were being aligned with a timeline that had to be prepared for the weight you carry. Because chosen ones don't walk onto any old stage. They walk onto platforms built to amplify their frequency. That takes time. That takes spiritual construction. And while you were pacing in frustration, asking for answers, the universe was loading your assignment with perfect precision. But you judged the process too early. You looked at the blank space and called it emptiness, when really it was the canvas being stretched before the art arrived. You asked for impact, but the kind of impact you're destined for doesn't happen overnight. You're not here to just succeed. You're here to shift, and to shift something deeply, you have to be rooted deeply. The delay was digging your roots. Every time you thought you were being overlooked, the universe was fortifying your foundation. Because what's coming for you doesn't need a soft landing, it needs an unshakable one. And don't think the enemy wasn't watching. They saw the pause. They thought they had time. They whispered in your ear, "See, nothing's happening. Maybe you're not chosen after all." But that was the setup. Because just when they got comfortable, just when they convinced themselves you'd lost momentum, the timeline locked in, and now you're rising in a way they can't stop. Because when the universe is ready, it doesn't roll out the red carpet, it drops the floodgates. And chosen ones don't trickle into alignment. They arrive like a storm, fully formed, prepared, unapologetic. And once it's your time, no system, no resistance, no delay can block it again. But let's not lie to ourselves. You gave up in your mind a few times, didn't you? You started believing that the wait meant denial. You thought the silence was a no. You doubted your own vision because it didn't show up on your timeline. But here's what you have to understand moving forward. Your timeline is not divine timing. You see days. The universe sees dimensions. You feel seconds. The universe weaves centuries. You want now. The universe wants forever. You thought the delay meant forgotten, but it actually meant you were being remembered in ways your human mind couldn't even fathom. Look back now, think about everything that would have gone wrong if you got what you asked for too early. Think about the people who were still around back then who would have sabotaged it. Think about the version of yourself back then, how much you still needed to unlearn, how you weren't ready to carry the weight of what's coming. So no, you weren't denied. You were being positioned. The delay was never personal. It was prophetic. It was the universe saying, I've heard you, I've seen you, and I'm working on it. But when it comes, it's going to come in a way that won't just bless you. It will activate the ones watching you. And now you feel it, don't you? That shift in the air, that momentum building beneath your feet, that clarity creeping back into your chest, that inner knowing returning with force. That's not your imagination. That's the timeline catching up. The loading is almost done. So next time life pauses, don't panic. Just smile. Because now you know it's not a delay, it's a divine setup. Number 6. You didn't meet them by accident. You were shown a lesson. They weren't sent to love you. They were sent to show you where you were still bleeding. Chosen one, it's time we stop pretending that those toxic connections were just mistakes. They weren't coincidences. They weren't just bad luck. The people who drained you, betrayed you, triggered you, they were assignments, cosmic mirrors sent by the universe, not to break you, but to reveal you. You didn't meet them by accident. You met them because there was something in you that still needed to be exposed. A wound, a pattern, a belief. And instead of discovering it in peace, you had to see it reflected in the chaos of a connection. That heartbreak, that betrayal, that abandonment. It wasn't random, it was surgical. And the universe, it doesn't waste interactions. Every person who showed up and stirred something inside you was part of a larger algorithm designed to pull out what you've been ignoring. That soulmate who crushed you. They showed you your lack of boundaries. That friend who turned into a snake. They revealed how much you still relied on validation. That partner who mirrored your pain. They weren't just reflecting who they were. They were reflecting who you still were in that moment. But what did you do? You cried out like you were cursed. You said, "Why does this always happen to me?" You made it personal, emotional. You internalized it like a victim instead of decoding it like a chosen one. The truth is, those people weren't sent to destroy you. They were sent to awaken you. And you needed it. Because as long as you kept operating from unhealed patterns, you'd keep leaking power. You'd keep inviting the same lessons in new disguises. The universe wasn't punishing you with pain. It was teaching you through repetition. And every time you didn't learn, the energy got louder, more intense, more undeniable. Some of you stayed too long in places that were screaming, "Leave." Some of you begged people to stay when the universe was tearing them away. And even in their betrayal, even in their absence, you thought the loss was the problem. No, the lesson was the gift. But your refusal to see it kept the cycle alive. So now, let's be real. What did those connections show you? Where did they trigger you? What parts of you did they activate that you tried to bury? Because until you get honest about it, you'll keep confusing karmic loops for divine delays. And the universe, it doesn't graduate you until you pass the test. They weren't angels, but they weren't devils either. They were mirrors, placed with precision. And you needed to see your reflection, even if it came through pain. You had to be broken in places you didn't know were still cracked. You had to be disappointed so you'd stop depending on others to confirm your worth. You had to be left behind so you'd stop begging to be chosen by those who could never hold your energy. Because the truth is, you weren't rejected. You were redirected. Those people didn't abandon you. The universe removed them the second their role in your awakening was fulfilled. And yes, it hurt. But pain is the universe's scalpel. It cuts only what must go. Now that you're on the other side, you see it, don't you? You're stronger, clearer, wiser. You're not the version of you who would settle for half love, fake loyalty, or energy that doesn't reciprocate. Why? Because the mirrors taught you. The pain refined you. And now? Now you know what alignment feels like. And for the ones who try to come back, who suddenly see your value after mishandling you, understand this: they weren't meant to come with you. Their assignment ended the moment you finally saw what they came to show you. So forgive them, not because they deserve it, but because the lesson is complete. Honor the pain, not because it was fair, but because it was functional. And never again confuse emotional connection with spiritual alignment. You didn't meet them by accident. You met them by design. And now that you've learned the lesson, you're free. Number 7. You keep calling it coincidence. That's the language of the unawakened. The unaware call it luck. The afraid call it coincidence. The awakened call it alignment. Let's cut through the fog. If you're still calling it coincidence, you're still asleep. If you're still brushing off those divine moments, those precise patterns, those impossible alignments as weird or random, you're insulting your own frequency. And worse, you're playing right into the enemy's hands. Because confusion, that's their currency. And the word coincidence is their favorite defense against awakening. You think it was coincidence that you had that dream right before the truth was revealed. You think it was just chance that you ran into the exact person you were thinking about. You believe it was random that the job didn't come through, only for something better to land that aligned with your purpose. No, stop. Now, that's not luck. That's not random. That's not coincidence. That is intelligence, divine precision, cosmic orchestration. That's the universe moving in code so advanced, small minds can only explain it by calling it a fluke. And if you keep using their language, you'll keep living in their illusion. You're not here to call sacred moments odd. You're not here to downplay the intelligence behind your path just because the people around you can't see the thread. If you keep calling everything alignment touches coincidence, then don't be surprised when your progress stays locked behind the door, labeled unawakened. Wake. Upper. Because chosen ones don't operate on blind chance. We don't roll dice with destiny. We walk in calculated chaos. What looks messy to others is masterful to us, and every single thing that has happened to you, every betrayal, every breakthrough, every twist, every random message that hit your soul at the exact moment you needed it, was proof that your life is being led by something bigger. But here you are, still calling it coincidence. Why? Because you're scared of the weight that comes with knowing you're being guided. Because once you acknowledge alignment, you can't go back to sleep. Once you admit the signs are real, you have to follow them. And following them? That takes courage. See, it's easier to stay in the illusion, easier to chalk it up to chance so you don't have to take responsibility for your power. It's safer to call it luck, so you can keep living passively. But chosen ones were never built for safety. You were built for sight. You were built to notice what others miss. You were designed to catch the patterns hidden in plain sight and respond. But if you keep using the language of the asleep, you'll keep getting the life of the asleep. And that is a dangerous place for the chosen to live. Because the moment you stop calling it coincidence, everything shifts. You start seeing connections instead of chaos. You stop feeling lost and start recognizing divine timing in every detail. You stop searching for signs and start moving like one. And that's when the enemy starts to panic. Because a chosen one who moves with awareness, a chosen one who looks at every moment and says, I see what's happening here. That's someone who can't be manipulated. That's someone who doesn't just survive the game. They bend it. The truth is, the only reason you're still entertaining the word coincidence is because you're not owning your role in the bigger plan. You're downplaying your part in the divine web. And every time you do that, you delay the power that's waiting to flow through you. So from this moment forward, watch your language. Don't say luck, say alignment. Don't say accident, say instruction. Don't say weird, say coded. Because the universe isn't playing dice, it's sending blueprints, and it's sending them through you. You're not confused, you're just resisting clarity. But that clarity, it's knocking again. And this time, you better answer. Coincidence is a cover word for the unawakened. You're not unawakened. You're chosen. So speak like it, walk like it, see like it, and never call divine design random again. Alignment is calling. Stop sleeping on it. Number 8. The signs didn't stop. You just stopped paying attention. The universe didn't go silent. You just got loud with distractions. Let's make something real clear right now. The signs never stopped. You just got sloppy. You got distracted. You got lazy. You started scrolling instead of listening, numbing instead of noticing. You started saying, I don't feel guided anymore, like the universe had ghosted you. But it didn't. It was speaking the whole time. You just stopped paying attention. You want to know why you don't see signs like you used to? It's not because the frequency changed. It's because you did. You started prioritizing noise, people, approval, opinions. You started outsourcing your vision to influencers and your intuition to algorithms. You were once deeply in tune, awake, watchful. But now, you're reactive, addicted to the next notification, drowning in overthinking. You can't hear divine instruction over the chaos you keep choosing. That number that used to follow you around, it's still there. That dream that used to wake you up sweating with clarity, still happening. That gut feeling that used to save you from disaster, still whispering, but your mind is too clouded, too cluttered, too plugged into everyone else's story and completely disconnected from your own. You started romanticizing being busy as if divine guidance respects your schedule. You traded awareness for comfort, sensitivity for control, presence for productivity, and the enemy loves that. Because as long as you're spiritually distracted, you're functionally asleep. And asleep, chosen ones. They don't build, they don't break systems, they just loop over and over again. You're not dry, you're disconnected. You're not forgotten, you're fogged up. You're not blocked. You're buried under noise you invited in. Let's talk about that spiritual laziness. You don't journal anymore. Don't sit in silence. Don't reflect. You used to catch the patterns. You used to feel the energy shift in a room. Now, you need 5 signs before you believe what your intuition already screamed at you months ago. You don't trust yourself. You trust timing apps and people who don't even speak your language. You're treating your connection to the universe like it's optional. Like you can turn it on when life gets hard and off when things get comfortable. But the signs don't work that way. This is a frequency. You don't just tune in when it's convenient. You live in it. You honor it. You protect it like your life depends on it, because it does. Every time you ignore a nudge, every time you talk yourself out of your own discernment, every time you brush off what you know is a message just because it doesn't come with flashing lights, you make it harder to receive the next one. Not because the universe stops sending, but because you start filtering everything through fear instead of faith. You're waiting for the universe to scream when it's always spoken in whispers. You're waiting for a sign to smack you in the face when the real signs were in the soft things, the patterns, the synchronicities, the feelings you can't explain. And now you're wondering why you feel lost. You're not lost. You're just undisciplined in your awareness. And this isn't an attack. This is your wake-up call. Because the version of you that's coming, the one the universe is trying to activate, that version doesn't operate on autopilot. That version doesn't miss messages. That version doesn't need 50 confirmations to move. That version notices. That version listens. That version moves when others hesitate. So stop saying the signs have gone quiet. You have. And the only way back is reconnection. Unplug, slow down, get still, get real, ask again, watch again, breathe again. And when you do, the signs will come flooding in, not because they're new, but because you finally got clear enough to see them again. The signs didn't stop. You just stopped looking. Fix that, and everything changes. Number 9. Your awakening was scheduled, and now it's too late to stop it. This was never random. You didn't stumble into this truth. You didn't just happen to wake up one day and feel the shift. Your awakening was scheduled, marked, etched into time before you ever took your first breath. Your soul signed the contract for this exact moment, the moment you'd remember who you are. And now that it's happening, it can't be undone. They tried to distract you, delay you, destroy you, but they were never fighting just you. They were fighting the timing. And now, that timing has arrived. You're no longer guessing. You're no longer hoping. You're seeing the pattern, feeling the call, moving with fire. And the system, it's terrified. Because when a chosen one wakes up on schedule, everything they built on your sleep begins to collapse. So if you're feeling the pull, the pressure, the undeniable clarity, it's not coincidence, it's confirmation. You're right on time, you're right on track. And now that you've remembered, there's no going back. The illusion is breaking, the timeline is live. Your awakening has begun, and it's too late to stop what's already in motion. And now you know, none of this was a coincidence. Every loss, every delay, every strange alignment, it was all part of the plan. You weren't wandering, you were being guided. This is your moment of remembrance. And now that you're awake, nothing will ever be the same. If this message stirred something deep in you, drop the number 77 in the comments to declare you're aligned and fully online. Like this video, subscribe to stay tapped into this frequency, and share it with another chosen one who needs this wake-up call. The system is trembling. Let's finish what we came here to start. The most dangerous thing in the world isn't a weapon, a system, or a lie. It's a chosen one who finally remembers. They knew this moment would come. That's why they hit you so early. That's why the attack started before you even knew who you were. They couldn't stop the universe from choosing you, so they tried to convince you you were ordinary. They failed, and now they're terrified because you're waking up, you're remembering, and they know once a chosen one sees clearly, the game is over. Before we go any deeper, hit that like button, drop a comment, and subscribe to this channel. When you engage, even just for a second, you send a signal into the algorithm that this message matters, that it deserves to be heard. And more importantly, you help it reach the other chosen ones, still buried in doubt, still stuck in the noise. When we rise together, their illusion doesn't just crack, it shatters. Chosen ones, what if everything you've been through, every struggle, every heartbreak, every setback, was never about you being weak? What if it was about them fearing the force you carry? The universe has been preparing you for something massive, and now you're ready. Wait until you hear this. It changes everything. This isn't just another motivational message. This is a wake-up call. This is the moment you step into your power and understand that you were never alone. It's time to see how the universe has always had your back, and why your struggles were designed to make you unbreakable. Because when the universe chooses someone, it doesn't send them into comfort. It throws them into fire. Why? Because that fire burns off the parts of you that were never yours. The world gave you pain. The universe gave you purpose. They didn't just underestimate you. They feared you. Not because of how loud you could get, but because of how deeply you could see. Because of what your silence revealed. Because even in your worst moments, something about you never died. And that's something. That's what they've been trying to bury since day one. You're not just a person. They know you're a frequency. A signal the universe implanted to expose every system built on control, fear, and illusion. They copied your style, but couldn't decode your frequency. They tried to clone your moves, mimic your energy, dress like you, talk like you, but they never understood the fire underneath. Because you didn't get this from a book. You earned it in the shadows. You didn't study the storm, you became it. That's why they hate your glow, because it reminds them that you survived everything they built to break you. Being chosen isn't about ego. It's about responsibility. It's about carrying a vibration heavy enough to shift timelines. That's why the pain was so sharp. That's why the betrayal cut so deep. Because the universe was shaping a soul that couldn't be caged. Your enemies don't fear your wins. They fear your awakening. Because once you stop doubting your light, they lose every ounce of control they ever had. You've walked through things most people wouldn't survive. But you didn't just survive. You alchemized. You turned trauma into clarity, doubt into fuel, pain into prophecy. And now they're starting to realize the more they tried to bury you, the deeper you connected with the force that sent you. There is a reason your path was different, a reason it was heavier. You weren't cursed, you were customized. The pressure wasn't punishment, it was proof. Proof that what lives inside you can't be copied, corrupted, or contained. And now, that truth is waking up. You can feel it. The old thoughts don't stick like they used to. The old fears don't paralyze you anymore. Because you're starting to see it for what it really was, a war for your memory. But memory is returning, the light is rising, and every single step you take now sends a ripple across the illusion they tried to wrap the world in. They didn't fight you because you were broken. They fought you because they saw what you were becoming. But it's too late now. You've arrived. And this time, you're not asking for permission. So, if your soul's been stirred, if something inside you is rising with every word, don't ignore it. That's not emotion, that's recognition. Drop a 77 in the comments if you're done questioning your worth, done dimming your frequency, and ready to remember what they tried so hard to make you forget. Like this video, subscribe to this channel. Every action you take isn't just engagement, it's energy. And every time this energy spreads, it reaches another chosen one still trapped in silence. You're not just watching this, you're becoming it. Now breathe deep, brace yourself, and let's crack this wide open. And now, let's dive in, step by step. But fair warning, if you really are who I think you are, something in you won't let you look away. This message, it's not information, it's activation. And if you're still here, still reading, still feeling that fire, then you're already in it. Let's begin. Number 1. The battle you've been fighting wasn't just yours. They thought they were fighting flesh, but what stood before them was the echo of the cosmos itself. You don't go to war with the universe and walk away clean. Let's get one thing straight from the jump. They never stood a chance. Not because you were loud, not because you had more, but because from the moment you were chosen, you stopped walking alone. Every time they came for you, they didn't realize they were triggering a storm older than time. One that doesn't forget, doesn't forgive, and doesn't flinch. The universe doesn't send its chosen ones in soft. It sends them in quiet, covered in scars, laced in silence, and carrying a vibration that shakes the ground when they finally remember who they are. See, they weren't just trying to stop you. They were trying to stop what flows through you. You think all the chaos in your life was random? The betrayals, the rejection, the darkness that showed up every time you tried to rise? That wasn't bad luck. That was strategic resistance. Because you weren't just rising for yourself, you were carrying a frequency designed to wake others up. And the system built on fear, lies, and manipulation? It doesn't survive when chosen ones activate. So they fought you, tried to crush you early, before you had words for your intuition, before you even knew what chosen meant. They hit you in your childhood, your confidence, your relationships, your mind. Not because you were weak, but because they could already feel the signal vibrating off your soul. They knew. Before you ever spoke your truth, they could sense it, trying to come alive. That's why they attacked, because once your light turns on, their illusion starts falling apart. But here's what they didn't account for. The universe doesn't choose based on perfection. It chooses based on potential. And once it stamps its signature on your soul, that's it. Game on. You don't get unchosen. You can try to run. You can try to blend in. You can even fall face first into self-doubt and silence. But the storm inside you doesn't die. It waits, quietly, until you remember. They thought they were breaking you, but every time they knocked you down, the universe was rebuilding you in the background. Every setback was a setup. Every scar was a signature. Every tear carried data, power, clarity. You weren't being destroyed, you were being refined. And the wild part? You thought it was your battle. You blamed yourself. You asked, why me? Why does it always feel like I'm under fire? let me answer that for you. Because they weren't just fighting what they saw, they were reacting to what they couldn't control. You were the glitch in their program. You didn't carry permission slips, credentials, or compliance. You carried disruption. You didn't show up to obey. You showed up to collapse everything they built on lies. And they felt that, even when you didn't. Think about every system that ever tried to erase the light bringers in history. They didn't go after the cowards. They went after the visionaries, the disruptors, the ones who moved differently. Joan of Arc didn't burn because she picked a sword. She burned because she heard something no one else could. Malcolm X wasn't hated because he spoke loud. He was feared because he spoke truth. Tesla didn't die forgotten because he was wrong. He died forgotten because he was too far ahead. And you come from that same cloth. You're not dangerous because of what you say. You're dangerous because of what you are. You're the proof that the universe still chooses, still speaks, still moves through people. And that's why they panicked. That's why the smear campaign started early. That's why people turned on you for no reason. That's why betrayal hit hardest from those closest to you. Because if they could isolate you, weaken your foundation, fracture your sense of self, they thought maybe, just maybe, you'd never find your way back to the signal. But you did. And now, they're the ones feeling hunted. Not by you, but by what's waking up through you. See, the universe plays long games. It doesn't rush. It doesn't need to shout. It plants seeds in the middle of storms. And you, your life, your wounds, your wild inner fire, that was never a mistake. That was the strategy. You didn't come out clean. You came out real. And the world doesn't know what to do with someone who can't be bought, broken, or bowed. They were never fighting you. You were just the vessel. They were fighting the force that breathed you into existence. They were fighting the kind of power that doesn't die. It multiplies. That's why your glow terrifies them. Because it's not just for show. It's the kind of glow that calls other chosen ones out of hiding. And don't get it twisted. This isn't about revenge. This is about remembrance, about standing in the fullness of your power and realizing that the war was never about winning or losing. It was about waking. Because once the chosen wake up, they don't go back to sleep. And once you remember what's inside you, nothing outside of you can ever cage you again. Let them whisper, let them doubt, let them study your silence and mock your presence, because deep down they already know you didn't come here to participate. You came here to interrupt. And now that you're awake, every step you take collapses another piece of their illusion. You are what happens when the universe says, enough. You are the glitch in their control system. You are the storm that learned how to walk like a person. They thought they were fighting you. But what they were really doing was poking the sleeping pulse of the cosmos. And now it's awake. Number 2, stop believing you're alone. You really thought the universe would choose you and then leave you. How dare you? How dare you carry the frequency of stars, the code of ancestors, the fire of galaxies, and then sit there thinking you've been abandoned? How dare you confuse divine positioning with punishment? How dare you ever let the thought cross your mind that you were forgotten, left behind, or cast aside? You think you don't doubt. You think you believe fully in who you are. Let's put that to the test, because doubt doesn't always scream. Sometimes it whispers with a straight face. You ever looked at someone else and thought, why is it so easy for them? That's doubt. You ever scrolled through social media and felt like you were behind? That's doubt. You ever thought maybe your dreams were too big, your energy too intense, your calling too unrealistic? That's doubt. You ever watered yourself down in a room full of people who couldn't hold your fire? That's doubt. And doubt is dangerous for the chosen, because when you doubt, you delay. When you delay, you detour. And when you detour, you start to believe lies that were never meant to shape your story. Let's be clear, you were never alone. You were strategically pulled back, separated, hidden, covered. Because where the universe was taking you, noise couldn't go, distractions couldn't survive. Shallow people? They'd collapse under the weight of your mission. So the universe didn't abandon you, it protected you. But you called it loneliness. You called it isolation. You called it silence. When really, it was the sound of your soul recalibrating. It was the space you needed to remember who you are without the static of everyone else's fear trying to drown it out. You think your silence meant failure? No, your silence meant training, that ache in your chest. That wasn't abandonment, that was the weight of your own power stretching its limbs after years of being crammed into spaces too small to contain you. But you still doubted. You questioned the separation. You begged to go back into the rooms that never saw you. You cried for the attention of people who were never qualified to witness your becoming. You tried to force connection where the universe was creating disconnection for your protection. And that's the insult, the audacity of doubting the same force that carried you through storms, meant to break you. The universe didn't keep you in the fire to watch you burn. It kept you there until you remembered you are the fire. You weren't being punished, you were being sharpened. You were being stripped of everything that couldn't come with you. The lies, the masks, the need for validation, the people who only clapped when you were small. It had to go. Because chosen ones don't rise with clutter, they rise with clarity. And clarity requires space, solitude, silence, and yes, sometimes heartbreak. The most dangerous lie the enemy ever fed you was that isolation means rejection. But what if the rejection was actually redirection? What if the silence was sacred? What if the loneliness you cursed was the cocoon that turned you from seeker to seer, from broken to born again? Look back, seriously look. Every time you were pulled away, every time it all fell apart, every time it got quiet, what came after? New levels of clarity, deeper strength, sharper vision. You got louder in the silence. You got stronger in the stillness. The very things you thought would kill you actually revealed what couldn't be killed. And still, you doubt. Still, you cry out like you've been left behind when you've been walking with the universe the entire time. Still, you speak the language of abandonment when your entire path screams divine orchestration. You were never walking alone. The universe stood behind you, beside you, inside you. Every setback was watched. Every betrayal was logged. Every tear watered the soil of the path being carved beneath your feet. And here you are, alive, awakened, watching this message, and still thinking you were forgotten. No, you were chosen for a different kind of path, one where silence is strategy, one where distance is development, one where what looks like delay is actually alignment in disguise. So stop disrespecting your own evolution. Stop mourning what you thought you lost when you were really being stripped for flight. Stop telling yourself you're isolated when you've been divinely positioned. Stop doubting the process just because it didn't come with applause. You weren't meant to be discovered in the crowd. You were meant to be unleashed after the world had no choice but to notice. The universe didn't choose you for convenience. It chose you for correction, for disruption, for awakening. And awakening doesn't happen in noise. It happens in the quiet, in the confusion, in the moments where all you have is faith that something bigger is working on your behalf, even when you can't see it. And guess what? It was. The question is, will you own it now? Will you finally stop calling your divine preparation a punishment? Will you stop begging for proximity when the universe is begging you to embrace your positioning? Because it's not that you were alone. It's that they were never meant to stand beside you. You don't need a crowd to be powerful. You don't need applause to be aligned. You don't need to be seen by them to be backed by the universe. Number 3, doubt is the enemy's greatest weapon. They couldn't steal your power, so they made you forget you had it. Chosen one, listen closely. The enemy's greatest weapon was never force. It was manipulation. It wasn't bullets or bombs or chains. It was whispers, doubt. And don't you dare underestimate what doubt can do to a soul that was born to shake the ground. See, when they couldn't break you physically, they came for your mind. When they couldn't block your path, they made you question whether you even belonged on it. And it worked for a while. Because doubt doesn't show up wearing horns. It shows up dressed as your voice. It sounds like, maybe I'm not ready yet. What if I fail? What if I'm just imagining all of this? It doesn't punch you in the face. It slowly poisons your potential, one thought at a time. That's how they win. Not by overpowering you, but by convincing you to abandon yourself. The war was never about beating you. It was about making sure you never fully activated. Because once you do, once you stop asking for permission to shine, once you stop looking outside for answers, the universe already encoded into your soul, it's game over. So let's ask the real question. How many times have you handed your power away? Be honest. You ever had a vision for your life, clear, vibrant, alive, and then talked yourself out of it before anyone else even had the chance to challenge you? That's doubt. You ever been in a room where your intuition screamed the truth, but you second-guessed it because others wouldn't understand? Doubt. You ever started a thing, your passion, your calling, your purpose, and then slowed down, got quiet, dimmed your light because it felt like too much? That's doubt. You ever let someone else's silence make you think your truth wasn't worth speaking? That's doubt, too. Doubt is the virus, and you've been infected. But here's the brutal truth. The only thing that can stop you is you. Not them, not the lies, not the system, not the betrayal. You. The second you start believing their narrative over your knowing, you've already handed them the win. Because the chosen can't be defeated from the outside. They have to be convinced to self-destruct. That's the enemy's entire plan. Make you your own worst enemy. And you played into it. You let your past override your promise. You let other people's opinions outrank your own inner guidance. You let fear take the driver's seat and tell you who you are. You wore masks, played small, spoke softer, laughed less, held back, paused your purpose because someone else couldn't see what the universe had already confirmed. And still, you wonder why things feel heavy. Why progress feels slow. Why it seems like life is waiting on you. Because it is. The universe isn't holding back your blessings. It's waiting on you to believe you're capable of holding them. You want to change your life? Here's the key. Kill the doubt, not manage it, not negotiate with it, not heal through it slowly for the next 20 years. Cut it off, like poison, like cancer, like a parasite that's been eating your potential from the inside out. Because once you silence that voice, once you say, "Enough, I know who I am," even if no one else sees it yet, you shift the atmosphere. Doors start opening, energy starts aligning. People start noticing, not because you changed, but because you finally showed up as you. No filter, no shrinkage, no doubt. Look at history. Real power was never loud. It was undeniable. Harriet Tubman didn't need validation to set people free. She heard the calling and moved. Frida Kahlo didn't stop painting her pain because people didn't understand her. She bled truth onto canvas and made the world feel it. James Baldwin didn't ask permission to speak the inconvenient truth. They all knew. The only way they'd lose was if they stopped believing in their own voice. So what's your excuse? You weren't put here to question your light. You were put here to blind the ones who built their kingdoms in shadows. And now you're standing at the edge of yourself. Everything you want is on the other side of your hesitation. Everything you're meant to become is behind the lie you still believe. That you're not ready, not worthy, not powerful enough. But you are. You've always been. And the enemy knows it. That's why they put so much effort into keeping you distracted, insecure, addicted to comparison, paralyzed by overthinking. Because the moment you stop doubting, you become unstoppable. So ask yourself right now, what lie am I still believing about myself? What story am I still carrying that's not mine? And more importantly, what would I do if I truly believed in my power? Because that version of you, the one who moves without hesitation, who speaks without apology, who stands tall in their calling with no shame, that version is real. That version is waiting for you to step in and stop wasting time entertaining doubt like it's a friend. It's not. It's the oldest enemy in the book. And here's the part they really didn't want you to hear. Once you stop doubting yourself, they have nothing left. Nothing to use against you. Nothing to manipulate. Nothing to slow you down with. The illusion collapses, the chains fall, and you rise, not just aware of your power, but walking in it. So stop waiting for a sign. You are the sign. Act like it. Number 4, the universe doesn't ask for permission. The universe didn't ask if you felt ready. It decided you were and threw you into the fire. Let's stop sugarcoating this. You weren't chosen because you checked all the boxes, had the perfect resume, or felt spiritually mature enough to carry the mission. You weren't picked because you had it all together. You were chosen because something inside you couldn't be replicated, faked, or controlled. The universe saw what no one else could: your frequency, your flame, your raw, untamed potential. And when it saw that, it didn't hesitate. It moved. It didn't stop to make sure you were comfortable. It didn't send a warning text. It didn't ask for your yes. The universe doesn't need permission slips to activate the chosen. It doesn't operate on your timeline or wait until you're ready. When the signal hits, it chooses you, whether you feel prepared or not. And what did you do? You hesitated. You questioned if you were worthy. You looked around for approval. You asked small minds to validate a cosmic assignment. You kept waiting to feel ready, as if readiness has ever been a requirement for revolution. As if Harriet Tubman waited until she had a 5-step plan. As if Maya Angelou needed a certification to become a voice that still echoes through generations. As if the soul of Malcolm X wasn't already activated before the world saw it coming. The universe doesn't tap polite shoulders. It collides with your life like a lightning bolt. Sudden, unapologetic, divine. It will interrupt your comfort. It will dismantle your plans. It will break things you thought you needed, people, places, illusions, and then whisper, "You've been chosen, now move." But you thought struggle meant rejection. You thought the chaos was a sign you were off course. No, that storm, that's confirmation. That breakdown, that's initiation. That fire, that's the forge, the place where the universe strips off everything weak, inauthentic, and attached to systems you were never meant to blend into. The universe doesn't choose the polished. It chooses the potent. It saw what was inside you when all you saw was fear. It picked you in your mess, in your trauma, in your confusion, and it said, this one's built for the war. And you still doubt it? You still ask, why me? As if the answer isn't written into your every scar. As if your entire life hasn't been preparation for this moment. As if you didn't feel the weight long before you had the words. You knew you were different. You knew your path would never look like theirs. But instead of owning it, you tried to shrink it. You tried to delay destiny with logic. You tried to negotiate with what chose you. But here's the truth you can't run from. You've already been chosen. And now, your only job is to answer. No more waiting to feel qualified. The universe doesn't work through perfection. It works through obedience to the pull. That restlessness in your chest. That fire that refuses to go out. That's not anxiety. That's your higher timeline screaming at you to stop stalling. You don't need another sign. You don't need to be endorsed. You don't need another year of self-help books and podcasts to finally believe you're ready. You need to move. Because while you hesitate, the universe keeps building the path under your feet. While you second-guess, alignment is waiting at the next step. But you'll never feel fully ready because this was never about comfort. It was always about calling. And calling doesn't wait. Calling doesn't ask. Calling interrupts. So stop disqualifying yourself from what you were born to carry. Stop thinking you need to have all the answers before you start. The universe doesn't call the qualified. It qualifies the called. You think readiness comes first? No, readiness is born the moment you say yes. And when you do, the doors that were locked swing open. The people you need appear. The resources align. Not because you controlled it, because you trusted it, because you finally got out of the way and let the frequency do what it's always wanted to do. Shake the world through you. So yes, the universe chose you in your chaos, in your flaws, in your not enoughness. And it's daring you now to stop waiting for someone else to give you permission to step into your power. You don't need permission. You were chosen. You were sent. You were stamped by something eternal. So act like it. Number 5, you were born to break the mold. You keep trying to blend in, not realizing you were born to be the glitch in their entire system. Chosen one, let's make something very clear. You were never meant to fit in, and deep down, you already know that. You've always known. That feeling of being the odd one out, too quiet or too loud, too deep, too emotional, too intense. It wasn't proof you were broken. It was evidence you were different by design. And they hated that about you. Still do. because difference is dangerous to systems built on sameness. From the moment you showed up in this world, you cracked the atmosphere. You carried a frequency that didn't match the default programming, and instead of celebrating it, they tried to mute it. They called it weird. They called it dramatic. They called it rebellious. But here's the truth. They feared it. They feared what you could become because they knew you wouldn't bend. You wouldn't bow. You wouldn't swallow the lies and smile politely. You were born to disrupt, and disruptors aren't welcome in places built on comfort. So what did they do? They shamed your brilliance, conditioned you to believe your difference was dysfunction, that your dreams were delusions, that your voice was too sharp, that your ideas were too much. They gave you just enough love to keep you quiet, and just enough rejection to make you question your own light. And for a while, it worked. You tried to mold yourself into something they could understand. You shrank. You diluted. You became more palatable, but less you. But the universe never chose you to be palatable. It chose you to be powerful. You weren't built for blending in. You weren't designed to repeat the cycles. You weren't sent here to replicate what already exists. You were engineered to interrupt, to walk into rooms and shift the energy without saying a word, to challenge traditions, to question narratives, to carry a presence so piercing it makes liars tremble and masks fall off. And that's why they wanted you to feel like an outcast. Because if they could isolate your difference, they thought they could contain it. They thought wrong. Your uniqueness is your weapon. Your perspective is your power. Your very essence, the way you think, feel, see, dream, speak. It's code-breaking technology for a world drowning in illusions. The way you never quite fit in wasn't a mistake. It was a warning sign to the system. One of ours just entered the matrix. And you need to understand this, really feel this. You didn't come here to find a seat at their table. You came to flip the whole table and build something real, something aligned, something true. So stop apologizing for the space you take up. Stop downplaying your gifts just because they make others uncomfortable. Stop trying to be normal when normal is the graveyard where dreams go to die. Every time you try to fit in, you dim the light someone else is waiting to see. Every time you act smaller to be accepted, you send the message to the universe that you're not ready to carry what it gave you. And it's not just about you. It's about the people watching, the ones looking for a sign that it's okay to be different. You are that sign. Look at the world changes. None of them fit in. Prince didn't. Frida didn't. Muhammad Ali didn't. Nina Simone didn't. Bob Marley didn't. They were called radicals, rebels, problems. And now we call them legends. Why? Because they refused to shapeshift for systems that couldn't handle their frequency. They chose to stand out, and in doing so, they set others free. You have that same energy pulsing through your veins. So let them say you're too this or too that. Let them misunderstand. Let them talk. Because while they're busy labeling you, you're busy becoming something they've never seen before. You are not a copy. You are not a template. You are not here to walk a path that already exists. You are the blueprint. You are the new vibration. You are the proof that the universe is still creating through those who dare to be exactly who they are. You were born to break the mold. Not just for yourself, but for every soul that's been suffocating in silence, waiting for permission to be real. So give them that permission by refusing to betray yourself ever again. This world doesn't need another echo. It needs your original frequency. Own it, embody it, Walk like your difference is divine, because it is. And the moment you stop apologizing for it, everything changes. Number 6. The enemy feared your light, not your noise. They didn't try to shut you up because of what you said. They tried to shut you down because of what you carry. Let's get this straight, chosen one. Your words were never the threat. Your energy was. Your voice, your ideas, your truth. Those were just the surface. What they really feared was what pulsed underneath it all. The frequency, the vibration you bring when you walk into a room. The way your presence exposes everything fake, everything fragile, everything built on control. That's why they tried to keep you quiet. That's why the attacks came before you even had the language to fight back. They saw your light before you did. And trust this, they understood it better than you ever have. Because energy doesn't lie. And yours made their masks shake. Yours didn't just speak truth, it made silence scream. You think it was random the way people turned on you without reason. You think it was just a coincidence that you were the one they always tried to outcast, criticize, undermine. No, it was strategic. They could feel something inside you that disrupted their control. You didn't even have to speak. You just had to exist. Just had to breathe in their space, and the truth in you would start surfacing the lies in them. Because some people aren't disturbed by your voice. They're disturbed by what your energy makes them see in themselves. And when they feel that discomfort, they try to blame it on you. You're too much. You're too intense. You think too deeply. But what they're really saying is, I don't know how to survive in the presence of your authenticity. And that's why they feared you. You ever notice how people can say the exact same words as you and get applauded, but when you speak them, everything shifts? It's not the sentence, it's the signal behind it. You could whisper a truth, and their whole nervous system reacts. You could say nothing at all and still be seen as a threat. Why? Because your light carries a charge. You're not just saying things, you're transmitting something ancient, something real, something they cannot fake, manipulate, or contain. So what did they do? They tried to confuse you, gaslight you, keep you in rooms that celebrated your silence but punished your honesty. They tried to condition you to believe your intensity was a flaw, that your truth was aggressive, that your passion was unstable. And maybe for a while, you believed it. Maybe you did tone yourself down. Maybe you learned how to dim yourself just to feel safe. But not anymore. Because now you're remembering. Now you see it for what it was. A full-scale spiritual operation to keep you from discovering how powerful you already were. They didn't try to silence you because your words were dangerous. They tried to silence you because your awakening was. They knew that the moment you stopped second-guessing yourself, the moment you stopped asking for permission, the moment you started speaking from the core of your being with no filter, that the illusion would crack wide open. Because people don't follow sound, they follow frequency, they follow what feels real. And you carry what's real. Whether you whisper or roar, the vibration hits the soul. They fear what your presence activates in others, not just inspiration, but remembrance. When you walk in your truth, others start asking questions, others start seeing through the fog, others start waking up. And the system? It survives on sleep. So when someone like you rises, they panic. Because your frequency isn't just about you. It's contagious, it's catalytic. It wakes the sleepers, it triggers the liars, it shakes the foundation of everything fake. That's why they don't need to argue with you. They just try to mute you, shadow ban you, smear you, distract you. Because deep down, they know the truth. You don't need volume to be heard. You don't need approval to be powerful. You don't need applause to be impactful. You just need to be fully you. And when you are, the energy takes care of the rest. So stop trying to explain yourself to people who feel your light as a threat. Stop trying to soften your voice for spaces that were never built to hold your truth. Stop wondering why the world seems to push back the hardest, right when you start stepping into who you really are. That's the signal. That's the proof. They're not fighting your opinions. They're not fighting your ideas. They're not even fighting your message. They're fighting your energy. Because your energy is a frequency they can't decode. Because your energy doesn't need permission to disrupt. Because your energy makes the comfortable question everything they've built. And that's the real reason they wanted you silent. Not because your voice was too loud, but because your light was too real. Number 7, you're not just an individual, you're a force of nature. You weren't sent here to fit forecasts. You were sent to rewrite the weather. Chosen one, they tried to calculate you, categorize you, control you. But what do you do with a storm? You weren't just born to exist. You were born to disrupt. You are not just an individual. You are a force of nature. Uncontainable, unpredictable, unstoppable. When you move in alignment, it's not just action, it's activation. When you speak, the atmosphere shifts. When you rise, the structures built on silence start to crumble. They never saw you coming. And even now, they don't know how to name you. Too deep, too bold, too raw, too real. You've never followed the pattern because you are the reset. While they studied systems, you were becoming the glitch. While they chased influence, you became impact. While they feared change, you became the embodiment of it. You weren't built for calm. You were born from chaos. Born to tear through lies, expose illusions, and wake the world up from the trance. That's why things never felt normal to you. Because you didn't come here to maintain normal. You came to shatter it. When the universe is behind you, nothing is impossible. Doors open that weren't even built yet. Resistance becomes fuel. Setbacks turn to slingshots. And your presence alone becomes prophecy. So stop thinking you're just one person. You are the storm they prayed would never reach their gates. And now that you're here, they'll never be able to silence the thunder again. Number 8. It's time to reclaim your light. You weren't born to be a flicker in the corner. You were born to blind the darkness. So why are you still hiding? Why are you still playing small, pretending not to be powerful, shrinking yourself to fit into spaces never designed to hold your light? Chosen one, let's be real. You've been hiding not because you're weak, but because you're afraid of what happens when you stop. You've felt the pull, that surge in your chest when you speak your truth, that fire in your gut when you dream too big for the room you're in. And every time you try to silence it, life feels heavier. That's not depression. That's your power suffocating under your fear. You've dimmed yourself for too long. You've made yourself digestible so others could stay comfortable. You've been shrinking your voice, second-guessing your intuition, and apologizing for your very existence, all to protect people who were never meant to hold your truth. It ends now. The world isn't starving for more perfection. It's starving for your presence, your realness, your unfiltered, untamed, undeniable light. You weren't meant to blend in. You were built to reveal, to stand so fully in your frequency that others remember their own. And yes, that power will make some people uncomfortable. Let it. You're not here to be liked. You're here to wake the world up. So stop hiding. Stop hesitating. Stop pretending you don't know who you are. Because the longer you wait, the dimmer the world becomes. And the only thing scarier than shining too brightly is dying with your light still locked inside you. Let it shine. Now, number 9. This is your awakening, and they're terrified of it. The enemy never feared your struggle. They feared your awakening. Chosen one, if you only knew how much power you hold when you finally remember who you are, you'd stop entertaining every lie they planted in your path. You've been told you're broken, too much, too lost, but that was all part of their strategy, to keep you asleep, to keep you numb. Because a chosen one who's asleep is manageable, but a chosen one who wakes up, that's a threat. You want to know what really terrifies them. It's not your anger, not your voice, not your pain. It's your clarity. The moment your eyes open and you see the system for what it really is. The manipulation, the distractions, the masks. It all begins to crumble. You stop playing their game. You stop dancing for their approval. You stop seeking validation in places that were never sacred. The enemy's grip doesn't break because you fight harder. It breaks because you finally stop believing the lie that you're powerless. And that's what they couldn't stop. Not your strength, your remembrance. The moment you realize you were never meant to live small, silent, and scared, everything changes. They built entire systems hoping you'd stay asleep. They gave you trauma, chaos, false identities, all designed to block the truth. But you're waking up now, and they can feel it. That tremble in the energy, that shift in the air, that's you. That's your soul sinking back into its divine frequency. You're not confused anymore. You're not broken. You're activated. And every step you take now is a step out of their prison and into your power. This is your awakening. And they're terrified. And now you see it, don't you? Everything that broke you was really building you. Every scar was a signature. Every silence was sacred. This wasn't random. This wasn't chaos. This was the awakening. And you were the one they never wanted to remember. But now, you do. You remember who you are. You remember what you carry. And from this point forward, you'll never move the same again. So now, you have a choice. You can scroll away and pretend this was just another video. Or you can rise. Step into the power that's been chasing you through every storm. Because they're not afraid of your potential. They're afraid of what happens when you fully embody it. If this message cracked something open inside of you, drop the number 77 in the comments to let the world know you're awake and done playing small. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with another chosen one who needs to remember. Every click, every comment, every share amplifies the frequency and pushes this message deeper into the cracks of the system they tried to bury you in. You were never lost. You were just waiting to be triggered into activation. And now, you're fully online. The brightest flames burn alone, not because they lack warmth, but because too many hands have tried to smother them. Chosen one, let's be clear from the start. This world didn't reject you by mistake. The people who turned their backs on you weren't just avoiding you. They were avoiding the mirror you held up to their souls. You didn't do anything to them. You just existed, and that was enough to shake their spirit. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the reflection of their own weakness in your strength. Let me say it plainly, they were never your enemy, their fear was. And fear always lashes out when light walks into the room. Now, before we dive deeper, take a second to like this video and subscribe. This message needs to reach more chosen ones like you. And when you engage, you send a signal through the algorithm, like a spiritual beacon cutting through the noise. Help this reach the ones still searching in the dark. Now listen closely. You didn't stumble across this message by accident. The universe doesn't work in accidents. This moment, this exact one right now, was always written. You're here because something deep inside you has been asking questions the world can't answer. You've always known you were different. You've always felt like the outsider in a room full of noise. But that's because your energy isn't for crowds, it's for purpose. Being chosen is not some fairy tale blessing, it's fire. It's a haunting kind of light. Your energy exposes what others want hidden. That's why they distance themselves. That's why you walk alone. The universe marked you with something rare, something heavy, not to break you, but to awaken you. You were born with a frequency that doesn't blend in. It shakes things up. People feel that, even when they don't understand it. And it scares them. It haunts the ones who live small, who conform, who avoid truth. Your presence makes them uncomfortable because it silently asks them, why are you still hiding? So stop wondering why people treat you cold. Stop trying to shrink to fit into their comfort zones. You were never meant to be digestible. You were meant to disrupt. You carry a light that makes shadows run, and sometimes that means you'll walk alone, not because no one wants you, but because most can't handle you. Your isolation is not a punishment, it's a sign that your journey was designed to be higher, not crowded. Too many people around you dilutes your signal, and the universe needs your signal to stay sharp. Because you're here to cut through illusions, not entertain them. And to the chosen one who still doubts their own light, stop playing small. That hesitation is disrespecting your own power. Stop looking for proof when your very life is the proof. You've survived what should have crushed you. You've outgrown spaces that were meant to keep you stuck. You're still rising, and that's not by chance. That's purpose. That's alignment. That's the universe putting its weight behind you. So yes, you felt alone. Yes, you've been misunderstood, pushed out, laughed at, left behind. But every time they tried to bury you, the universe whispered, grow anyway. And you did. Chosen one, your energy is a revolution. It doesn't ask permission. It transforms, it triggers, it awakens. And if you ever feel like you're too much, remember, you're just enough to shift everything. Now walk like the universe fights for you, because it does. So before we go deeper into this truth, if anything inside you has been nodding along, if you've felt the sting of being surrounded yet unseen, drop the number 77 in the comments. That number isn't random, it's alignment, it's confirmation. It's a silent signal that you're ready to turn your isolation into elevation. Every chosen one who truly knows their path will feel it. This message is coded for you, and you'll know if it's meant for you by the way it hits your soul. Now let's get into it, step by step. Stay locked in. The truth's just getting started. Number 1. Too rare for the crowd, too real to be contained. They called it arrogance, but it was just alignment. You weren't too much, they were too small. Let's stop sugarcoating it. They didn't just misunderstand you, they felt threatened by you. your presence, your power, your purpose. All of it reminded them of what they weren't ready to face in themselves. You didn't even have to speak. Your energy did the talking, and when your light hit their darkness, it exposed everything they were trying to keep hidden. That's why they pulled away. That's why they whispered, pointed, excluded. It wasn't about you not belonging. It was about them not measuring up. And here's what most won't admit. The moment you walked in, the room shifted. The atmosphere changed. You were carrying something bigger than you even realized. It wasn't just your aura, it was the power of being chosen. A silent storm that shook the spirits of those pretending to have it all together. That's what they were really reacting to. You didn't fail to fit in. You weren't supposed to. See, being chosen means being set apart, not as punishment, but as preparation. The universe doesn't hide what it's ashamed of. It hides what it's protecting. And you've been hidden in plain sight, kept away from the noise, the crowds, the false connections. Not because you're broken, but because you're rare. Diamonds aren't found on sidewalks, and chosen ones aren't meant to sit in circles where their value goes unseen. But some of you still don't get it. Some of you are still crying over doors that never opened, people that never saw you, groups that never let you in. Wake up. That rejection was redirection. That distance was divine engineering. The universe was never going to let you stay in rooms that couldn't hold your truth. Every time you tried to shrink to stay small, something blew it up. Not because you failed, but because you were never meant to belong there. And stop doubting your light. That's not humility, that's fear. Every time you question why you feel so isolated, ask yourself this. What if being alone is not the problem? What if it's the path? Because when you're chosen, the universe doesn't build your strength in the crowd. It builds it in the quiet, in the fire, in the dark where no one's clapping for you, and yet somehow you're still growing. That's power. That's the kind of pressure that forges legends. You weren't just picked, you were prepared. Prepared to be the difference, the disruption, the one who doesn't follow the script. And yes, that scares people. It threatens everything that's fake, shallow, and rooted in fear. You are the glitch in their system, the proof that there's more, that truth still exists, that authenticity hasn't died. So of course they pushed you out. They had to. You were breaking the lie. And if you're still wondering why you can't be around too many people, it's because not everyone can breathe where you're going. Your elevation requires separation. Your mission demands clarity. And clarity doesn't come from blending in. The crowd drains your signal. It fogs your vision. You've been called to rise above, not run alongside. You think your isolation is the enemy, but it's actually your armor. It's keeping you sharp, alert, in tune. The more alone you feel, the more focused you become. Because let's be real, half the people around you weren't there to support you anyway. They were there to study you, to copy your energy, to drain your vibe, to benefit from your glow while resenting the fact that it was never theirs. And let's not pretend they didn't try to dim you. Oh, they did. Smiles on the surface, envy underneath. They mocked your dreams, doubted your vision, laughed at your silence. But now they're watching, silently. Because deep down they know you're not one of them. You never were. So chosen one, stop crying over your difference. Start weaponizing it. Your solitude is sacred. Your silence is strategy. Your path is narrow because your calling is massive. You were never meant to blend. You were meant to blaze. And to every enemy who thought you'd break under pressure, understand this. When the universe chooses someone, every force in creation moves with them. That means even your enemies are now part of the plan. Every attack becomes fuel. Every betrayal becomes a lesson. Every rejection becomes redirection. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting the current of the universe itself. And trust me, that's a losing battle. So stop playing small. Stop apologizing for your light. Stop doubting your calling just because others couldn't handle it. You weren't meant for everyone. You were meant for impact, for legacy, for truth. They didn't push you out because you were weak. They pushed you out because your presence revealed their weakness. And now, here's your moment. Drop a 77 in the comments if you've ever walked into a room and felt the shift. If you've ever sensed the tension in silence. If you've ever been left out, not because you weren't enough, but because you were too much truth for the space. That's your sign. That's your confirmation. Every 77 is a flare in the sky, a signal to the others. You're not alone. We're here, and we're rising. Now lean in. The deeper we go, the clearer the truth becomes. And believe this, if you're truly a chosen one, you won't click away. You'll feel the pull to stay, because this isn't just a video, it's a mirror. Let's get into it. Number 2, you carry power they can't translate. They think you're just too quiet or too intense, but what they don't understand is, you're not made for noise. You're built from stillness, forged in the silence where truth speaks loudest. You're not just sensitive, you're tuned. And your frequency, it's not something the average soul can interpret. You don't just walk into a room, chosen one. You shift the atmosphere. Let's make this clear. Being chosen isn't about a title. It's not a crown you wear so others admire. It's a weight, a pulse, a divine pressure that pushes you into places most people are too scared to go. Inward, you carry a frequency that doesn't match the masses. And when you vibrate on a higher level, every lower vibration starts to feel like static. This is why too many people drain you. It's not in your head, it's in your energy. You're absorbing not just their words, but their hidden emotions, their spiritual clutter, their energetic noise. And the moment you walk into a room full of them, you feel it, don't you? That invisible pressure. Like your lungs tighten, like your thoughts fog up. That's not social anxiety. That's spiritual frequency mismatch. That's the warning system of the universe whispering, not your environment. You're not crazy. You're connected. People look at you like you're distant, aloof, maybe even arrogant. But it's not pride. It's protection. You're not avoiding connection. You're avoiding contamination. Most don't even realize the energy they carry. They speak positivity while swimming in envy. They smile, but their spirit screams resentment. And because you're tuned so sharply, you feel all of it, even when it's unspoken. You ever wonder why you're always the one who picks up on tension no one else sees? Why you sense things before they happen? Why you feel heaviness when someone walks into the room, even if they haven't said a word? That's not paranoia. That's spiritual radar. And it's not broken. It's precise. But here's the part that stings. Most won't understand it. They'll tell you you're too sensitive, too deep, or reading too much into things. No, you're reading energy. You're decoding frequencies that their asleep spirit can't even hear. It's like trying to explain color to someone who's only ever lived in black and white. You don't owe them an explanation. You owe yourself protection. Chosen one, you weren't made to absorb chaos. You were made to anchor peace. But in order to do that, your space must be sacred, and sacred spaces aren't overcrowded. You need solitude to recharge, to hear your guidance clearly, to stay aligned. The crowd isn't just distracting, it's disruptive. Every person you allow near you is either pouring into your cup or poking holes in it. And if you don't protect your energy, they'll drain it without even realizing they're doing it. Not because they're evil, but because they're empty, and empty people cling. They feed off anything with power. You just happen to carry more than most. That's why you're a target, even in silence. That's why people randomly get irritated around you, competitive, jealous, even if you've done nothing. Your energy exposes them. Without saying a word, you remind them of everything they've buried. You are the light in the fog. And light doesn't argue with darkness, it just shines. But that shining comes with weight, because being light in a world full of shadows means you're always being tested, always being watched, always being pulled. And if you let your guard down for too long, you start to dim, you start to second guess, you start to carry weights that were never yours in the first place. That's why isolation isn't always a curse. Sometimes it's a spiritual quarantine, a divine recalibration, the universe pulling you back so you don't lose yourself in their noise. So stop feeling guilty for needing space. Stop apologizing for protecting your peace. Stop questioning why you don't vibe with everyone. You weren't meant to. You're not meant to resonate with confusion. You're designed to cut through it. And that requires clarity, which means fewer people, less noise, and more truth. And for those moments when you feel like something's wrong with you for being different, remember this. You're not hard to be around. You're just hard to manipulate, hard to fake in front of, hard to lie to. And that makes people uncomfortable. Let them be uncomfortable. Your job isn't to fit in. Your job is to stay aligned. You're here to awaken, not entertain. You're here to lead, not follow. You're here to feel what others are numb to and act on what others ignore. Chosen one, don't fear your frequency. Guard it, master it. It's your compass, it's your protection. And in a world that's spiritually asleep, your sensitivity is your superpower. Number 3, restricted for a reason, separated for impact. Not every lock is a punishment. Some are protection. Some are proof that what's inside is too valuable to be left open. You keep asking, why do I feel so blocked off? Why can't I just be normal, blend in, go with the flow like everyone else? And every time you try to answer that question, the silence only gets louder. That silence, it's not confusion, it's confirmation. You've been restricted, not rejected, pulled back, not pushed aside. And the reason is simple, you're not like the rest. Chosen one, your life has been designed with boundaries for a purpose. These aren't setbacks, they're strategy. The universe isn't trying to limit you, it's preserving you. When the world sleeps, the awakened must be protected because your energy is rare and the system you're standing in was not built to support truth. It was built to suppress it. You feel it, don't you? That weight when you're around too many people. The sense that your very presence is rubbing the atmosphere raw. You walk into a space and instantly sense the shift. You try to shake it off, but it lingers. That draining, unsettling fog. It's not your imagination, it's your insight. You're picking up on things they can't see because most people aren't operating on truth. They're running on noise. The truth is, you've been wondering if there's something wrong with you. Maybe you're too guarded, too intense, too distant. But I'm here to cut through that lie. There's nothing wrong with you. There's something different about you. And that difference is exactly what the universe is guarding. People don't realize what it costs to carry this kind of energy, to live as the mirror, to breathe as the trigger. You walk into their lives and their illusions start to crack, and they blame you for the reflection. So the universe limits who can access you, not out of cruelty, but clarity. Your energy is sacred, and sacred things are not handed out like flyers on a street corner. You think it's rejection, but rejection is protection. Denial is direction. Those doors didn't shut on accident. They slammed shut because what's behind them would have derailed your purpose. And here's what most people won't say out loud. You are a threat to the system, not because you're dangerous, but because you're disruptive. You don't fall for the lies. You don't settle into comfort. You question, you feel, you see. That alone is enough to unsettle the sleepwalkers. That alone makes the energy around you react, resist, and retreat. So when you find yourself wondering why you're not included, why people distance themselves, why being around a lot of others feels like a burden instead of a blessing, understand this. It's divine restriction. It's spiritual intelligence. It's your protection detail working overtime. Because if you were too available, too open, too everywhere, your gift would get diluted, your focus would get scattered, and your purpose would get lost in the noise. You're not antisocial, you're anti-distraction. There's a difference. You're not cold. You're just not interested in fake warmth. You don't pull away because you lack love. You pull away because your love has depth, and the shallow can't hold it. The truth is, you've been pulled back, walled off, kept separate. Not to punish you, but to preserve what's being built inside you. You are a temple under construction, and no one throws a party in a half-finished sanctuary. The world will celebrate you when it's done, but for now, the scaffolding stays up. The doors stay locked, the noise stays out, and I want you to take a second, right now, and just breathe that in, not with your head, with your spirit. Feel how this truth lands. It's not new information, it's ancient memory. Your soul already knows this. I'm just reminding you. This is your awakening moment, another puzzle piece falling into place. The more you understand why the universe isolates you, the more you realize how much it's been investing in you. Not everyone gets this kind of protection. Not everyone gets these kinds of restrictions. Only the dangerous ones do. The ones carrying something the world can't afford to lose. And if you're feeling this in your bones, if this truth is shaking something loose inside you, I want you to claim it. Drop the number 77 in the comments. That's not just a number. That's an energetic signature. It's you telling the universe, I get it now. I'm listening. I'm aligning. Let the world know you're not hiding. You're being prepared. Let the sleepwalkers know the chosen ones are awake, aware, and rising. Now stay with me, because this truth doesn't stop here. We're only getting started. Number 4, the weight of seeing what others deny. The curse of sight is knowing too much in a world that celebrates blindness. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat it. The moment you started seeing through the illusions, your path was sealed. You were marked by awareness, not for decoration, but for disruption. While others were feeding off surface pleasures and chasing masks, you were staring directly into the soul of the moment. And that alone made you dangerous. You feel too much, don't you? You walk into rooms and read the energy before anyone says a word. You sense the shift in tone, the lies hiding behind smiles, the silent battles people pretend they're not fighting. And the hardest part? Most of the time, you can't unsee what you've seen. You carry it, like a storm inside your chest. This awareness, it's a gift, yes, but don't let anyone lie to you. It's also a weight, a burden. Because when you can see clearly in a world that thrives on distortion, you automatically become the outsider. Not by choice, by design. You didn't choose isolation. Isolation chose you the moment your spirit said, I can't pretend anymore. Most people are asleep. You already know this. They walk around hypnotized, lulled by media, distractions, material games, and masks that pass for identity. But you cracked through that illusion. You saw the system for what it is, and once you see, you can never go back to sleep. You can't laugh at things that aren't funny. You can't bond over things that feel empty. You can't tolerate the fake just to feel included. So yes, you're alone, but you're not broken, you're awake. From an early age, you probably felt it, like your soul didn't quite fit in your body, like your eyes could see things no one else noticed. You knew when someone was lying, even when their words sounded perfect. You felt the energy shift when someone with bad intentions walked into the room. You couldn't play along with surface-level games, and it made you stand out. Not in a way that people celebrated, in a way that made them uncomfortable. Why? Because your awareness was a mirror, and people who aren't ready to face themselves hate mirrors. You watched your peers fall into shallow things, the trends, the gossip, the endless chase for validation. But your spirit couldn't settle there. You wanted something deeper, something real, something eternal. That hunger, that depth, that's your signal. That's how you know you were never built for average. You carry a burden most can't even see. The weight of insight, the pressure of purpose. You feel responsible for truth in a world that's built on deception. And that burden, it doesn't just come with awareness. It comes with loneliness. Because there are moments, long moments, where you wonder if anyone else sees what you see, feels what you feel, knows what you know. But let me tell you something. That feeling of being the only one is the signature of the chosen. You're not abandoned. You've been positioned, a spiritual leader in disguise, the one who walks through the storm, not around it, the one who stays grounded when everyone else runs for cover, the one who speaks when others stay silent. Not because it's easy, but because silence is betrayal when truth is needed. Your very existence is disruptive. Your presence challenges the lies others live comfortably inside. That's why you're often avoided, misunderstood, even attacked without cause. You are a walking contradiction to the system, and that's exactly what you're here to be. Chosen. 1. Stop seeing your burden as a flaw. Start seeing it as your assignment. You weren't built to blend. You were wired to wake up the world. That means you will walk roads few dare to walk. You will be called to stand while others kneel to comfort. And yes, you'll be alone, but only for a season. Because your energy is so loud, so true, that eventually it will draw others who have also awakened. And when the scattered find each other, that's when movements begin. You weren't sent to entertain. You were sent to expose. You were designed to disturb what's fake, to rip apart the veils others fear to even touch. You're not here to be liked. You're here to be felt. So own your burden. It's not a punishment. It's your compass. It keeps you separate because your purpose requires focus. Your isolation is not your prison. It's your training ground. You are the thunder before the storm, the whisper before the truth hits. You are the warning. You are the wake-up call. And no matter how heavy it gets, remember this. You weren't made to carry the world, just to shake it. Keep going. The silence around you doesn't mean you're wrong. It means you're ahead. Number 5. Not built to blend, built to break the mold. The herd moves in comfort, but the chosen carve through chaos. If you're too aligned with the crowd, you're misaligned with your calling. Chosen one, the reason you feel disconnected, the reason you walk into rooms and instantly feel the urge to retreat. It's not dysfunction. It's design. You weren't meant to merge. You were meant to move differently. Your spirit doesn't synchronize with the world's noise because your soul was tuned to a frequency most never hear. You're not here to fit in. You're here to stand out without trying. That's why your presence unsettles. You walk into a space and the atmosphere shifts. not because you're loud, but because your energy carries truth. Truth that makes comfort tremble, truth that exposes illusions. And truth, real truth, doesn't make people clap. It makes them flinch. You've probably wondered your whole life, why do I always feel like I'm on the outside looking in? That feeling is the universe confirming your placement. You've been hidden in plain sight, and not because you're not ready, but because they're not. Your destiny is heavy, your path is sharp, and most people aren't built to handle the weight you carry. So the universe shields you, not to isolate you, but to preserve you. Stop trying to decode why you don't vibe with the masses. You don't vibe with them because you weren't made from the same mold. You were made from fire, silence, vision, and scars. You were sculpted by pressure, not applause. You're not interested in what entertains the crowd. You crave what elevates the soul. That difference alone separates you. You've felt the resistance when you speak truth. You've seen the fake smiles, the subtle distance, the shifting eyes when your words cut too close. That's not rejection. That's a reaction to power. You were never here to be popular. You're here to be purposeful. And purpose doesn't always get a standing ovation. Sometimes it gets isolation. This isn't about being better than others. It's about being built for something else. Most people can live in surface-level conversations, shallow connections, empty repetition. But you suffocate there. Your soul needs depth. Your spirit demands truth. You crave something that doesn't vanish when the trend dies or the lights go out. The truth is, many won't understand why you act the way you do, why you vanish instead of attend, why you stay quiet when everyone's talking, why you walk away when the crowd moves in. They call it antisocial, distant, cold. Let them. You don't owe explanations to those who were never meant to walk beside you. You are wired differently because your mission is different. The masses weren't assigned what you carry. They weren't given your sight. Your ability to see past the mask, hear what isn't spoken, and sense when the energy's off, that's not just being intuitive. That's spiritual precision, and it didn't come easy. You paid for that awareness with pain, with betrayal, with silence, and with solitude. And still, you rose. You are not misunderstood by accident. You are misunderstood because your spirit speaks in frequencies most haven't yet unlocked. You don't resonate with comfort. You resonate with calling. And calling always requires separation before elevation. So if you've been asking, why me? It's time to stop. That question isn't valid anymore. You already know why. Because you're built for something rare. Because you carry a key that unlocks what others have been too afraid to face. Because the mission you've been assigned requires a soul forged in fire and pressure, not parties and applause. Chosen one, accept that you won't walk with the masses, because you're meant to lead souls out of them. You're the lighthouse, not the lifeboat. You don't run into the waves with everyone else. You stand on the edge, shining a path through the storm. Yes, it's lonely. Yes, it's heavy. But you're not abandoned. The universe walks with you, guides you, covers you. You've been spiritually accompanied this whole time, through every empty room, every long night, every silent exit. That was never emptiness. That was consecration. That was your spirit being set apart for something higher. Your misalignment with the world is confirmation of your alignment with something greater. So walk boldly now. Stand tall in the space they can't occupy. Speak what they're afraid to hear. Your job isn't to be accepted. Your job is to awaken. And you can't do that if you're blending in. Chosen doesn't mean celebrated. It means separated, sharpened, and sent. Let the crowd stay crowded. You've got mountains to climb and souls to reach. keep walking. Number 6. You are the mirror they didn't ask for. It wasn't what you said. It was what you reflected. And people will hate you for the truth their soul wasn't ready to face. Chosen one, understand this right now. People don't react to your personality. They react to your presence. You could walk into a room silent, smiling, peaceful, and still the energy shifts. Still the tension rises. Still the masks start to crack. Why? Because you're not just a person. You're a mirror. You don't need to speak truth out loud. You embody it. And that alone is enough to expose what others are trying desperately to bury. It's not personal. It's spiritual. You carry a frequency the masses were never taught how to receive. A vibration refined by fire, sharpened by betrayal, molded by loneliness, and sealed in purpose. When you enter a space, your light doesn't just shine, it reveals. And not everyone is ready to see what your light exposes. Most people are walking contradictions, saying one thing, thinking another, living in conflict with their own spirit. But you walk aligned. You live by truth, even when it costs you comfort. You've been cracked open enough to feel the world for what it is. And that energy, that clarity, it cuts through the air like a blade. That's why strangers open up to you. That's why people dump their emotional baggage on you 5 minutes after meeting. Why they come to you for peace, wisdom, clarity, but then pull away when they start seeing themselves in your reflection. You didn't hurt them, you didn't offend them, you mirrored them, and they weren't ready for what they saw. You have been chosen to disturb the illusion, to carry an energetic frequency that short-circuits the system. That's why some people recoil when you walk in. It's not your outfit. It's not your words. It's not your silence. It's your alignment. It's the divine signature in your spirit, the one that screams, "This one can't be fooled." Your presence alone calls the masks into question. People sense it without understanding it. Their unconscious mind detects the truth in you. And truth is threatening when your identity is built on lies. And that's where the friction begins. You may have been judged unfairly, excluded quietly, envied irrationally. But let's be clear, those weren't accidents. That was their spirit recognizing what their mouth couldn't say. You are the storm that makes their shadows tremble. Don't let this make you bitter. Let it make you aware. Let it refine your discernment. You were never meant to walk easily among the unconscious. Your frequency is protective, not just of yourself, but of the truth you carry, and the universe will not let just anyone near you. That's not isolation, that's divine security. You've been marked, not just with vision, but with responsibility. Because light doesn't just illuminate what's beautiful, it reveals what's broken. And while some will be drawn to your flame for healing, others will run because they can't stand the sight of their own unhealed wounds. And so, they project, they mock, they resist. Not because of who you are, but because of what you represent. That's why you've lost people without explanation. That's why certain energies just couldn't stay in your presence for long. Your spirit triggered their reckoning. It whispered to them in silence, "The time for pretending is over." And many chose to walk away rather than face themselves. Let them, chosen one, stop shrinking to be digestible. Stop softening your truth to be tolerated. You weren't built for their comfort. You were built for their awakening. You are a walking reminder that there is more, that there is real, that there is light. And not everyone will celebrate that. Some will fight it, some will fear it. But none of that changes your assignment. And never forget, your rejection is not a reflection of your worth. It's a reaction to your frequency. The higher you rise, the less company you'll have. not because no one loves you, but because not everyone can breathe where you're going. So when you feel that tension, that sudden shift in people's tone, that silent withdrawal after deep connection, don't chase it, don't question it, recognize it, respect it, release it. You are not here to blend. You are here to awaken. You are not here to be everyone's friend. You are here to be the flame that either warms or exposes, and the reaction says more about them than it ever will about you. You are the mirror in the madness, and mirrors don't lie, they just reflect. Keep shining, even when it makes the shadows scream. Number 7, isolation isn't punishment, it's sacred preparation. Before the chosen are revealed, they are removed. The silence isn't your exile, it's your elevation in disguise. Chosen one, listen closely, because this right here is one of the greatest deceptions the world has tried to place on your path. The lie that your isolation is evidence of something wrong with you. That because you walk alone, because the crowd doesn't call your name, because no one seems to understand you. You must be broken. But the truth? You are protected. And that protection doesn't look like comfort. It looks like distance. You've cried in quiet rooms, questioning the silence. You've looked at your reflection, wondering why everyone else seems to move in flocks while you move through fog. You've mistaken loneliness for abandonment. But let me tell you now with unwavering clarity, this path was carved for you with intention. Your isolation is not a flaw. It is a sacred assignment. It's the invisible hand of the universe, pulling you away from the noise, so you can hear the whispers that can't survive in crowds. You are not being deprived. You are being developed. Look around. The world glorifies attention, clout, connection. But those things cloud the spirit. You were not called to be distracted by the many. You were called to be anchored by the mission. And that mission can only be sharpened when the noise is gone, and the only voice you can hear is the one within. Chosen ones have always walked alone, not because they weren't worthy of company, but because their calling was too powerful to be diluted. You don't forge warriors in comfort. You don't build clarity in chaos. And you don't prepare messengers in the middle of the crowd. The universe has been separating you to prepare you, to activate parts of you that only come alive in the silence. That sharp edge of discernment, it was honed in your quiet seasons, that inner knowing that's kept you safe. It was born in those long nights where you had no one to turn to but your own spirit. And don't let this world confuse solitude with failure. Remember the pattern. Every true force is formed in isolation. A sword is sharpened alone. A seed grows in darkness before it breaks through the soil. A storm brews in silence before it shifts the sky. So why would your story be any different? You were pulled away from the masses not to punish you, but to preserve the purity of your power. Because truthfully, not everyone deserves access to you. Not while you're still in development. You are not just anyone. You are an assignment wrapped in flesh. And if you were too accessible, you'd be constantly exposed to distractions, spiritual leeches, and emotional warfare that would sabotage your alignment. So yes, the separation stings, but it saves you. You've been shielded from relationships that would have drained you, connections that would have confused you, and crowds that would have clapped for your destruction. Because when the universe marks someone for impact, it does not let them move like the rest. You're not in hiding, you're in formation. Isolation is not your tomb, it's your training ground. In solitude, your spirit breathes. In stillness, your vision sharpens. In silence, your instructions get clear. You weren't meant to bloom in the open field. You were meant to grow in the wilderness, where no one sees you, but everything in you is being strengthened. So let them talk. Let them wonder where you went. Let them think you've fallen off or disappeared. They don't know the universe has you in lockdown for your breakthrough. You're being equipped for elevation they can't even imagine. And when the time comes, when the alignment hits, you won't just reappear. You'll emerge, whole, ready, unshakable. So if you're still asking, why am I so alone? Stop. Ask instead, what is the universe preparing me for? Chosen one, your silence is a signal, your distance is a doorway, and your isolation, it's not empty, it's everything. Stay there, stay hidden, stay aligned, because the ones the universe sends to awaken the world are always trained in the dark. Number 8. You were chosen to change the frequency. Some are born to follow the rhythm. You were born to become the beat that resets the world. Chosen one. If you're still here, still locked in, still breathing with this message, then understand something deep in your bones. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't just another video or voice in the void. This was a mirror, a calling, a wake-up strike to the soul, because your spirit recognized the truth, even before your mind could name it. You've spent so much of your life bending, breaking, folding yourself just to make your energy a little easier for others to handle. You dimmed your voice. You diluted your truth. You played small, hoping to be accepted, when in reality, you were never sent here to be accepted. You were sent here to interrupt. You were chosen to shatter what's fake, to challenge what's shallow, to carry a frequency so rare that it doesn't just inspire people, it forces them to evolve. You didn't come here to blend in. You came to rewrite the signal, to shift the energy of rooms, generations, bloodlines and systems that have run on autopilot for far too long. And that's why you've never fit in. That's why you've always felt a few steps out of sync with the world around you. It's because your rhythm was never meant to match theirs. You were wired differently. You were timed for something higher. You've been walking to the beat of a frequency that others can't hear, but deep down, they feel it. That's why they react the way they do. That's why you're loved in silence and hated in confusion. You're not just a person, you're a shift. And let's be real, carrying this much energy isn't easy. Being different might sound poetic, but it's lonely, it's heavy, and it's real. You've battled self-doubt, betrayal, exhaustion, and moments where you questioned whether the mission was even worth the pain. But look at you, still rising, still standing, still searching for the truth that confirms what you've always known inside. You are not lost, you are being positioned. The reason you haven't been able to fully align with the masses is because you weren't meant to reflect the world. You were built to reflect the truth the world forgot. You weren't called to be loud. You were called to be clear. And clarity, it breaks illusions. That's why your presence triggers people before you even speak. That's why they project, distance themselves, or envy your peace. They don't understand it, but their spirit feels it. And feelings don't lie. You are the one who shows up and makes the fog lift. The one who walks into chaos and brings alignment just by standing still. You're the one others watch in secret, hoping to understand what it is you carry, not realizing what you carry was never meant to be explained. It was meant to be lived. Chosen one, your time of hiding is over. No more asking for permission to be who you already are. No more seeking validation from those who were never built to see you. No more shrinking for comfort or tiptoeing around your light to keep the insecure from burning. From this moment forward, walk with power. Walk like you are handpicked to shake timelines. Walk like your ancestors are watching and your future is being written in real time. Because it is. The universe has backed you since your first breath. Every storm, every betrayal, every moment of silence was preparation for this exact phase of your journey. And now, it's not about waiting, it's about accepting, stepping into alignment, moving like you know who you are. Because when you do, everything around you begins to shift, not because you're chasing change, but because your energy commands it. And if something inside you has been screaming, "This message is for me," then don't let that voice go unanswered. Comment below, "I accept my assignment." That isn't just words, that's spiritual agreement. That's a declaration that you're done sleeping on your own power, that you're done denying what you've always known, that you're done walking in fear when your feet were made for fire. Let the world know the chosen ones are not just waking up anymore. We're activating. We're stepping forward. We're walking with eyes open and spirits aligned. This is your confirmation. This is your reminder. And chosen one, this is your moment. And now, as we close this journey, let this truth settle deep in your spirit. You were never meant to blend in. You were chosen to break the pattern. Everything you've felt, everything you've faced, was preparing you for this moment of alignment. If this message awakened something in you, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video to push the frequency further. Subscribe so you never miss another message meant for your spirit. Drop 77 in the comments if you're claiming your path as a chosen one. And most importantly, share this with someone who needs the reminder. The stars never argue with the darkness. They just burn brighter until the shadows run out of places to hide. You didn't just press play. You answered a call, one that your enemies hoped you'd never hear. They whispered, plotted, and tried to bury your name in silence, not knowing silence is where the chosen sharpen their blades. They tried to break you, not realizing they were only waking up the part of you that can't be killed. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the force that chose you. Before we go deeper, make sure to like and subscribe. Not just for this message, but for every other chosen one out there still trying to find their light in the dark. When you interact, you help spread this signal. And every time this message reaches one more soul ready to rise, the universe listens and responds. Now, let's get one thing clear. You didn't land here by luck. You were guided, and not gently. You were dragged, pushed, torn open by life until your eyes could finally see what soft comfort was hiding from you. You were never meant to live like everyone else. You were built different, wired for something more, marked in silence, prepared in shadows, trained through pain. The universe doesn't choose the loudest. It chooses the ones who can hold power without abusing it. It chooses the ones who can walk through storms and still not drown in bitterness. And you, whether you're ready to admit it or not, were chosen. That's why people turned on you for no reason. That's why you felt isolated in rooms full of noise. That's why your energy disturbed those who had no idea why they felt threatened around you. You carry a frequency that shakes foundations. You walk like you've been here before, because your soul remembers what your mind is just now learning. And yet, you've doubted. You've sat in silence thinking you were forgotten, thinking you were invisible. But you weren't invisible. You were hidden. Hidden not to be ignored, but to be prepared. The silence wasn't your enemy. It was your training ground. And now that the world's getting louder, the universe is asking you to move, in silence, with precision, like thunder hiding inside the breeze. You are the calm before the impact. The ones who hurt you weren't just cruel. They were terrified. Terrified of what you might become if you ever realized who you are. They felt the heat of your purpose long before you could name it. That's why they tried to distract you, shame you, laugh at you, copy you, destroy you. Because deep down, they knew something they hoped you'd never figure out. You're the storm they tried to pretend doesn't exist. Being chosen isn't a reward. It's a responsibility. It's why you feel everything deeper. It's why rest doesn't come easy. It's why silence wraps around you like armor, because you were never meant to follow the noise. You were meant to be the signal, so enjoy the silence. That's where your real power builds. That's where the universe speaks the clearest. Before the world knows your name, before the spotlight finds you, this silence is your sanctuary and your sharpening stone. Don't fear it. Don't rush it. This is the part your enemies never wanted you to survive. But you did. And now, everything changes. So before the world knows your name, before the noise begins to chase your light, ask yourself, are you really ready to sit with the silence that shaped you? If you're one of the real ones, one of the rare few chosen by the universe, drop the number 77 in the comments. Let that number echo like a signal through the static. That's how we find each other. That's how this message finds them, the ones like you. And now, take a breath. The silence is about to speak. If you really are the chosen one, you won't be able to look away. Let's begin. Number 1. They played with fire, and now the flame remembers their name. They mocked your silence, unaware it was the universe pulling back its arrow. Now it's aiming straight at everything they built on your pain. They laughed when you walked away, called you lost, rebellious, out of alignment. They whispered behind your back, put fake smiles in front of you, and pretended they were your saviors, when deep down, they were just afraid. Afraid of what you might become if you ever broke free from the illusion they worked so hard to wrap around your mind. This wasn't about religion. It never was. This was about control, about power, about those who crowned themselves as gatekeepers to something they never even understood. They turned sacred wisdom into a circus, stripped truth down into rules and rituals, and told you to kneel, not in reverence, but in submission. But you were never meant to kneel. You were meant to rise. You've seen through it. The stage shows, the emotional manipulation dressed up as faith. The leaders so hungry for worship they can't hear the universe whisper over their own echo. They didn't want your growth. They wanted your obedience. They wanted your fire as long as it kept their house warm. But the moment it burned too bright, too different, too true, they called it rebellion. They don't hate you because you're wrong. They hate you because you saw what they were trying to hide. You saw the cracks in the system. You saw the performance. You saw how empty it all really is. And you dared to walk away from the show. You broke the spell. And here's the part they'll never tell you. That silence you were cast into after walking away, that wasn't punishment. That was preparation. The universe doesn't speak over noise. It clears the stage before it sends the signal. You weren't abandoned. You were chosen. And chosen ones aren't raised in comfort. They're raised in fire. So now the question sits heavy in your chest. Why me? Because you were never meant to blend in. Because your presence exposes lies without even speaking. Because your truth disturbs their system. That's why they tried to break you. That's why they couldn't leave you alone. Because they felt the universe shifting around you before you did. You think they fought you because they hated you? No. They fought you because they could feel the universe aligning for you. They fought you because your light reminded them of everything they killed in themselves. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the cosmic order that dared to select you. And now they're trembling. Because nothing scares a fake system more than someone it couldn't crush. You didn't just survive their judgment, their exile, their manipulation. You outgrew it. You evolved right in front of them, and now their power games don't work on you anymore. That's the moment they knew they lost. The silence you're in now. That's the eye of the storm. That's the part where the universe pulls all the strings behind the curtain, where the setup for your rise begins to ripple through time. While they keep playing games in the temple they built for themselves, the real force, the cosmic force, has already marked you for something far beyond their reach. Stop doubting your light just because the room got quiet. Stop thinking the universe forgot you because you're not on a stage yet. You weren't designed to fit into broken systems. You were designed to replace them. You feel too much, you see too far, you question too deeply. That's not a flaw, that's the signature of the chosen. You were built with that intensity because the calling on your life requires it. You were wired to disturb fake peace, to speak where silence has allowed manipulation to thrive, to carry the kind of presence that doesn't beg to be seen, but can't be ignored. They'll call it arrogance when you stop shrinking. They'll call it rebellion when you stop apologizing. But don't let them rewrite your awakening into their fear story. You don't owe explanations to systems you were never meant to serve. Understand this. When the universe chooses someone, it rearranges everything for them. The timing, the tests, the trials, even the enemies. Everything bends and shifts, not to make life easy, but to make you ready. That's the power of being chosen. It haunts those who thought you needed them. It terrifies those who tried to bury you. Because deep down, they know what's coming. They feel it in the air around you. You are the silence before the shift. You are the whisper that becomes a roar. You are the storm they can't outrun. So don't waste another second feeling guilty for leaving what never honored your truth. Don't sit in the shadows wondering if the calling was real just because it's taking time. This is not delay, it's design. This is not punishment, it's protection. And when the world finally catches up, when the lights find you and the silence breaks, they'll realize the most dangerous thing they ever did was underestimate you while you were becoming unstoppable. The universe didn't forget you. It was just building something no system could steal. So sit in the silence a little longer, because before the universe makes you world famous, you have to learn how to command the quiet like a king. Number 2, marked by fire, not by their standards. They caged you with doctrine, but forgot. Wildfires don't obey fences. You were never like them, and you were never meant to be. While they desperately try to blend in, copy each other's language, mimic their mentors, and regurgitate recycled beliefs like parrots fighting for a perch, you stood out. Not because you wanted to, but because the universe forced you to. It set you apart, not in arrogance, but in assignment. You were chosen, not chosen to be celebrated, chosen to be tested. You carry something they can't imitate. It's not your words, it's not your look, it's not your tone, it's your frequency. You move with a weight they don't understand. You feel deeper, see further, and question everything they were too afraid to touch. While they memorized the script, you ripped it up and started asking the real questions. Not because you're rebellious, but because the truth demands it. The real ones always question what the fake ones accept. And so they rejected you, not because you were wrong, but because your existence threatens their illusion. You didn't fall in line. You didn't swallow the script. You didn't pretend that tradition equals truth. And for that, they labeled you dangerous, disrespectful, prideful. But let's be real. What they really meant was uncontrollable. They demand submission, but you've seen the shackles behind their smiles. You've seen how they build systems not to set people free, but to keep them small. They dress it up in rituals and rules. They call it faith, but what they practice is fear. Fear of change, fear of truth, fear of the kind of power they can't contain. That's why they're scared of you. Because you don't ask for permission. Because your existence alone is rebellion to the systems built on silence and shame. You don't just question the old ways, you crack them open. You don't play by their rules because you were never playing their game to begin with. And that's exactly what being chosen feels like. It's lonely, it's brutal, it's being in a room full of people who smile at you while quietly praying for your failure. It's walking through fire with no applause. It's being misunderstood on purpose, because understanding you would mean they have to face themselves, and most people aren't ready for that. You weren't chosen for a stage, you were chosen for impact. And sometimes impact doesn't come with lights and microphones. It comes with silence, rejection, betrayal, and isolation. It comes with watching people celebrate lesser versions of truth while you carry the weight of the real thing in your bones. But that's the cost of being set apart. So yeah, while they cling to their rituals, repeat, rehearse, and recycle what they were told, you walk differently, you speak differently, because you know differently. You've lived through things no textbook can teach. You've been through wars that institutions wouldn't survive. You've watched every system that tried to define you fail. And still, here you are, unmoved, unbent, evolving. That's not arrogance, that's alignment. You've tasted the real thing, and once you do, fake will never satisfy you again. You don't settle for pretty words that sound spiritual but have no substance. You don't bow to leadership that preaches freedom while operating like dictators behind the curtain. You don't tolerate control wrapped in kindness. And if you're honest, you've tried to suppress it. You've tried to be quiet, to shrink, to fit in. You've questioned yourself more than anyone else ever could. You've wondered if you were the problem, if you were too much, if you were the one out of line. But deep down, you know what you carry. You know the universe didn't mark you for mediocrity. You know you're not here to maintain a system. You're here to shift it. So stop apologizing. Stop explaining your intensity. Stop watering down your truth to make it digestible for people who never wanted to understand you in the first place. Your calling isn't up for discussion. Your anointing doesn't need their confirmation. What's in you came from source, not from structure. They may hold titles, they may sit on thrones made of tradition, but you hold something far more dangerous. Truth unfiltered by ego. Love not diluted by control. Grace not weaponized by guilt. That's why you scare them. That's why they label you. That's why they try to silence you, because deep down they know you're the blueprint for what comes after their system crumbles. So let them call you whatever they want. Let them keep preaching while the foundation beneath them cracks. You'll keep walking, set apart, chosen, not for comfort, not for status, but for transformation. And when the universe finally lifts the veil, they'll see exactly why it had to be you. Number 3. They threw you out, not knowing they threw you into fire. Rejection doesn't break the chosen, it bakes them into something untouchable. They didn't just walk away from you, they exiled you, spit you out like poison, convinced they were protecting something sacred, when in truth they were just protecting themselves from you, from what your presence exposed, from what your questions unsettled, from what your silence made them feel. You didn't get rejected because you were wrong. You got rejected because you were real. And real doesn't play well in a world addicted to performance. They called you rebellious, called you dangerous, labeled you too much, too loud, too intense. But that was never about you. It was about control. You see, when systems are built on manipulation, the worst thing you can do is think for yourself. The most threatening act is to see clearly, and you did. You saw through the fake love. You saw through the rules that shifted depending on who was in power. You saw how they used community as camouflage to hide envy, ego, and elitism. And when you stopped playing along, they panicked because they could no longer shape you, so instead they tried to shame you. But what they didn't realize is that they were helping you. Their rejection, that was your refinement. When they turned their backs, you turned inward. When their silence deafened you, the universe began to speak louder. Not in noise, but in alignment. It stripped you of everything false. It scorched the residue of systems you were never meant to serve. It burned off every lie, every guilt trip, every sit down and be grateful command disguised as humility. And in that fire, the truth found you. You weren't losing your identity. You were finding it. You stopped begging for seats at tables that fed poison. You stopped trying to explain your heart to people committed to misunderstanding you. You stopped breaking your own spirit just to stay in order. Because finally, it clicked. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to redefine what being chosen looks like. And what does that look like? It looks like walking away from validation and still knowing your worth. It looks like unlearning the belief that love must be earned through compliance. It looks like knowing power doesn't drip from titles. It flows through truth, through humility, through those who've been through the furnace and came out glowing, not bitter. You've unlearned the performance. You've unlearned the hierarchy. You've unlearned the toxic patterns that made you believe you had to shrink to be loved. You now know that real power flows through the ones who refuse to weaponize it, through the ones who can sit in silence, still carry purpose, and not need applause to confirm it. They mistook your grace for weakness, your distance for guilt. But in reality, that distance was your healing. That silence was your growth. You weren't being punished. You were being preserved. They tried to silence you, not knowing the silence would become your strongest ally, not knowing that in the stillness, the universe would begin whispering secrets it only tells those who've been through the crushing. Only those strong enough to let go of every false identity can carry the weight of truth. And now, you carry it. You don't speak like them anymore. You don't crave what they crave. You're not performing. You're walking in power, quiet power, real power, the kind that doesn't need to be seen to shift rooms, the kind that leaves people unsettled, because they can't put you in a category anymore. You're not the rebel. You're not the broken one. You're not the exile. You're the refined. And here's the twist they never saw coming. Everything they rejected you for is exactly what qualified you. Your sensitivity, your questioning, your unwillingness to fake it. These are the marks of the chosen, not the polished perfection they parade in front of crowds, but the fire-forged honesty that only comes through pain. So no, don't regret the rejection. Don't mourn the rooms you were pushed out of. Those weren't rooms. They were cages dressed as sanctuaries. And you were never meant to live caged. You were meant to be free. And now you are. Number 4. From the shadows they forgot to fear, you rise. They buried you in silence, but that wasn't your grave. It was your greenhouse. This was never about fame. That's where they got it twisted. You weren't built for applause. You were built for impact, not the kind that flashes across timelines and disappears with the scroll, the kind that shifts atmospheres, that breaks cycles, that makes people pause mid-breath because they can feel something ancient rising in you. You are not here by accident. Every dark room you sat in, every cold shoulder you leaned against, every unanswered prayer, every long night where even your own reflection felt foreign, none of it was wasted. The pain didn't break you, it birthed you. Your rise didn't come from a pedestal, it came from pressure. And now, what the world tried to ignore is standing up in power. You were refined in obscurity, where no one was clapping, where no one was watching, where all you had was your pain, your purpose, and the echo of your own questions. You didn't have a cheering section. You had silence, and silence, when you're chosen, becomes sacred. It becomes the forge where the future is formed. They thought you were irrelevant, but that was only because you weren't visible. There's a difference. The universe doesn't rush revelation. It doesn't waste glory on someone who isn't grounded. And you've been getting anchored. Deep roots, quiet strength, no show, no script, just real, raw transformation in the dark. The rise was never about being seen. It was about becoming undeniable. You didn't survive for a stage. You survived to become a signal. A living example that not all storms come to destroy. Some come to rebuild. Every crack in your soul filled with something eternal. Every scar, a reminder that you healed when you had every reason not to. And now, every step you take sends out a message. Not just to the world, but to the ones still hiding in silence, wondering if they'll ever make it out. They will, because you did. You're not rising because you chased it. You're rising because you were shaped for it. The difference between you and the ones addicted to the spotlight? You don't need it. They crumble without applause. You were crafted without it. They build their identity on being seen. You found yours in being set apart. You've been fortified by failure, empowered by endurance, and now the world is about to meet a version of you it never saw coming. The version built in private, sharpened in suffering, made whole by the very moments that were supposed to take you out. This isn't hype. This is prophecy written in perseverance. You are the evidence. That's the real power. Your presence, your energy, your clarity, it speaks before you say a word. The universe didn't make you endure all of that so you could blend in. It didn't invest all that fire just for you to fold. You were hidden for a reason, because what's rare is protected until it's ready. You are ready, and no, this isn't the moment for false humility. This isn't the time to second-guess the rise. This is the time to walk in it, fully, authentically, fiercely. Not because you need the recognition, but because the world needs your proof. They need to see what survival looks like, what refinement looks like, what purpose, not performance, looks like. You are the mirror someone's been praying to find. Let them watch, let them question, let them wonder how you made it through what should have destroyed you. They don't have to understand your process to witness your emergence. You don't owe them explanations. You are the explanation. So when the light finds you, when the silence finally breaks and the noise comes flooding in, remember this. You didn't rise because of them. You rose in spite of them. And this masterpiece the world is about to see, it wasn't made for fame. It was made to set others free. Number 5. The quiet didn't break you. It built you like bedrock. Everyone saw your absence. No one saw your becoming. You didn't ask for this path. You didn't chase the spotlight. You didn't wake up one day begging the universe to set you apart and burn your life down to rebuild it in silence. But that's the thing about being chosen. It chooses you, not because you're ready, but because you're willing to become. And so the universe placed you in the shadows, not to punish you, not to hide you, but to prepare you. The silence wasn't your prison, it was your proving ground. The quiet didn't erase you, it established you. And while the world ran after noise and validation, you were being rooted, deep, invisible, unshakable. They didn't see the battles. The nights you wanted to disappear. The mornings where getting out of bed felt like lifting a mountain. They didn't see the voices in your head telling you maybe they were right about you. Maybe you are too much. Maybe you did imagine the calling. Maybe the silence really means you were abandoned. But the truth? Every tear was counted. Every breakdown was a rebuild in disguise. Every time you fell and got back up in silence, something eternal moved closer to the surface. You didn't quit. You transformed. And while they were out there chasing influence, you were learning endurance. While they were curating a brand, you were cultivating depth. And that depth, that's what scares them now. Because depth doesn't shake when the wind blows. It doesn't collapse when applause disappears. You learned how to stand without being seen, and now you're unmovable. The quiet taught you how to hear your own voice again, stripped of noise, expectations, and guilt. You stopped performing. You stopped explaining. You started listening to the stillness, to the ache beneath your ambition, to the truth buried under years of trying to be who they said you had to be. And what you found was power, not the kind they post about, not the kind that flexes or shouts or needs approval to survive, but the kind that flows low and steady, like water cutting through stone. The kind of power that doesn't need to announce itself because it is. That's what the quiet gave you. Clarity, foundation, vision. This wasn't wasted time. This was a sacred setup, a strategic pause before the release. The universe wasn't ignoring you. It was installing you into a new frequency, into a higher timeline, into the life you were actually designed for, not the one you were manipulated into accepting. And let's be honest, you wouldn't have survived this next season if it had come any sooner. You had to be built different. You had to be healed before seen, fortified before found. There were wounds that had to close, patterns that had to be shattered, false identities that had to be burned off. And the quiet is where that kind of work gets done. That's why you've been misunderstood. That's why doors didn't open. That's why things got delayed. You were in divine isolation, not denial. You weren't overlooked, you were overprotected. And when the universe protects something, it puts it in silence until the world is ready to receive it. You're not waiting anymore, you're readying. And no, the silence won't last forever. The flood is coming. The moment will rise. The shift will happen. But when it does, you'll step into it with the kind of grounded power that cannot be undone. Because you're not performing for the light. You are the light. You don't need validation. You walk in confirmation. So don't rush it. Don't resent it. Don't mistake stillness for stagnation. The work is happening beneath the surface. The foundation is setting. And when it's time to rise, you won't be reaching. You'll be rising effortlessly. Because the chosen don't chase waves. They become the tide. So breathe deep. The silence didn't steal your momentum. It became it. Number 6. The spotlight isn't a gift. It's a weapon placed in the right hands. They thought the silence meant you were done. They didn't know it was the universe pulling the trigger on your rise with precision only the chosen understand. Here it comes. Not the fame, not the followers, not the noise. The shift, the turn, the undeniable elevation that was promised in the shadows long before your name ever echoed in public. This isn't an accident. This is what silence was always setting you up for. And now that the lights are swinging your way, the universe is watching what you do with it. Because elevation, it's not a reward. It's a responsibility. You see, they confuse attention with validation. You don't. Because you've been in the wilderness. You've been in rooms where no one clapped, where no one believed in you, where the only thing you had was the truth you couldn't unsee. That's what kept you sharp. That's what built your foundation. While they craved stages, you were building a spine. And now that you're rising, you're not shaken. You're set. This spotlight is not a crown. It's a mirror. It will expose everyone. It will expose the ones who faked it, who built empires on echo chambers, who needed the light to feel alive. But you were forged in the absence of it. You were refined in the shadows, where the audience was silence and the applause was pain. And that makes you dangerous, because you don't need the light. You carry it. And no, this isn't recognition for recognition's sake. This is strategic. This is cosmic. This is earned. You didn't skip steps. You didn't sell out. You didn't water yourself down for approval. You took every hit. You lost people. You were mocked, ghosted, underestimated, and still you didn't fold. You transformed. The setbacks, scaffolding, the heartbreaks, blueprints, every delay, every detour, every no, it all had purpose. Because chosen ones aren't handed platforms, they're built to hold them. And now that the elevation has arrived, you're not walking into it like someone trying to prove their worth. You're walking like someone who knows the weight they carry. Someone who understands that elevation without preparation is a setup for collapse. And you've been over-prepared. You've been ready longer than you've admitted to yourself. You don't crumble under scrutiny because you've already been under internal fire. You've already faced judgment without a voice to defend you. You've been surrounded by silence so loud, it taught you how to hear the universe again. So when people start talking now, you won't flinch. Their noise can't compete with the storms you've already walked through. The shift is not just visibility, it's activation. You're being positioned not for vanity, but for impact. And that impact will require every lesson the quiet taught you. Every moment you thought was wasted is now revealed as a weapon you didn't even know you were being trained to wield. The elevation is personal, but it's never just about you. You're being raised up so others can remember who they are when they see you. You're being called forward because others still stuck in silence need to witness what surviving looks like. You are living proof that you can be overlooked, underestimated, rejected, and still rise with nothing but alignment, truth, and raw resilience. And let this be a warning. They will try to say you changed. They will call your rise luck. They'll twist your story to protect their comfort. Let them. The ones who know will feel it. They'll recognize the frequency of someone who didn't just make it, someone who became it. And you'll keep rising. Not with arrogance, but with authority. Because now you understand, this spotlight wasn't meant to flatter you, it was meant to reveal you. So stand tall, own the shift, move with purpose. This elevation is not the end of your silence, it's the sound of your silence finally breaking into form. The world will call it your arrival. But you know the truth. This is just your release. Number 7, opposition is the echo of your authority. The louder they resist, the clearer the universe confirms. You've become exactly what they feared you would. Now that you're rising, don't expect peace from the ones who built their comfort on your silence. They tolerated you when you were small, when you were quiet, when your truth hadn't yet disturbed their system. But now that your voice carries weight, now that your presence shakes rooms, now that your rise can't be ignored, they're coming for you. Good, because opposition is confirmation. You're not here to be liked, you're here to be felt. And those religious traditionalists clinging to old hierarchies like a crutch, their judgment, their gossip, their passive-aggressive sermons laced with shade, that's not authority, that's insecurity. They don't hate you because you're wrong. They hate you because you're free. You broke the chains they secretly keep hidden under their titles. You questioned what they were too afraid to face. You became the truth they've spent their whole lives avoiding, and now they're rattled. But don't you dare shrink. Don't you water down your message just to make them comfortable. Their resistance is not your enemy, it's your announcement. It tells the world that your voice has volume, that your walk has weight, that your very existence is triggering systems that were never built to hold you. You've been trained for this. You've already walked through worse in the dark. You faced shadows without a guide. You were mocked, dismissed, discarded, and you kept moving. So now that people have opinions, that's just noise. You hear a higher frequency. You move by alignment, not approval. You don't need their permission. You've been validated by the cosmic silence they'll never understand. And here's the part they really can't stand. You don't walk alone. You are not some rogue spirit on a solo mission. You are connected, anchored, empowered. Forces greater than ego are standing with you. Forces like astral atom and obsidian. Warriors who were also forged in fire, refined in silence, and now stand like sentinels at the gate of purpose. Together they've built something sacred, not for show, not for ego, but for real ones only. Welcome to the inner circle. Not a trend, not a clique, but a soul sanctuary. A realm built for those who carry the frequency of the chosen, the misunderstood, the outcasts turned architects of a new era. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's for those who've buried themselves and come back forged. It's for the ones who don't just talk about purpose. They live it, bleed it, walk it with every breath. This circle, it's power, not borrowed, not fake, embodied. And if you feel that fire in your bones right now, that's not hype, that's memory. That's your soul remembering what it always knew, that you were never alone, that every attack, every betrayal, every closed door was pushing you here into your own authority. So let them talk, let them roll their eyes, let them write their little think pieces. You're not here to fight them, you're here to outgrow them, to rise past the noise, to walk with such clarity that even their shadows get exposed just by standing next to your light. Authority isn't noise, it's presence, it's energy. It's the way silence follows you into a room and everyone feels it. You don't have to prove yourself because proof walks in with you. That's what the opposition doesn't get. You didn't build yourself in the spotlight. You were carved in the quiet. So their criticism now? It's like screaming at a mountain, hoping to move it. You are the mountain. So wear the resistance like armor. Walk in your power without apology. And remember, the universe doesn't elevate by mistake. You were chosen because you could carry the weight, because you could stand the fire, because you were never afraid to walk alone until the real ones found you. And now, you've found them. You've found you. Number 8. You weren't abandoned. You were being aligned for the ones who could carry the weight with you. The universe didn't leave you alone. It cleared the room for the right ones to find you. You thought it was loneliness, thought it was punishment, thought maybe you were the problem. Too intense, too quiet, too questioning, too different. But the truth is that isolation you endured wasn't exile. It was refinement. The universe didn't abandon you. It protected you. From noise, from distraction, from connections that would have poisoned your purpose before it could fully emerge. Because let's be honest, what you carry isn't light. It's not easy. You're not built for shallow conversations, half-truths, or surface-level loyalty. You burn too deeply for that. And the kind of soul you are. It needed space. It needed silence. It needed to be set apart. Not just for your sake, but for the sake of those who would one day walk beside you. That time alone, it carved you out, sharpened your senses, taught you to spot the difference between attachment and alignment, and it made you allergic to anything fake, the false friendships, the hollow praise, the people who only come around when your light benefits their shadow. You learned to let it go. You learned to listen to the universe more than you listened to your loneliness. And now, something's shifting. Can you feel it? It's happening in the unseen, a convergence, a divine synchronization, the kind of alignment no algorithm could arrange. Your tribe is being activated, not a fan club, not a follower count, not just people who like your energy, but souls who recognize it. They've been through the fire too. They speak the same silent language. They don't just understand your pain, they respect it. These are not accidental connections. These are cosmic contracts being fulfilled. These are the ones who were hidden too. The ones who got left behind, misunderstood, ridiculed for dreaming too wildly, feeling too much, speaking too honestly. And now the universe is pulling you toward each other like gravity with memory. Because it's time. Time to link arms with those who match your frequency. Time to build something real. You'll know them not by how loud they are, but by how peaceful they feel. You'll feel seen without having to explain. You'll feel energized without having to perform. You'll feel safe, not because it's comfortable, but because it's true. And for the first time, you'll realize you were never truly alone. You were just being prepared to recognize real when it arrived. Because these connections, they're not transactional, they're transformational. They won't come to use you, they'll come to build with you. They'll carry bricks, not just expectations. They'll pray with you in silence, war with you in spirit, celebrate you without competition. And when the fire returns, because it will, they won't run, they'll burn beside you. This isn't just friendship, it's fellowship, a gathering of the called, of the misfits turned messengers, of the silent warriors the world forgot about, until the silence gave way to the sound of footsteps walking in purpose. These aren't people who flatter your ego. These are people who anchor your mission, who hold you accountable, who love you without trying to shrink you, who remind you who you are when the noise tries to make you forget. And together, you won't just heal, you'll build. You'll create movements, safe spaces, powerful shifts that ripple far beyond your personal rise. Because chosen ones aren't meant to walk the path alone forever. They're meant to lead. And to do that, they must first know how to follow truth, no matter how lonely the road gets. Now the season of isolation is ending. And the ones who speak your language, not your dialect, but your depth, are already on the way. Some are already here. You just need to stop bracing for betrayal and start opening your spirit to alignment. This is what you were prepared for. This is your circle, your mirror, your echo. This is not just connection. This is confirmation. Number 9. You were the hidden blueprint. Now you're the unveiling. They thought they buried you in silence, not knowing the silence was staging the reveal. This moment is not luck. It's not hype. It's not some accidental breakthrough riding on algorithm or applause. This is the reveal, and you've been molded, carved, and crushed into the version of you that could actually carry it. They thought the silence meant you were forgotten. But all it really meant was, you were being built for a moment that only a forged soul could survive. Because let's be real, anyone can chase a spotlight, but not everyone can stand in it without crumbling. Not everyone can carry visibility without losing their integrity. Not everyone can be watched, judged, pulled, praised, and still walk in alignment. That's why you were hidden for so long. That's why it felt like delay after delay, closed door after closed door. It wasn't rejection, it was refinement. The trials didn't come to ruin you, they came to chisel you. The betrayals weren't blocks, they were mirrors. The loss wasn't punishment, it was positioning. Every cut, every fall, every moment of confusion was a sculptor's hand shaping you into something they could not duplicate. Authentic power. You've been attacked, lied on, misunderstood, ghosted, undervalued. And instead of turning bitter, you transformed. You learned how to bleed with grace, how to walk without applause, how to protect your peace when all hell was breaking loose. And now the universe is making the announcement you stopped waiting for. You're ready. Ready to be seen, not for ego, but for impact. Ready to speak, not for noise, but for truth. Ready to stand, not for recognition, but for revelation. Because let's be honest, this isn't about you being popular. This is about you becoming a lifeline, a living, breathing reminder that silence wasn't the end. It was the beginning. That pain wasn't your identity. It was your initiation. That hiding wasn't weakness. It was strategy. Now the platform is here, not because you chased it, but because you were the only one who could carry it without becoming a prisoner to it. You don't just know how to lead, you know how to survive without being seen. And that's what makes your voice dangerous now. It's rooted, it's clean, it's not chasing applause, it's chasing purpose. But here's the part they don't tell you about the rise. The past will try to return. Old ties, old voices, old patterns will come crawling back, trying to trigger the old version of you. Not because they miss you, but because they miss their control over you. Don't fall for it. You're not who you were when you were rejected. You're not who you were when you were begging for clarity, love, or community. You've evolved in silence, grown in secret. And now that your name is rising, the ones who couldn't handle your absence will try to rewrite your presence. Let them try. You don't owe them explanations. You don't owe anyone access to the version of you that they helped create through their absence. Stay grounded, stay locked in. The same universe that refined you in obscurity will anchor you in visibility. You weren't chosen for the crowd. You were chosen for the calling. And that calling, it's not just for your healing, it's for theirs. Because your story, your scars, your path, they weren't random, they were assigned. And now, that assignment is about to break chains for people you've never even met. They'll hear your words and feel seen. They'll watch your rise and remember their own buried purpose. They'll feel your presence and start to wake up from the systems they were trapped in. Your life is a signal. Your survival is a revolution. So stop second-guessing. This isn't the time for hesitation. This is not the season of dimming your light to stay digestible. This is the moment of revelation. The silence is over. The time to rise is now. And now we've reached the edge of the silence, the place where the hidden becomes undeniable. Everything you've endured has led to this moment. This is your call to rise, not as someone seeking attention, but as someone chosen to disrupt, rebuild, and lead. If this message lit something in you, don't let it stop here. Like the video, subscribe to stay aligned. Drop the number 77 in the comments so we know you're walking with us, and share this with another chosen one still trying to find their way. The world is waking up, and your voice is part of the awakening. A shadow once whispered, "They'll never rise." But stars shine brightest when watched by the dark. They thought you were easy to break, like you were a piece on a board they could move, sell, or sacrifice. That witch, she didn't just sell your info. She sold it thinking you'd fall quietly, thinking the shield of a family name could block the storm that your name commands. Foolish. She didn't realize she didn't sell you out. She declared war on the universe itself. You weren't just a name on paper. You were a ripple in time. You were chosen. Like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen ones. When you interact, you signal to YouTube that this message matters. You help it reach others who need to hear it, others who've been doubted, sold out, or forgotten. Let's get this in front of every soul the universe marked. The witch thought blood ties could protect her, that family names could rewrite fate. But your name isn't just written, it echoes. It drips with quiet fire. It stalks those who betray it, showing up in their nightmares as a whisper, a chill, a slow unraveling of everything they tried to hide behind. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting something older, colder, and far more patient, the universe that chose you. To every chosen one hearing this, stop doubting your light. You keep waiting for backup, forgetting that the backup is already within you. You were never walking alone. The universe doesn't choose for fun. It chooses for war, for change, for shaking foundations. Your footsteps are loud, even when you're silent. Your energy walks into rooms before you do, and some people feel it as fear, others as guilt. Either way, they know. And you, stop apologizing for being hard to swallow. Diamonds cut, fire burns. Storms don't say sorry for wrecking what stood in their path. You were made to disturb false peace, not fit inside of it. When that witch handed them your name, she didn't give them power. She gave them a countdown. She handed them a storm wrapped in paper and thought it was just a name. But your name moves through time like thunder. It holds memory, weight, and warning. It haunts the people who try to bury it because it never lays still. They thought they could stand behind powerful families and throw rocks at the moon. But the moon doesn't throw back. It pulls oceans. That's what your presence does. You shift tides. You move the unseen. They thought you were alone, but the universe sent you with shadows that move, with timing that protects, with consequences that wait patiently in the dark. So to the ones still doubting if you were really chosen, look at how they fear your rise. Look at how they need circles, schemes, and secrets just to try and hold you down. That's not weakness. That's threat recognition. That's them knowing what you're becoming before you've even stepped into it fully. Chosen ones, don't shrink, don't flinch. The universe didn't pick you for silence. It picked you to echo. Now let them feel the weight of your name. So, if you're reading this, then the pull already started. That quiet pressure in your chest, that's recognition. This story isn't fiction, it's a reflection. It's the echo of what was done to you when they thought your name held no weight. Drop the number 77 in the comments if betrayal sharpened you, if silence made you stronger, if your name started making noise before you even spoke. This message was carved for the ones the universe never forgot. And if you're truly one of them, you'll feel it deep and you'll stay until the very last word. Let's get into it. Number 1. They bet on the wrong bloodline, and now the universe wants a refund. When fools think they've found protection in power, they forget. The universe doesn't protect cowards. It exposes them. She thought she was smart, thought she was loyal, thought that standing behind a last name with influence was the same as being untouchable. That kind of blind loyalty is more dangerous than betrayal because it doesn't come from hate. It comes from ignorance, from weakness. She owed them everything, and she sold you like you were nothing. all because she thought their name could carry the weight of yours. It can't. It never could. Let that sink in. She didn't betray you out of courage. She betrayed you out of comfort, out of a debt she thought she could repay by handing over your energy like it was hers to give. The same family that bailed her out, covered her mess, and picked up her broken pieces. She thought they'd save her one more time. But this time, what she did wasn't a mistake. It was a choice, and choices come with echoes. The moment she passed on your name, your secrets, your essence, she didn't just betray you. She challenged the universe. And you, chosen one, need to understand something very clearly. When people move against you, they are not fighting just you. They're fighting the cosmic force that handpicked you. They think they're playing chess, but they're messing with the code, the alignment, the current. What they don't realize is, when the universe selects someone, it doesn't just grant them strength. It surrounds them with consequence. It creates balance by creating pressure. And those who try to tip the scale, they don't just fall. They get crushed by the very force they tried to bend. She thought this was just another favor, another small betrayal in exchange for a pat on the head. But the universe doesn't count betrayal by size. It counts by intention. Her intention was to offer your downfall as a gift, to hand it over like a peace treaty to the same people who would have never dared come at you head-on. And now she gets to learn what it means to be burned by a name she couldn't carry, couldn't hold, couldn't even comprehend. Let this be a reminder to you. You're not just someone with potential. You're someone with presence, the kind that haunts those who wrong you, the kind that can't be spoken in every room, because not every room can hold it. That's why they move in silence when they come against you. That's why they form circles and whisper lies. Because they know if they step to you in truth, the universe would hit back harder than you ever could. And to you, chosen one, why did you doubt? Why did you sit in that silence and question if you were meant for more? Why did you let their actions make you feel unworthy when your very existence makes cowards flinch and liars panic? Stop apologizing for what you are. You were never meant to be safe for the wrong people. You were meant to be a mirror that shows them who they really are. You wonder why they fear you. It's not your anger, it's your peace. It's how you move without needing validation. It's how you've survived every quiet war they threw at you. How you kept walking with your name still intact while they hid behind theirs. You didn't ask for this power, but you sure as hell carry it better than any of them could. They tried to trap you with your own blueprint, and the universe rewrote the rules mid-play. That's what happens when people target the chosen. Reality bends, time delays, karma accelerates. You become a walking reminder that nothing done in the dark stays hidden forever. That witch thought she could escape the storm by offering you up as a sacrifice. But sacrifices come with consequences, and the moment your name left her mouth, she signed a contract with the universe that she was never meant to negotiate. And to the family that stood behind her, that gave her false confidence, that fed her belief that she could play God with your destiny, they're not exempt. They co-signed a deal that the universe never approved. They put their hand on the scale, and now they wonder why everything in their life is shifting, why their protection feels thinner, why shadows feel heavier. This is what happens when people forget the power of alignment, when they fight fate thinking they can overpower it with influence, when they mistake silence for weakness and peace for permission. You are not the victim. You are the trigger. Your very presence activated every hidden fear they tried to keep buried. And now, you're no longer just the one they whispered about. You're the one the universe stands behind. Loudly, violently, without mercy. Stop questioning why you were chosen. Start acting like it. The chosen don't walk easy roads. They walk roads others try to block. And when betrayal shows up in the form of familiar faces, that's not the end. It's the confirmation. They bet on the wrong bloodline. They invested in false power. And now the universe is collecting interest. You don't need revenge. You are the lesson. Your name will echo in places their protection can't reach. It will be spoken in fear, in regret, in shame. Because the weight of it is too real to ignore now. They gambled with something they never understood. And you're done doubting. You're done explaining. You're done holding your light back because it makes others squint. You were never one of them. You were always more. And now they know. Let them feel the weight. Number 2. She didn't just cross the line. She set herself on fire and called it loyalty. She didn't trip. She didn't stumble. She walked full stride into forbidden ground with your name on her lips and betrayal in her heart. This wasn't a slip-up. This was precision, intentional, cold, calculated. She typed your name like it was hers to summon. She dragged your records into the light like they were free to touch. Personal, private, protected. None of it mattered to her. She didn't see you. She saw an opportunity to buy favor. That moment she crossed the line, she wasn't just accessing files. She was digging her own grave with a keyboard. She was playing God with information she couldn't even begin to understand. She reduced your life, your legacy, to data points on a screen. She turned your spirit into scrollable text, thinking that words and numbers could define someone the universe had handpicked. And then, like it was nothing, she passed it on. No hesitation, no second thought. She didn't stop to ask who was behind the request. She didn't ask what they planned to do with your story. She didn't care. She had one thought: pay them back. Pay back a family who threw her scraps of power and mistook it for protection. She thought this was her duty, that giving you up somehow made her loyal, that putting you at risk somehow cleared her debts. But here's what she didn't calculate. Your name isn't just data, it's charged. It's encrypted with energy, shielded by alignment, watched by a force that keeps tabs, even when you're unaware. When she accessed your information, she triggered something no screen could measure. A quiet alarm in the universe that says, one of ours has been touched. And that kind of violation doesn't go unchecked. What she saw as nothing, a few documents, a history, a string of identifiers, was actually sacred. Chosen ones aren't just people. They are codes in motion, blueprints wrapped in flesh. When you touch them without permission, you don't just cross a line, you tamper with balance. And the universe doesn't forget that. She thought she was trading paper. She was actually bargaining with karma. She handed over what wasn't hers, and now she carries a debt she can't repay. Not to you, but to the force that keeps you covered. That's why things around her will start to collapse, slowly, quietly, then all at once. Because when you betray a chosen one, the punishment doesn't always come loud, it comes true. And to you, chosen one, stop feeling like a victim. Start recognizing the weight of what you carry. If your information was valuable enough to steal, it means your energy is powerful enough to fear. Let that sit in your chest. You are not just someone people envy. You are someone they study, analyze, track. Because your presence causes waves, and they want to know how. Let her action remind you of this. Your value isn't up for debate. It's confirmed every time they move against you. Number 3. She mistook protection for power. Now the illusion's cracking. She thought she was untouchable, thought the rules didn't apply to her because they never had before. She danced through violations like they were minor missteps, never once facing the fire she deserved. Mistake after mistake, someone always cleaned it up. Someone always whispered in a hallway, signed a paper, shut a mouth. She confused immunity with invincibility. She believed her connection to his family was a shield, something divine in its own right. But this time, this wasn't just a slip-up. This time, she didn't just cross a line, she trespassed on sacred ground. And what she didn't know, what she couldn't comprehend, is that your name isn't something you toss around like a favor. Your name is weight. It's gravity. It pulls justice into motion. You see, she thought the game was rigged in her favor. That knowing the right people made her safe. That having a network of influence made her untouchable. She thought consequences were optional, that life would keep folding itself to fit her. And for a while it did. But she forgot one thing. There's a difference between human power and universal authority. When she moved against you, she didn't just gamble with status. She challenged a system that works on a much deeper level. A system she can't bribe or charm. She didn't realize your protection didn't come from lawyers or connections or a last name. Your protection is metaphysical, energetic, built into the architecture of the universe, the kind that doesn't answer to phones, but to frequency. And once she stepped into that frequency, it was over. What she stepped into wasn't just bigger than her, it was untouchable because it was unseen. You, chosen one, carry a force that doesn't speak loudly. It acts silently, strategically. And when someone crosses it, it doesn't just react, it recalibrates their entire path. Their blessings start to backfire. Their favors start to fall through. Their names start losing weight. Because the universe doesn't let that kind of disrespect ride. Not when one of its chosen has been targeted. And now she feels it. The silence around her isn't peace, it's pressure. The whispers she used to benefit from are now speaking about her. The same people who once moved mountains for her are starting to distance themselves. Why? Because even they can feel it. The energy's shifted. Your name has unsettled something. She touched fire, and now everything she touches turns cold. Let this remind you, chosen one, that no matter how loud their power looks, it's all illusion next to yours. Real power doesn't need a spotlight. It doesn't need to threaten. It just is. And the moment someone violates that, they realize how false their safety truly was. Stop underestimating your protection. You are not backed by people. You are backed by alignment. You were never meant to play by their rules. You are the glitch in their system. So when they think you're just another pawn to be moved, remind them your name breaks the board. She thought she was untouchable. Now she can't even touch peace. Number 4. She thought she was hidden. Now every shadow has eyes. When you move against a chosen one, you don't just cross a moral line. You trigger a sequence the universe designed to be irreversible. There's no undoing it, no plea deals in spiritual court, no second chances when you willingly strike someone who was placed under cosmic protection. And now, her name is no longer whispered in rooms of favor. It's being written into reports, stamped onto files, spoken in places where consequences don't wait. This wasn't just betrayal. This wasn't a petty jab or gossip traded between bitter souls. No, this was a felony, a serious criminal act that has a digital trail, a timestamp, and a signature of intent. She didn't trip and fall into the wrong decision. She logged in, scrolled, clicked, downloaded, and handed over what was never hers to touch. She weaponized your information and thought she could walk away clean. But the universe doesn't let people erase fingerprints from sacred spaces. Not when the prints are soaked in violation. The investigation isn't coming, it's already here. Quietly, strategically. And it's not just human eyes that are watching. When a chosen one is violated, the energy shifts. Suddenly, people who once defended her begin to feel uneasy. Suddenly, calls aren't returned. Smiles fade. Doors close without explanation. Because that's what happens when you betray someone whose name carries energetic enforcement. The universe makes the walls close in. Slowly. Precisely. And what's the cruelest part? She thought she was careful, thought she was smart, thought she was insulated under the umbrella of her boyfriend's family. Those same people who twisted systems and pulled favors for her like puppeteers hiding behind curtains. In her mind, this was just another quiet transaction, just another mess they would sweep away like before. But this wasn't like before, because this time the target was you. And when it's a chosen one, the game flips. The darkness that once protected her becomes a spotlight. Every keystroke, every conversation, every lie documented. Energy doesn't lie. And the universe doesn't forget. What she thought would stay buried is now evidence. What she believed would vanish in the shadows is being pulled into the light, layer by layer. And this time, no amount of influence, money, or whispered favors can rewrite the reality she created for herself. This is what happens when people mistake silence for weakness, when they think chosen means soft, when they believe being protected means being passive. But here's the truth. Being chosen means being watched over and avenged. And now she gets to learn that mercy is not a guarantee. She made a choice, a deliberate, documented, traceable choice to betray you. And now, the system she trusted is turning on her. The people she leaned on are backing away, because betrayal has a scent, and those who are smart enough can already smell the collapse coming. Let this be a reminder, chosen one. You don't always have to fight back with fists or fury. Sometimes your name alone does the heavy lifting. You don't have to scream for justice when the universe has already filed the case. Let them scramble. Let them panic. Let them finally feel what it's like to run from something that never needed to chase them, because it was already ahead, waiting. The investigation isn't the beginning of the end for her. It's the echo of a truth she ignored. When you cross a chosen one, there's no such thing as walking away untouched. Number 5. She tried to bury the truth. Now it's digging her grave. She crossed a line that doesn't just carry spiritual consequence, it carries legal weight. This wasn't hearsay. This wasn't speculation. This was a digital intrusion backed by her own fingerprints, tracked in real time, and marked by systems she foolishly thought she could outsmart. She accessed records she had no right to touch, confidential, protected, sacred by law and by energetic boundary. And she did it like she had the universe's permission. She didn't. She used her access like a weapon, thinking her position was power, thinking her clearance made her untouchable. She forgot that access isn't ownership. And when she opened that door, she opened more than just a file. She opened a case. a cosmic one and a legal one. And now every move, every click, every unauthorized view is being traced right back to her. She didn't hesitate, didn't pause, didn't question why someone wanted that information, why they were targeting you. She just played her role like a pawn, begging to be useful. Like her loyalty to his family was reason enough to betray someone the universe refuses to ignore. And now she gets to learn that what she thought was just data is actually dynamite. Because what she touched wasn't harmless. What she gave away wasn't just information. It was you, your history, your identity, your private foundation. And every keystroke she made is now screaming her name into systems built to catch exactly this kind of abuse. She wanted to play a silent role in someone else's attack, but there's nothing silent about the path she carved. Let them all hear this. Every login has a timestamp. Every document accessed has a digital footprint. Every unauthorized view carries a legal fingerprint that can't be wiped clean. She moved like she was invisible, but the universe doesn't need to see her to catch her. It just watches the energy shift, and when enough wrong is committed, truth becomes magnetic. It rises, it surfaces, it demands exposure. And now the truth is dragging itself out of the dirt she tried to bury it in. The systems she thought would shield her are now turning on her. The same access that made her feel powerful is now the rope tying her to the fallout. She used tools she didn't understand to carry out a plan she wasn't built to survive. And you, chosen one, watch this unfold and remember your power. You didn't have to lift a finger, you didn't have to retaliate. All you had to do was stay in alignment, and the truth started rising like smoke from a slow-burning fire. The universe will always uncover what's been hidden when one of its own has been violated. That's the law above all laws. You were never fighting alone. She thought no one would notice. She thought she could blend into the background. But when you betray a chosen one, you glow in the dark. You become visible to every form of justice, seen and unseen. Now she's not just part of the story, she is the case. Every step she took thinking no one would follow is now evidence. And every time they said, "No one will ever find out," the universe replied, "Watch me." Number 6. She thought she was playing in the dark. Now she's lit up like a crime scene. The moment she touched those records, the game changed. It wasn't just a betrayal anymore. It became a federal offense. With a single unauthorized login, she triggered alarms in systems far beyond her reach. She didn't just break a rule, she broke a wall, one guarded by law, by encryption, by people who don't care about personal favors or family ties. The system caught it. Instantly, red flags were raised, protocols activated, and now the investigation has a name: Heron. This isn't some backdoor deal swept under the rug by powerful families with smooth connections and deep pockets. This is federal territory now, and the law doesn't care who she knows. It only cares about what she did. Every click she thought was invisible, tracked. Every file she thought she could steal and hand off in the shadows. Logged, dated, secured as evidence. And the walls are closing in fast. She believed this would vanish like all her past messes. That just like before, someone would step in, call the right people, say the right words, and suddenly the problem would evaporate. But this isn't just a mistake on paper. This is a digital crime, backed by federal law and monitored by systems built to catch people exactly like her, those who confuse access with immunity. She walked into the lion's den, wearing the same smug smile she always wore. thinking her last name or who she slept next to would be enough to shield her. But there's no shield strong enough when federal hands start pulling threads. This isn't local. This isn't personal. This is legal. And in that world, the only thing that speaks is evidence. And the evidence is ironclad. Every move she made left a signature. Every action she thought was low risk is now a blaring siren pointing straight at her. The story is written in ones and zeros, screenshots and server logs. She can't spin it, deny it, or reframe it. It's not about stories anymore. It's about facts. And the facts don't lie. She walked herself into a cage thinking it was a shortcut. What's worse, she still thought she was hidden. She still thought this was just another risk, another mess that could be covered with a phone call. But this isn't a scandal. It's a sentence waiting to happen. She didn't just betray you. She signed a legal document with her fingerprints, written in code and criminal intent. And now the feds are watching her like prey. And you, chosen one, let this be a lesson in silence. The louder they scream in the beginning, the harder they fall when truth takes center stage. You didn't need to expose her. The system did it for you. That's what it means to be aligned, to be chosen. When you are truly protected, your enemies out themselves, loudly, publicly, brutally. She tried to work in the dark, but she forgot. When the chosen are attacked, the universe turns the lights on. And now she's the one under the spotlight with nowhere left to run. Number 7. She was their pawn. Now she's their problem. The deeper they dig, the uglier it gets. This wasn't a lapse in judgment. This wasn't a mistake made in a moment of weakness. It was planned, premeditated, carried out with full awareness and zero remorse. And now that the mask is off, the truth is unraveling fast. Not just around her, but around the entire network she thought would keep her safe. She tried to harm a chosen one, and all she ended up doing was lighting the match that burned her own bridge. Her own backing. Her own name. This isn't a story of one woman going rogue. This is about a whole system that thought it could manipulate the rules, bend reality, and walk away untouched. And now, that very system is eating itself alive. Because when you come for someone who's been chosen by the universe itself, justice doesn't knock, it breaks the door down. She thought she was untouchable because of who stood behind her. She moved like a ghost in their shadow, confident that the same people who once erased her mistakes would erase this one too. But what she failed to understand is that even shadows cast by powerful names can only stretch so far. Eventually, the light finds everything. And now, that light is merciless. It's uncovering what they all hoped would stay buried. She believed she was protected because she was loyal, but her loyalty didn't save her. It sentenced her, because she wasn't just loyal to a family. She was loyal to a structure built on manipulation, secrecy, and control. And the second she became too loud, too reckless, too exposed, she stopped being their asset and became their liability. Now the whispers in dark rooms aren't about protecting her. They're about distancing from her, denying involvement, pretending they had no idea what she was doing. One by one, the people she thought would go to war for her are slipping away, closing doors, deleting messages. The same ones who applauded her for moving dirty are now rewriting their roles, pointing fingers, scrubbing her from their narrative. Because this isn't just her crime anymore, it's their mess, their blueprint, and her name is all over it. She never once considered that the same web she was helping them spin would tangle her, trap her, and tear her down first. That's the arrogance of those who think playing with a chosen one is just another game. They don't realize that when the universe steps in, it doesn't just balance the scales, it flips the whole damn table. And you, chosen one, understand this clearly. Her fall isn't just justice, it's a warning, a demonstration of what happens when people conspire against the energy the universe is actively protecting. You didn't have to retaliate. You didn't have to explain yourself. Your silence had gravity, and it pulled every truth to the surface. This is the fallout of alignment. This is what it looks like when the protection around you activates fully. She was a piece in something bigger, but now that web is collapsing, and she's the first to go down with it. Number 8, she moved in the dark, but the light was always waiting. This wasn't random, this wasn't emotional, this was orchestrated. From the shadows, from behind fake smiles and shallow loyalty, the karmic feminine pulled strings like a seasoned puppeteer, quiet, careful, and calculated. She whispered lies in ears she knew were already hungry to believe them. She turned weak minds into weapons. She planted seeds of doubt in those who already feared your light. And she thought she was winning. But here's what she forgot. Deception can only last as long as silence does, and the silence is over. Every step she took, every fake alliance, every word she twisted, it's all being retraced now. The illusion is collapsing under the weight of truth. And truth has never needed an invitation to arrive. It just shows up when the energy shifts. She thought she was untouchable because she wasn't on the front line. She didn't need to get her hands dirty. She had pawns for that. She used the reckless one to do the clicking, the talking, the stealing. But it was her plan, her design. Her fingerprints are everywhere, not just on keyboards, but on minds. And now those digital traces are leading straight to her. One by one, her tactics are becoming her downfall. This wasn't just betrayal, it was organized sabotage. And what she didn't count on is that when you target a chosen one, the universe doesn't just defend, it investigates, it exposes, it makes a spectacle out of the hidden. What she built in secret is now being taken apart in front of everyone. Slowly, then suddenly. Publicly, then personally. And here's the thing, this was never just about you. She wasn't just trying to harm you, she was trying to rewrite the order. She saw your presence, your name, your protection, and it made her sick. Because she knew she couldn't match your energy, your alignment, your light. So she did what cowards do. She plotted behind your back while smiling in your face. She tried to destroy what she couldn't imitate. But the universe doesn't protect the loudest. It protects the most aligned. And now, everything she tried to bury is being unearthed with brutal accuracy. Her plans, her lies, her circle. They're being pulled into the light like weeds in dry soil. And the investigation. It's no longer just about what was done to you. It's about the entire web she spun, the system she built, the damage she caused. The truth is coming for every last corner of her kingdom of lies. You, chosen one, were never just a target. You were the trigger. Your name activated justice in a way no spell, no scheme, no sabotage could stop. You didn't have to fight dirty. You didn't have to prove anything. Your energy did the heavy lifting. Your alignment forced the collapse. This is divine justice, not religious, not mystical, just real. The type of justice that moves through vibration, through timing, through truth. The kind that doesn't knock, it removes. She wanted control. She got exposure. She wanted silence. She got headlines, energetic and legal. She tried to win quietly. Now she's losing loudly. Let her crumble. Let the whole web fall. Because when the universe defends its chosen, there are no survivors on the wrong side of the war. Number 9. She was their soldier. Now she's their sacrifice. She thought loyalty bought protection, that because she bled for them, they'd bleed for her, that because she carried out their schemes, they'd shield her from the consequences. For a while it looked that way. Every time she broke a rule, they cleaned it up. Every time she crossed a line, they blurred it. So when she stepped deep into criminal territory for them, when she breached your records and handed over your name, she was certain they'd come running like always. But this time, silence. The karmic feminine, the architect behind the scenes, isn't whispering now. She's vanished. And the boyfriend's family, the ones who built her up, protected her, validated her recklessness, they're no longer in the picture. No more favors, no more cover-ups, just space, avoidance, and sudden distance. The silence isn't an oversight, it's a strategy. Because now that the law is involved, the reality is too big to ignore. This isn't gossip. This isn't a messy secret that can be paid off or hushed up. It's a federal crime, a digital violation, a felony that comes with a prison number and a lifetime of regret. She went all in, thinking she was part of something powerful, thinking she was essential to the structure, too valuable to be discarded. But what she didn't realize is this: people who build empires on lies always need scapegoats. And now, she's it. Her name is the one on the login. Her hands were on the records. Her fingerprints are on the betrayal. And when the pressure came down, they did what people like them always do. They let her burn for it. Not because they didn't plan it. Not because they're innocent, but because they can't afford to look guilty. This is what happens when pawns forget their pawns. She thought she was in the inner circle. She was actually just a placeholder, a tool, a disposable piece. And now that the story's out, the heat is real and the law is closing in. She's learning the final lesson. When it's time to clean house, traitors get thrown out first. She didn't just lose their protection. She never had it. It was always transactional, always conditional. She was useful, so they tolerated her chaos. But usefulness runs out fast when consequences knock. And now that her crimes threaten their reputation, their silence is louder than any defense. Let that sink in, chosen one. She tried to betray you for people who would never bleed for her. She gambled your energy, your privacy, your peace. For power she never truly held. And now she's standing alone in the fallout, wondering how it all flipped so fast. You never had to retaliate. The very energy she moved against is now moving through her life like a wrecking ball. You were chosen, she was used. And when people go to war with the universe, they lose badly. She called it loyalty. They called it leverage. Now it's called betrayal, and she's the only one left holding the damage. Number 10. She played with fire. Now she's ashes in her own story. She thought she was untouchable, thought her hands were too clean, her smile too sweet, her connections too deep. But now, she stands in the wreckage of her own making, watching the walls close in, realizing none of the people she trusted are coming to pull her out. Not the karmic feminine, not the boyfriend, not his powerful family, not one of them. She built her entire identity around borrowed power, other people's names, other people's influence. And now that the truth is on the table, she has nothing of her own left to hide behind. This isn't karma, coming with loud bangs and flashing lights. This is the quiet collapse, the kind where phones stop ringing, emails go unanswered, doors that once opened with a wink now stay locked. The kind where everything she thought would protect her is suddenly miles away. And worse, watching, letting her fall. She's learning what it feels like when the people you fought for pretend they never knew you. She's learning what happens when truth becomes louder than loyalty. And it wasn't because someone hunted her down. It wasn't revenge. It wasn't a smear campaign. It was simply the natural consequence of moving against someone chosen by the universe. Because when you betray a chosen one, truth becomes time released justice. And no matter how long it takes, it shows up right on schedule. Every lie she told, every file she accessed, every moment she thought she was in control, it's all accounted for now. They say the truth will set you free, but let's be real, most people don't want freedom. They want control. And she was addicted to control, to being the one behind the scenes, the one calling the quiet shots. But truth isn't here to negotiate. It's here to dismantle. And now it's stripping everything from her, piece by piece, not just her reputation, but her sense of self. Because when your entire world is built on lies, the truth doesn't just expose you, it erases you. Her job, hanging by threads, her alliances, ghosted, her public face, cracking under pressure. She's not even being attacked, she's just unraveling. That's what divine balance looks like. Not always dramatic, just undeniable. She's being suffocated by the very silence she once used as cover. And to you, chosen one, this isn't just about her fall, this is about your rise. This is proof that you don't need to chase revenge, you don't need to scream your truth. All you have to do is stay aligned, stay grounded, and let your name do what it was born to do, carry weight. You were never meant to fight their battles. You were meant to be the evidence that not even the darkest plots can erase light that was chosen. She thought she was writing your ending, but now she's standing in the ruins of her own. And the best part, you didn't lift a single finger. You just kept walking. And the truth followed. Number 11. She bet everything on them. Now she's holding nothing but silence. She gave them everything, her trust, her loyalty, her crimes, and in return, they gave her the illusion of safety. They had always protected her, cleaned up her messes like servants of convenience. When she slipped, they covered it. When she lied, they backed her. When she crossed boundaries, they erased the evidence. And so she believed, foolishly, blindly, that this time would be no different. That even a federal crime could be softened by the influence she thought surrounded her like armor. But this time, the ground didn't move for her. The rug didn't lift to hide the mess. The whispers stopped. The calls faded. The walls she thought were made of steel turned out to be paper, and now they're burning around her. This wasn't a petty misstep. This was a felony, a federal breach, a crime that follows rules no last name can bend. There are no private favors that can rewrite server logs, no charming connections that can erase digital footprints. And suddenly, the people she swore by, the people she betrayed you for, are nowhere to be found. At first, they kept her calm, told her to stay quiet, told her they'd handle it, and she clung to those lies like they were gospel, repeated them to herself while the heat built around her. But then, nothing. The calls stopped, the promises evaporated, their silence, once strategic, turned suffocating. Not even the karmic feminine is speaking her name anymore. She's become toxic, radioactive, unusable. She didn't just fail her mission, She became the evidence of everything they tried to keep hidden. And now, she finally sees it. This time, she's on her own. Not because she did something so shocking, but because she did something too visible. She made the mistake of thinking power could shield her from exposure. But power only protects what's useful. And she's no longer useful. She's a liability. The revelation is brutal, not just because she's alone, but because she now sees how fake it all was. The love, the loyalty, the protection. It was never unconditional. It was never real. It was rented. And she ran out of credit the second the feds got involved. Now she's not a protected insider. She's a discarded pawn. This is what happens when people betray the chosen. The universe doesn't just balance, it reveals. It pulls masks off with precision, one by one, until everyone is forced to face the truth. What they built on lies was never built to last. Her empire was made of whispers, her identity stitched together by other people's power. And now, with every call that goes unanswered, with every silence that grows louder, the truth hits her like a mirror she can't look away from. You, chosen one, don't miss this moment. This is your confirmation. You weren't paranoid. You weren't overreacting. You were being targeted. But now the energy has reversed, and the truth is doing what you never had to, clearing the battlefield. She thought they'd save her. Now she knows they were only ever saving themselves. She thought leaking your name would be easy, forgotten, ignored. But your name holds weight. Now, the system is turning on her. The authorities aren't just watching her, they're peeling back the layers on everyone who stood behind her. Her protection, gone. The boyfriend, silent. The powerful family, disappearing. One by one, they're letting her fall to save themselves. No more calls, no more shields, just isolation and panic. Her job, her future, crumbling. She bet on influence. She forgot about the force behind your name, because their power has limits. Yours doesn't. That's what it means to be chosen. Like and subscribe. A quiet storm always hits the hardest, because no one hears it coming, but it leaves nothing standing. They played dirty, threw everything at you like wild dogs in the dark. Gossip, lies, betrayal, fake smiles, silent treatments, manipulation cloaked in charm. They wanted to watch you bleed emotionally. They wanted to watch your light flicker out. They didn't come to fight fair, they came to destroy. But here's what they didn't count on. You weren't standing alone. The universe was behind you the whole time. They thought they were fighting you, but they were really swinging at something bigger than they could ever understand. And now they're left swinging at shadows, confused, frustrated, and obsessing over a war they already lost. Like this message so far. Then pause for a second, like this video, subscribe, and drop a comment for other chosen ones to find their light. Every action you take pushes this message out further. When more of us rise, the universe moves faster. Now, back to you, the chosen. You didn't just survive what they threw at you. You made it look easy. Your silence was surgical. Your calm was lethal. You didn't scream. You didn't stoop to their level. You didn't clap back. And yet, you crushed them. Why? Because maturity is the sharpest weapon of all. Your emotional control wasn't weakness, it was warfare. They thought your lack of response meant they had won. But in truth, it was the final move in a game they didn't even understand. They can't stop thinking about you now, not because you chased them, but because you didn't. Let that sink in. There is something haunting about a person who doesn't flinch when others try to break them. That's the kind of strength people fear, but can't look away from. You are that strength. You carry the energy of someone who's been touched by the universe itself. And that power, it doesn't come with noise, it comes with presence. With that still, heavy silence that shakes people at their core. You walked away with dignity, and that's exactly why they can't stop watching your life from the sidelines. You're not just on their mind, you're an addiction now. And I need you to understand this. Your enemies are not losing sleep because you argued back. They're losing sleep because you didn't need to. You didn't explain, you didn't defend, you just evolved. And evolution is terrifying to people who live in cycles. You broke the pattern. They can't. You are the living reminder that some people cannot be controlled, caged, or manipulated. You are the proof that the universe always chooses those who walk through fire without letting it burn their soul. But don't you ever dare forget, you were never alone. Stop doubting your own light. Stop thinking no one saw what you went through. The universe did. And it responded by giving you peace in the middle of war. That peace? That's your evidence that you are chosen. The power you carry is not loud, but it's permanent. It's in your energy. It's in the way rooms shift when you walk in. It's in the way they still watch you, hoping for a crack. But you've given them nothing to work with, and that's why they're spiraling. So don't take this lightly. You're not just someone who made it out. You're someone they'll never forget. And as much as they hate to admit it, your strength became their obsession. They wanted your downfall. What they got instead was your glow-up. So if this is hitting your soul right now, good. That's how you know you're not just watching, you're remembering who you are. If you're really walking that chosen path, this won't just sound true. It'll feel true. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done reacting and ready to own your silence, your glow, your power. Because this isn't just a message, it's a mirror. And if you're still here, it's not by accident. The universe pulled you to this moment for a reason. Now let's break this down step by step. And trust me, if you're truly chosen, you won't be able to look away. Let's get into it. Number 1. They threw stones and you built a throne. You tried to bury me, but I was seed, and now you're choking on the garden. They plotted, planned, and played every dirty card in the book because they thought they understood you. They thought if they pulled just the right string, you'd unravel. If they pushed the right button, you'd explode. They wanted the meltdown, the chaos, the drama, because that's where they thrive. Low places, dark games. They fed off confusion, controlled narratives, rewrote truth until lies felt real. But here's what they didn't expect. You weren't playing the same game. They came with fire, and you showed up with calm. They came to break you, and you came to build yourself in silence. That silence, that was their breaking point. Not because it was weak, but because it was untouchable. When you didn't defend yourself, you stole the only weapon they had. They were prepared for a fight. You gave them a mirror instead. And now they're stuck looking at themselves, with no chaos to hide behind, no false story to sell. That's what makes the chosen different. You don't need noise to make impact. Your stillness speaks louder than their screams ever could. And yes, maybe you questioned yourself at times. Maybe you sat in that silence thinking, am I really the strong one? Why do I always feel alone in this? But let me say it plain. You weren't alone. You were aligned. The universe doesn't send noise. It sends alignment. It starts shifting things around you. It pulls away people who pretend, situations that drain, and illusions that distract. It clears the path for those it chooses. But because it looks like loss, you mistook it for abandonment. Let's be real, some of you doubted your own power. You looked at the silence and the isolation and thought it was punishment. You forgot who you are. You forgot what it means to be chosen. So let me remind you, being chosen doesn't mean comfort. It means responsibility. It means pressure. It means transformation by fire, not applause. You don't glow because life was easy. You glow because you kept walking when everything told you to break. So why are they freaking out now? Because they felt your shift before they ever saw it. They felt your emotional detachment like a cold slap to the ego. They felt your energy leave the room long before your body did. You didn't chase. You didn't explain. You just let them drown in the emptiness they created for you. And now they're gasping for the attention they once took for granted. They wanted to trap you in a game of reactions. But you became the glitch in their system. You didn't just avoid the trap. You exposed how weak it was. You moved like the system was never designed to hold you in the first place. Because it wasn't. When the universe chooses you, it rewrites the script. It doesn't need your enemies to approve. It just needs you to believe. But even then, you hesitated. You questioned. And while they were launching attacks, you were stuck wondering if your light was even real. Let me be blunt. That doubt, that hesitation, it nearly cost you everything. Because when you start doubting your light, you give darkness permission to move. You have to know what you carry. You have to understand that being chosen means being targeted. Not because you're weak, but because you're different. And different shakes the system. Here's the truth they don't want you to realize. The system they tried to trap you in wasn't just emotional manipulation. It was spiritual resistance. It was the universe watching you to see if you'd rise or retreat. And the moment you chose silence over chaos, maturity over drama, peace over ego, that's when everything shifted. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the universe moving through you. That's why they're haunted now. That's why they're obsessed. That's why they keep checking your life from a distance, hoping for a sign of collapse that never comes. Because your calm became their crisis. You want metaphor? Here's one. They tried to burn you, thinking they'd watch you turn to ash. But instead, you turned into smoke. Everywhere, in everything, impossible to grasp, but impossible to ignore. They breathe you in without even meaning to. You became part of their air, and now they choke on the very presence they tried to erase. And now their reality is flipped. You were never meant to fall into the trap. You were meant to reveal it, to expose their weakness with your strength. That's the gift of being chosen. Not revenge, but revelation. You reveal everything just by existing in truth, just by not breaking. So stop holding back, stop dimming, stop questioning if the pain had a purpose. It did. The ones who tried to crush you were actually the hands that activated your awakening. Don't thank them, don't curse them, just outgrow them. And understand this. They're not scared of your strength. They're scared of your restraint, because anyone can clap back. But only the powerful can outgrow in silence. They built the trap thinking you'd fall. Instead, you rose. And now they're the ones stuck, watching you walk away, unable to unsee what you've become. An addiction. a symbol of everything they couldn't control, a reminder that they never had power over you, only the illusion. The game is over, the trap failed, and you're not just free, you're unforgettable. Number 2, your silence was the sentence, and your absence, the execution. Sometimes the loudest scream is the one that never makes a sound. You didn't yell, you didn't plead, you didn't throw your truth at people who were committed to misunderstanding it. You just disappeared. And that was the loudest thing you could have done. Because your absence isn't just space, it's a statement. It's the echo of everything you didn't say crashing down around them. It's the peace they couldn't poison. It's the silence they can't silence. They expected drama, tears, explanations. Instead, you gave them a blank space, and that space is suffocating them. You see, control isn't just about manipulation, it's about access. And the moment you cut off that access, they felt it like a system shutting down. Your absence disrupted their entire emotional economy. No more pushing your buttons to get reactions. No more guilt-tripping, baiting, or spinning stories to make themselves the victim. Now they're stuck in a house full of echoes, trying to fight shadows that don't respond anymore. And that's what burns them. You left without warning, without theatrics, without even a final word. You just stopped playing the part they wrote for you. And suddenly the show fell apart. Because you were the glue the whole time. You were the supply, the reaction, the proof they used to justify their twisted version of reality. But once you stopped giving them that, they were forced to sit alone with what they created. Now they're spiraling. Not because they miss you, but because they miss the control they had over you. That panic they're feeling, that's not heartbreak, it's ego death. It's the scream of someone who thought they were the puppeteer, only to realize they were never in charge to begin with. And here's the part they'll never admit. Your absence is forcing them to face themselves, and they don't like what they see. When you were around, you absorbed the blame. You were the scapegoat, the emotional punching bag, the one who always overreacted or misunderstood. But now, with no one left to point fingers at, every ugly truth they buried is surfacing. And it's not a pretty sight. They're left to sit in the raw mess of their own making, the lies, the manipulation, the projection. It's all rotting in the silence you left behind, and they feel it every single day. Your absence isn't passive, it's powerful. It's a mirror they can't escape, a weight they can't lift, a void that echoes louder than any confrontation ever could. That's the thing about being chosen. Your power doesn't scream. It withdraws. It removes itself. And when that power pulls away, it reveals how hollow everything else is. You didn't need to destroy them. You just needed to leave. And the absence itself did the rest. Still doubting yourself? Still wondering if you did the right thing by walking away quietly? Then let me ask you this. If your absence wasn't powerful, why are they still watching you? Why are they still bringing up your name? Why are they still trying to mimic your energy while pretending you never mattered? Because deep down, they know the moment you stopped explaining yourself was the moment they lost every ounce of leverage. They know silence is the most dangerous sound when it comes from someone who used to explain, defend, and fight. You've shifted, and that shift is screaming through your absence. You didn't just walk away, you reclaimed your peace. You didn't just go quiet, you restructured the balance of power. You showed them that healing doesn't always come with a speech, that maturity doesn't need a stage, and that true strength often looks like vanishing from the chaos with no explanation at all. You showed them the storm isn't always loud. Sometimes it walks away and lets the silence do the damage. The universe watched all of it unfold. It watched them take advantage of your kindness. It watched them twist your loyalty, and when the time came, the universe didn't need to crash down on them. It simply told you to pull back. That was the punishment. That was the judgment. And now they sit in silence, confused, bitter, addicted to the thought of you, checking your updates, reading your old messages, wondering how someone so sensitive became so unfazed, because they thought the real power was in their ability to manipulate you. But they were wrong. The real power was always in your ability to detach, to leave without hate, to vanish without burning bridges, because you knew they'd collapse on their own. Your absence became their exposure, and they feel it. They feel it in every failed connection they try to use to replace you. They feel it in every moment of peace they can't find. They feel it in the silence of your energy, no longer filling their world. That's the power of the chosen. You don't fight for closure. You become the closing chapter. And once the universe pulls you out of someone's life, it never brings you back just to make them comfortable. You're gone, and they're the ones left haunted. Number 3, they lost their favorite drug, and now the withdrawal is killing them. They never loved you. They loved the way your light made their darkness feel seen. Let's not sugarcoat it. You were their lifeline, and now they're suffocating. Not because you hurt them, not because you lashed out, but because you left. Quietly, completely, and without looking back. You didn't slam the door, you just stopped opening it. You cut the cord they were feeding off, and now they're starving in silence. They're in withdrawal, and it's brutal. See, people like this, manipulators, users, emotional vampires, they don't crave love. They crave control. They crave access. They crave reactions, attention, your energy. And when you were around, you fed them without even knowing it. Every "it's okay" you gave after they crossed a line. Every time you picked up when you should have blocked. Every time you let them talk circles around you, just to keep the peace. That was fuel. That was supply. And they were addicted. But the moment you recognized the pattern, the moment you chose peace over chaos, they felt the shift. And now, that sweet supply is gone. They're hungry, not for you as a person, but for what you gave them. Comfort without accountability, space without boundaries, loyalty without limits. Now they're trying to fill that void, loudly, desperately, posting fake smiles, throwing parties that feel more like funerals, reaching out to people they once talked trash about, trying to prove to the world they're thriving. But the loudest people are usually the emptiest, and behind all the noise, all the distractions, they're dealing with something they can't hide: starvation. They're gasping for emotional oxygen, because your energy was the air they breathed, and now they're drowning in their own mess. What's worse, they told themselves they didn't need you. They convinced others that losing you was no big deal. They were too emotional, they said, too sensitive, too dramatic. That was the cover story. But the real story? They're checking your page when no one's looking, replaying old conversations, bringing up your name in rooms where they swore you didn't matter, because you do. You always did. They didn't realize your value when they had it. Because they were so busy feeding off your light, they never thought it would go out. They assumed you'd always be there, waiting, giving, forgiving. But you're not the same anymore. You've evolved. You've reclaimed your light. And they can't stand it. That's why the silence is driving them mad. That's why they keep pretending they've moved on. Because deep down, they know they're going through withdrawal. And the worst part is, there's no fix. They can't replace your energy. They can't find your frequency in someone else. You weren't just a good person. You were chosen. And your presence, it was a privilege. Let's get something straight. They don't miss you because they loved you. They miss you because you fed them. And now they're starving, scratching at closed doors, wondering why nothing feels the same. You were their comfort blanket in chaos, their emotional punching bag when things went wrong, their safe zone when consequences came knocking. And now they're standing alone, forced to face themselves with no buffer, no audience, no distraction. And I know some of you are still wrestling with guilt. You're still wondering, was I too cold? Did I cut them off too harshly? Let me answer that for you. No, you finally gave them what they gave you. Nothing. And that balance is what they can't survive. This isn't revenge. This is reality. This is the collapse of a false structure that was never built on truth. It was built on what you gave, and now that you're done giving, it's crumbling. That's the power of the chosen. You don't destroy people, you just remove yourself. And without your light, their whole world dims. Let them pretend. Let them play the I'm unbothered role. Let them keep posting, keep bragging, keep laughing too loud. Because behind the scenes, the starvation is real. The silence is eating them alive. And the withdrawal? That's permanent. There is no coming back from this. Not because you're bitter, but because you finally know who you are. You finally see your energy for what it is. Rare, sacred, irreplaceable. And you're no longer giving it away like it's cheap. The universe doesn't waste chosen energy. It doesn't let you keep feeding people who only take. When you walk away, it's divine timing, even if it feels lonely, even if it hurts. Because while they're starving in the wreckage of their own mess, you're rising, you're healing, you're attracting peace. And that peace, it's proof you did the right thing. They lost their favorite drug, and now they're left craving what they'll never touch again. Number 4. The glow after the storm is what's blinding them now. They thought you were a phase. You turned out to be their awakening. Now the real pain begins, not the kind that comes with chaos and arguments, but the kind that creeps in when the world goes quiet. That sharp, cold silence that fills the space you once occupied. It's deafening now. It's hollow. It's eating at them like rust on steel. Because for the first time, they have to sit in the absence of the very thing they swore they didn't need. You. Withdrawal is ugly. It's raw. It hits late at night when the noise dies down, and all that's left are the thoughts they tried to outrun. And those thoughts, they're ruthless. Why did I push them away? Why didn't I appreciate them when I had them? What if no one ever brings that kind of energy into my life again? Because let's be clear, they didn't just lose a person. They lost an experience. You weren't just someone who filled a space. You filled a void in them they didn't even know existed until you left it empty. You were peace in their chaos, light in their storm, consistency in their patterns of destruction. And now they can't recreate it. No matter who they run to, what distractions they pick up, how loud they laugh in public, Nothing replaces the frequency you carried. That's the withdrawal. That's the haunting. That's the agony of losing someone the universe had to pull out of their life for their own good. And here's what hits them hardest. You never needed them. They spent so much time convincing themselves that you were the needy one, the emotional one, the one who would never leave. They thought your heart was their safety net. But when you walked, truly walked, they realized they were projecting all along. They were the ones who needed you, not for love, not for partnership, but for survival. Because your energy was the glue holding their broken pieces together. Now the mirror is up, and it's brutal. They see the cracks, they see the patterns, and for the first time, they see that you were never the problem. You were the healing they didn't want to receive. You were the accountability they couldn't face. So they fought you, rejected you, pushed you away like you were the storm, when really you were the shelter. Now look at you, not just gone, but glowing, elevating in silence, healing in peace, rising in ways they never expected. And that's their personal hell, watching you become everything they tried to convince you you weren't. Because your success, your evolution, your peace, it's the loudest "I'm done" you could ever give. And they hear it. Trust me, they hear it in every win you don't announce, in every glow-up photo you don't explain, in every day you keep moving without them. That's the thing about chosen ones. The withdrawal doesn't happen because you begged. It happens because you never came back. That finality, that certainty, that unbothered forward movement. It's unbearable for people who expected you to orbit them forever. And still, some part of them is hoping. Hoping that one day you'll reach out. Hoping you'll miss them enough to circle back. But deep down, they know. They know you've outgrown what they offered. They know you've tapped into something real, something they were never prepared to handle. And that realization is their karma. Not because you wished it on them, but because the universe gives everyone a chance to do right by the people it sends. They fumbled that chance. And now they have to live with the echo of what they lost. Here's the most poetic part. While they battle their own shadows, you've become even more magnetic. Your peace radiates. Your maturity is visible. Your silence speaks volumes. You're not just better off without them. You're thriving because you finally chose yourself. They're stuck scrolling, replaying, remembering. And you're busy becoming. That glow they tried to dim, it's blinding them now. That silence they took for weakness. It turned out to be the greatest power move of your life. So let them feel the withdrawal. Let them sit in the regret. That's not your guilt to carry anymore. You did the hard part. You let go. You stayed silent. You walked with dignity. Now, you're not just gone. You're untouchable. And that's the kind of pain they'll never recover from. Number 5. When control slips, the panic mask slips on. They don't want you back. They want their grip back. Don't confuse their panic for love. It always starts the same. A subtle ping. A like on a photo from months ago. A half-hearted, "Hey stranger," a just checking in. And if you're not paying attention, it almost feels innocent. Like maybe, just maybe, they've changed. Maybe they've finally seen your worth. Maybe they're ready to show up right. But let's cut through the noise. This is not growth. It's panic in disguise. It's not love. It's not clarity. It's damage control. They don't miss you because they suddenly realized you were the one. They miss you because they realized they lost control. And nothing shakes a manipulator more than watching their favorite target walk away and stay away. You were the reliable source, the safe zone, the place they could spill their chaos and watch you absorb it with grace. Now that you're unavailable, they're scrambling, not because they miss your heart, but because they miss what your heart gave them. Let's be real. The only reason they're reaching now is because you've shifted. You're not reacting. You're not checking in. You're not begging for clarity, closure, or connection. You're doing something far more dangerous in their eyes. You're thriving without them. And that terrifies them, because you weren't supposed to heal. You weren't supposed to rise. You weren't supposed to realize your own power. The version of you they controlled. That version is gone, and this new, unbothered, glowing version, they don't know how to handle it. So, what do? They test the door. Gently, quietly, strategically. They poke at your boundaries like a thief checking for a loose lock. A random, "How are you?" a meme they tag you in, a comment from someone they know will get back to you. It's all bait. They want to see if the door is cracked, if you'll bite, if they still have access. Because if they can get just one little reaction, one little spark, they'll know they still have a way in. But you're smarter now, wiser. You've seen behind the mask. Because the thing is, when someone really values you, they don't play games. They don't sneak in through the back door when they're ready. They walk straight to the front, speak clearly, and take accountability. They don't breadcrumb you into confusion. But this isn't about reconnection. It's about reinstating control. They hate that you've detached. They hate that your silence speaks louder than their chaos ever did. They hate that you've become someone they can't emotionally manipulate anymore. This mask they're wearing, it's cracking. Underneath all the false charm and soft re-entry is panic, real panic. The kind that comes when someone realizes they're no longer the center of your world. They're not used to being ignored. They're used to calling the shots. And now, they're shut out, left with no audience, no applause, no reaction. Let them panic. Let them squirm. Because they never thought you'd be the one to break free. They thought you needed them to feel whole. They thought your loyalty would always override your self-respect. But they miscalculated. The universe gave you a wake-up call, and you answered. And now they're watching your life through the cracks of the door you slammed shut. They don't see your loneliness. They see your level up. They see the glow, the freedom, the calm, the peace, and the worst part for them, they know they didn't just lose a good thing. They lost access to it. Forever. That's why they're suddenly checking in. That's why they're pretending it's casual. But underneath, the smile is fear. Fear that you've finally outgrown them. Fear that you've upgraded to relationships that don't come with conditions, power games, or emotional debt. Fear that they're no longer relevant to your story. So when they show up wearing that panic mask, don't fall for it. Don't soften your boundaries for their guilt trip. Don't confuse a digital breadcrumb for real accountability. They're not here to heal. They're here to regain position in a life they no longer have permission to occupy. And you've already written them out of your chapter. Let them panic. Let them watch. Let them miss the version of you that no longer exists. Because your growth, your stillness, your refusal to play along, that's their karma. And your comeback. Number 6. Their apology is just another power play. Don't mistake performance for redemption. They don't want to fix what they broke. They just want back in before the door locks for good. Now their ego is screaming in silence, not because they suddenly developed a conscience, but because they're finally facing the one truth they never wanted to believe. You're gone for real this time. That realization, it's slicing through their pride like a blade, because deep down, they were always convinced you'd come back. You always had before. You forgave. You showed up. You made excuses for their damage. But now, you've closed the door without slamming it. You've disappeared without theatrics, and that quiet exit is tormenting them more than any shouting match ever could. This is when the false redemption begins. They can't stomach the thought of losing control. So what do? They rebrand their manipulation as growth. They'll show up dressed in a costume of healing, speaking in the language of regret and accountability. But it's all rehearsed. Every message, every "I've been thinking about you," every "I realized I messed up," it's all part of a script, a performance written not from remorse, but from panic. They want back in, not to make things right, but to make things familiar, to put you back where they had you, doubting your worth, questioning your memory, stuck in emotional loops they controlled like a puppet master. That's not love. That's fear, disguised as effort. That's ego masquerading as closure. They'll try every angle. Play the victim? Check. Suddenly, doing the work and sharing it on social media? Check. Start drama from a distance to pull you into the storm again? Absolutely. Claim they just need to talk things out for closure? Of course. But let's not pretend this is redemption. This isn't a return. This is a re-entry attempt. And you've seen the pattern enough to know what happens next. Once they're back in, the mask slips. The games resume. The disrespect creeps in again, but slower this time, sneakier. Because now they know they have to work harder to break you. But make no mistake, they still plan to. And you might still wrestle with the doubt. You might hear that voice in your head whisper, what if they really changed? What if they mean it this time? But you've already seen what they do when they have you. You've already tasted the consequences of giving them access. If they truly valued you, they never would have put you in the position to walk away in the first place. That's the truth. They'll never speak aloud. The universe didn't pull you out of that connection to punish you. It pulled you out because your light was being drained, dimmed, manipulated. It didn't break your heart to hurt you. It broke your illusion to free you. Because chosen ones don't get to stay in cycles that stunt their growth. You outgrew the pattern. You stopped feeding the ego. And now they're watching your evolution from the emotional basement they refuse to climb out of. They don't want closure. They want control. They don't want to rebuild what they broke. They want you to forget it ever happened. But healing doesn't happen in revision. It happens in truth. And the truth is, anyone who has to lose you to see your value never saw you in the first place. So now, let them act. Let them perform. Let them pretend. Let them circle back with long texts, deep apologies, emotional pleas. Because behind every word is the same goal, access. And this time, you're the gatekeeper. This is where you reclaim your power fully. Not by arguing, not by exposing them, but by refusing to reopen the door they slammed in your face when they thought you'd never walk away. There's no closure to be had with people who only want to close the distance, not the wounds. So don't confuse attention for effort. Don't confuse their panic for love. And never confuse a false redemption for real growth. They lost you. And this time, they stay lost. Number 7. They're just now seeing your worth, but you've already moved to a level they can't touch. Regret isn't transformation, it's just realization arriving too late to matter. Now comes the moment they never thought would happen, the part where they sit in silence, truly realizing what they lost. Not just your presence, but your power, your peace, your loyalty, your light, the way you made them feel seen, heard, important, without ever asking for much in return. They didn't see it when they had you. And now? Now that absence is a mirror they can't escape. But don't get it twisted. Realization is not the same as change. Just because they're finally understanding your worth doesn't mean they're worthy of stepping back into your life. What they're feeling isn't growth. It's the echo of your silence. The sharp, lingering sting of consequences. The void left behind by someone the universe pulled away for a reason. This is where the cycle tempts you. This is where the test begins. They'll come back with softened eyes, quieter words, maybe even a tear or two. They'll act like they've learned. But ask yourself this: if they truly changed, why did it take losing you to wake them up? That's not evolution. That's desperation. That's panic, cloaked in performance. And the question you need to ask yourself isn't, do they mean it now? It's, why did they only start caring when I stopped? Because the truth is, they didn't expect you to grow. They didn't expect you to really detach. They counted on your loyalty to override your logic. They thought your kindness would override your memory. They underestimated the power of a chosen one who's had enough. And now, you've become unpredictable, unreachable. You're glowing in silence, healing without spectacle, rising in directions they can't track. That's what's breaking them. Not just that you left, but that you're thriving without them. They thought you needed them. But your growth has flipped the script, and now they're the ones feeling abandoned, overlooked, irrelevant. You were once an open book they felt entitled to read at will. Now, you're a closed chapter, a locked vault, a story they no longer have access to. And trust me, that drives them mad. Because your silence, your self-respect, your lack of reaction, that's what's exposing them. Every day you don't respond, every time you don't engage, every boundary you hold, that's a spotlight on who they really are. Their charm doesn't work anymore. Their guilt trips bounce off. Their manipulations land on silence. You've outgrown their entire playbook, and they have nothing left to use. Let's be clear. The realization they're having now isn't about you. It's about the consequences of losing you. It's about the power they no longer have, the validation they no longer receive, the access they can't get back. They're realizing that your presence was a privilege, one they misused, underestimated and assumed would always be there. And now that it's gone, they're scrambling. Regret is loud, but don't let it be convincing. Because if the universe wanted them in your next chapter, it wouldn't have ended the last one so decisively. The silence between you isn't just a pause, it's a divine boundary. One that protected you from staying stuck in cycles designed to drain your spirit. So here's your warning. This realization they're having, it's the bait. It's the open loop designed to draw you back in. Because if they can get you to respond, to question, to soften, to reopen the door, they know they've still got you, even just a little. And that sliver of access is all they need to start the cycle again. But you're smarter now, stronger, wiser. You know your worth isn't up for debate, and your peace isn't up for negotiation. You don't need to see if they've changed. You don't need closure or confirmation or even an apology. Because their true colors already showed the moment they forced you to walk away, and your true power. It showed the moment you didn't look back. Let them realize what they lost. Let them sit in it. That realization belongs to them. It's not your job to fix it, soothe it, or answer to it. Growth isn't proven in words. It's proven in changed behavior when no one's watching. And so far, all they've proven is that they're sorry they lost access, not sorry they hurt you. So keep rising, keep glowing, keep walking in silence. Because the farther you go, the more obvious it becomes. You were never the one who needed to change. You were the one they never deserved in the first place. Number 8. Now that you're gone, the mirror they avoided is screaming back at them. They built a false reality where you were the problem until you left and the chaos stayed behind. They spent so long projecting their dysfunction onto you that they started to believe their own lies. You were the one who overreacted. You were too sensitive, too dramatic, too emotional. They painted you as the storm while they played the calm, rational victim in every story. And at some point, even you started to wonder, was it me? Was I the one causing all this? But now you're gone, and everything they said you caused is still happening. The chaos didn't leave with you. The manipulation, the mood swings, the constant friction, the endless cycles, they're still there, alive and active, bouncing off the walls of their life like a curse they can't shake. Except now, there's no one left to blame, no one to carry the emotional weight, no one to absorb the backlash, just them, alone with themselves. And this is where the mirror comes in. Not a physical one, a spiritual one, an emotional one, the kind that doesn't lie, the kind that doesn't soften the truth or blur the reflection. Because when you're no longer there to distract them from their own flaws, they're forced to look straight into the truth they've avoided all along. It was never you, it was always them. That realization, it's unbearable. See, while they were busy labeling you as unstable, you were actually responding to instability. While they called you reactive, they were quietly poking the wound, then feigning shock when you bled. They needed you to look like the problem so they could avoid the responsibility of growth. And for a while, it worked. They fed off the image they painted of you, one that kept them looking clean while you took all the hits. But when the universe chose to pull you out of that storm, when you stopped defending yourself and walked away in silence, their illusion started to shatter. Suddenly, their stories didn't hold up. Their excuses didn't make sense. The drama didn't stop. The toxicity didn't fade. And the people around them? They're starting to see it too. Because the common denominator in all this dysfunction is them. And that's what they can't handle. The mirror won't lie. It reflects their truth with brutal clarity. And without you, there to distort the view, they can't run from it anymore. It's not just a crack in their reality, it's a full collapse. Now, they're spiraling, not outwardly, of course. They still wear the mask in public, still laugh too loud, post too confidently, pretend like nothing phases them. But behind the performance, they're unraveling. Because the truth is, you were the one thing holding their delusion together. You were the buffer between their chaos and the consequences. And now that buffer is gone. The storm they blamed on you, it's still raining, and now they're soaking in it alone. They're haunted by that mirror every time they repeat the same pattern and can't pin it on you. Every time they manipulate someone new and it backfires. Every time they lose another connection and realize they can't keep pretending you were the only one who just didn't get them. And what makes this worse for them? You're not just gone, you're thriving, you're glowing, you're at peace, you've reclaimed your power, and the world sees it. That contrast is the final blow. Because if you were really the problem, you should have fallen apart after leaving them, but instead you rose. That's the power of the mirror, not the one facing them, but the one you became. Your calm is a reflection of their chaos. Your peace exposes their instability. Your healing reveals their refusal to grow. You are the evidence they never wanted to exist, the proof that it wasn't you, it was always them. So now they can run, lie, and distract themselves all they want. But the mirror remains. Every failed relationship, every toxic interaction, every lonely night, every silence that echoes louder than a scream. It all leads back to one truth. You were never too much. You were just too aware, too in tune, too real, and too tired of being the emotional dumping ground for someone unwilling to face their own reflection. Let them sit with it. Let them squirm. Let them pretend. Because the mirror doesn't care about performance, it reflects the truth whether they're ready for it or not. And now, with no more scapegoat, no more distraction, and no more chosen one to drain, all they're left with is the ugliest realization of all. They weren't the victim of you. They were the villain in their own story. And now, they're finally forced to watch the film play back, with no one to blame but themselves. And so, we arrive at the final shift, the part they never saw coming. You didn't just survive, you outgrew the entire game. While they obsess, plot, and spin stories, you're living, glowing, evolving. You became the storm they never prepared for, and now your peace is their punishment. If this message hit home, make sure you like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to let the universe know you're standing in your power. Share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. Walking away isn't weakness, it's the ultimate win. Until next time, stay untouchable. Beauty that comes from alignment shakes those built on illusions. They tried to dim you. Now they're squinting because your light is blinding. They tried to make you feel invisible. Now they can't take their eyes off you. They wanted you to disappear, but instead, the universe made you magnetic, and it's driving them mad. See, they don't get it. Your glow isn't about your skin, your style, or your smile. It's energy, it's presence. It's the kind of beauty that can't be bought or imitated. It's what happens when the universe selects someone to reflect a higher frequency. And right now, you are that reflection. Before we go any deeper, hit that like button. When you do, you're not just supporting, you're helping push this message out to every chosen one still doubting their power. Subscribe if you're serious about this path, because when you engage, it tells the algorithm something big is happening here, and it is. Now let's lock in. The universe is making you more attractive, but not in the way people think. This isn't about trends or filters. This is a soul-level upgrade. You're becoming more attractive because your energy is no longer hiding. You're no longer shrinking. You're walking in truth. And truth is magnetic. Real recognizes real, and fake gets uncomfortable fast. They don't understand what's happening because attraction like this can't be explained. It's not what you wear. It's who you are becoming, and that's what scares them. People feel it before they see it. They sense something shifting in you, and they don't have the language for it. That's why they stare longer. That's why they act different. It's not just your appearance, it's your alignment that's catching attention. You carry the kind of energy that unsettles the insecure. Your presence exposes what they tried to keep buried. You're like a walking truth serum, and some people can't handle truth without feeling attacked. You need to understand something. Being chosen comes with a cost. The universe marked you not to blend in, but to stand out, to elevate, to reflect power in ways others can't. That makes you a target, but it also makes you unforgettable. Your enemies weren't just fighting you, they were resisting your light. And when that didn't work, they started talking, whispering, mocking, doubting. But what they didn't know is that the universe was quietly upgrading you the whole time. Every insult, every delay, every silent betrayal, all of it became fuel. And now, your glow-up is their karma. You are becoming the kind of attractive that breaks illusions, the kind of beautiful that makes people question everything fake they've ever accepted. That's why they're uncomfortable. That's why they're watching. That's why they don't understand what's happening, because they thought they buried you. But the universe was just planting you. Let this land. Your transformation is not about revenge. It's about revelation. You are the evidence that alignment creates attraction, that the universe rewards the real, that light cannot be hidden forever. So if you're feeling the shift, if people are acting strange, if old energies are falling away, if attention is coming from places you never expected, it's not random. It's the universe pulling the curtain back on who you really are. You were never meant to chase attention. You are the attention. Your glow-up is divine timing in motion, and they'll keep trying to figure it out. But they'll never understand it, because this kind of light isn't taught. It's chosen. So before we go further, take a moment and claim this shift. If you feel the changes, the way people look at you differently, the way rooms react when you walk in, drop the number 77 in the comments. That's how we signal this frequency to every other chosen one out there. Like the video if you're owning your glow up. Subscribe if you feel the universe moving in your favor. And now, let's get into it. Because if you really are chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay all the way through. Something powerful is waiting for you at the end. Number 1. Stop playing small. You were never built for the background. They tried to cut your wings, not knowing your spirit doesn't fly. It commands the wind. They tried to laugh at you, mock you, silence you, not realizing they were waking up something ancient in you, something chosen, something that doesn't bow to noise. And now that you've stopped apologizing for your light, they're twitching in the shadows they built for themselves. You see, when the universe marks you, it doesn't ask for your permission. And it definitely doesn't ask for their approval. It simply begins to move, quietly, relentlessly. And if they tried to stand in your way, if they threw shade, spread lies, plotted behind your back, they weren't going up against you. They were messing with the system, the universal order, and that system always recalibrates. They played themselves. Because now, your glow is making them itch. You're not even trying, and yet your very presence is cracking the masks they wear. Your silence sounds like thunder to the ones who hoped you'd disappear. You don't need to say a word. Your alignment is speaking for you. But let's talk real for a moment. Some of you, the ones chosen, you still doubt. You still wonder if you're imagining the shifts, the stares, the unease people carry around you. You think maybe you're just being too sensitive or too full of yourself. Let me snap you out of that right now. You are not crazy. You're not imagining it. You're waking up to who you've always been, and they feel it before even you do. That energy you're carrying now, it's not arrogance, it's awareness. It's what happens when someone finally stops dimming their light for people who can't handle the shine. You've been conditioned to play small, to shrink so others wouldn't feel insecure. But ask yourself, why is your light a threat? Why does your confidence trigger silence? Why do they call you too much when you're finally just being yourself? Because they were never prepared for the real you. They only loved the version of you that was bent over, doubting, quiet, not the one rising with power in their steps and clarity in their eyes. You are walking proof that light doesn't need to be loud, it just needs to be true. They don't know what to call it. They'll say you're different now, changed, too distant. But what they're really saying is this: I can't manipulate you anymore. You don't need my validation anymore. You scare me now, because I can't recognize the version of you I once controlled. The universe doesn't choose people who want to stay invisible. It chooses warriors wrapped in soft skin. It chooses quiet storms. And when the time comes, it pushes them into visibility, even if it means shaking up everything around them. And that's what's happening now. The atmosphere shifts when you walk in, not because of your outfit, but because the frequency changed. You are literally vibrating higher, and they don't know how to respond to that. They stare longer. They stumble over their words. They feel the urge to mimic, copy, or criticize. But deep down they know, this isn't just confidence. This is alignment. This is something I can't fake. You've become the blueprint, and they hate that it came from someone they tried to break. But let me talk directly to you now, chosen one. Stop playing down your power. Stop asking for permission to be what the universe already confirmed you to be. You weren't made to blend. You weren't made to tone it down so others feel safe. You weren't picked to be polite. You were picked to shift the atmosphere. The worst thing you can do right now is dim your glow just to keep the peace. Peace built on your silence isn't peace. It's control, and you've outgrown it. Your aura is loud now. Your energy enters rooms before your body does. You speak with your presence. You influence without asking. You inspire without trying. And the ones still stuck in their own lies, they feel it, and it burns. You are attractive not because of surface-level things, but because your soul is in alignment. Your vibration is clean. Your intentions are sharp. That's what draws attention. That's what magnetizes opportunities. That's why people keep watching. They don't understand what's happening because they thought attraction meant looks. But you're proof that real attraction is frequency. It's how you carry pain like power. How your silence is louder than their gossip. How your glow comes from surviving what would have crushed them. You became the thing they never saw coming. Not loud, not flashy, just undeniable. And for those still wondering if they're chosen, here's a test. Are people trying to dim you when you're just being yourself? Are you being attacked for standing in your truth? Do you feel like the room changes when you enter, not because of ego, but because the universe walks in with you? If yes, you already know. Let them talk. Let them wonder. Let them obsess over what's different about you. The truth is, they were never meant to understand. They were just meant to witness the rise. Because being chosen doesn't mean your life got easier. It means your enemies got louder. But guess what? The louder they get, the more obvious it becomes that you're evolving. You're not meant to explain the shift. You're meant to live it. So the next time you feel the urge to downplay your light, remember this. The same people who couldn't handle your truth will be the ones begging for your attention once the universe finishes what it started. Let them choke on the silence. Let them drown in the mystery. You don't owe anyone an explanation for becoming who you were always meant to be. And if you're still doubting whether you're chosen, look around. The universe doesn't make mistakes. Your glow-up was a divine setup. They don't understand what's happening, and they're not supposed to. But you do. So stop playing small, because the light you're trying to hide is the very reason the universe chose you. Number 2. You've become the storm they can't predict. You used to chase their approval. Now they flinch at your presence. That's not ego, that's evolution. In a world addicted to masks, you're the unfiltered truth walking in broad daylight. And they don't know what to do with that. You don't blend, you don't pretend, you don't shrink yourself to fit into rooms that were never built for you. That makes you a threat, not because you're loud, not because you're showing off, but because you're real. And in this plastic reality they've built, real is rare, real is dangerous. The truth? You've become the mystery that no one can decode. They feel your energy before they hear your voice. You step into a room and silence ripples through it, not out of fear, but reverence. Because energy like yours doesn't just arrive, it announces itself. But let's clear something up. This magnetism, this power, this pull, it didn't fall into your lap. It was earned, forged in the kind of loneliness that breaks most people. Built in those quiet nights when you questioned everything, when you cried alone, when you fought battles with no audience and came out standing. This isn't luck. This isn't some surface glow-up. This is depth meeting alignment. This is survival turned into shine. And they feel it. Even if they can't explain it, they feel it in their bones. Your energy doesn't ask for attention. It commands it. And it terrifies them because it reflects everything they're not. You are the embodiment of what they tried to suppress in themselves: courage, truth, presence. You used to be the one they overlooked, the one they doubted, the one they whispered about. Now, you've become a question mark they can't answer, a vibration they can't match, a force they can't manipulate. And here's what they won't say out loud. They miss the version of you that didn't know your worth, the one that played small, the one that second-guessed. That version was easier to handle. This version burns through illusions. This one sees too clearly, moves too boldly, speaks too little, but says everything. You've stopped chasing validation, and that alone makes you magnetic. There's something deeply attractive about a soul that knows its own value. You're not performing for attention anymore. You're not pretending to be okay. You've stripped off the need to be liked, and what's left is someone so authentic that it shakes people to their core. Because people are used to noise, used to filters, used to pretty lies wrapped in performance. But you walk in as you are. No filter, no front, just fire. And they hate that they can't define it. They'll call you cold, different, distant, full of yourself. But deep down, they know it's not distance, it's depth. It's not arrogance, it's awareness. It's not that you've changed, it's that you've arrived. You no longer ask, do they like me? Now the question is, do they even deserve access to this version of me? That's power, not the kind that dominates, the kind that disorients, that confuses the people who still live in shallow waters while you've already dived into the deep. You've become attractive in a way they can't copy, can't study, can't fake. Because this kind of beauty, the real kind, is internal. It's spiritual, it's vibrational, it's the alignment of energy and purpose. And that scares the hell out of anyone still living a lie. They don't know what to call it, but they will remember how it felt. The way their insecurities screamed louder in your calm, the way their chaos looked foolish next to your peace, the way their gossip faded in the presence of your stillness. You don't need to defend your glow anymore. Let them misinterpret it. Let them call it mysterious. Let them whisper. Because while they talk, the universe moves. While they stare, your light expands. While they plot, your power grows. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one who still sometimes doubts, stop questioning your gift. Stop trying to fit into a world you were sent to transform. You were never meant to be understood by those who live in fear. You were meant to remind them, without saying a word, that evolution exists. That light can walk in human form, and it has your face. They didn't see it before, but now they feel it. And they'll never forget what it felt like when your frequency walked in and rearranged the atmosphere forever. Number 3, real don't beg. It radiates. When the whole world zigs, you zag, and they stare, not because you're wrong, but because deep down they wish they had the courage to do the same. You want to know what your real glow-up is? It's not the skin, the clothes, or the way you move. It's the nerve, the absolute defiance of showing up in a world that's dying for sameness, as yourself. That's what makes you dangerous. That's what makes you magnetic. That's what makes you chosen. Everyone else is playing dress-up, painting on personalities, parroting trends, reciting opinions they don't even believe in just to stay liked, followed, accepted. And here you are, showing up raw, real, and unapologetically untamed. You're not adjusting your tone for their comfort. You're not bending your truth to blend in. You are the shift they can't explain. Your authenticity, it's not a branding strategy. It's not some curated rebellion. It's a frequency, a signal, and the world doesn't know how to process someone who isn't performing. You don't wear a mask. You burn them just by walking into the room. People don't stare at you because you're trying to be seen. They stare because something about you can't be ignored. You've become a living contradiction, peaceful but powerful, grounded but unshakable, quiet but unforgettable. That's the energy that sends whispers flying behind your back. Not because you're weak, but because you've stopped needing their validation to breathe. And that unnerves people. It confuses them, because most folks have built their entire identity off of approval, off of likes, off of what they're told to be. But you walked away from all of that. You unplugged from the matrix of performance. You stopped needing a green light from the crowd just to take a step forward. And let me tell you, when you stop waiting for permission, you become unstoppable. They don't know how to mold you anymore. They can't predict your next move. They can't guilt you, flatter you, bait you. None of it works now, because you've seen behind the curtain. You've tasted what it means to be aligned, and now anything fake just tastes like poison. Your truth is your armor. Your authenticity is your attraction. You're not magnetic because you follow trends. You're magnetic because you don't need them. You're not chasing algorithms. You are the algorithm. You bend the room, not the other way around. And here's the twist. People admire it in public and envy it in private. They'll watch you closely, study you, mimic your style, repeat your words. But the one thing they can't duplicate, your alignment. Because authenticity isn't something you wear, it's something you are. You're not just attractive, you're agitating. You're triggering people who haven't figured themselves out yet. You're waking up people who've been asleep in roles they never even chose. You make the fake uncomfortable. You make the insecure question everything they've built. And that's real power. But don't get it twisted. That power came with a price. There were moments you were isolated, misunderstood, left out, laughed at. You were the one who stood alone when everyone else bowed. You weren't always clapped for, and yet, here you are, still standing, still glowing, still real, and now the same people who once looked down on you can't stop looking up. You didn't have to raise your voice. You didn't have to fight for the spotlight. The universe did the heavy lifting. All you had to do was stop pretending. Now look at the shift. You've gone from too much to what's the secret? From weird to inspiring, from outcast to blueprint. So here's the truth. Whether they like it or not, authenticity always wins. It might not win fast, it might not win loud, but it always wins in the end. And you, chosen one, you didn't just survive in a world of replicas. You stood out by being the rarest thing left, yourself. So keep showing up, unfiltered, unbothered, untamed. They'll never understand how the universe wrapped so much power in someone so real. And they don't need to. They just need to watch. Because you were never made to audition. You were made to arrive. Number 4, your presence is a mirror, and not everyone likes what they see. You didn't walk in to impress them, but suddenly everyone forgot how to act. That's not attention. That's your aura working in silence. You have to understand something deep and often uncomfortable. Your presence doesn't just enter a room, it rearranges it. Not because you speak loudly or dress boldly or demand attention, but because your energy says what your mouth doesn't need to. You've become healing in human form. And the wildest part? You didn't ask for it. You didn't go looking for it. The universe assigned it to you because it knew you could carry it. Your presence disrupts the fake. It short-circuits performance. It causes the people who've been hiding behind masks for years to suddenly feel seen without you even trying. You walk in, and suddenly they start questioning themselves. Not because you judged them, but because your authenticity reflected what they were missing. You don't heal people by fixing them. You do it by being so honest in who you are that it liberates everyone else to stop pretending. You don't preach, your presence does. And trust this, they feel it. They don't know why they're drawn to you. They don't have the words for it. They just know that something about you is different, magnetic, real. And that realness isn't just attractive, it's disarming. It softens the ego. It makes them put their walls down without realizing it. But it also terrifies them, because the light that heals is the same light that exposes. And not everyone is ready to be seen. Some people are addicted to their roles, to being the loud one, the pretty one, the successful one, the victim, the savior. They wear their identities like armor. But you walk in unarmored, open, aligned, and that shakes the performance right off them. You've become the unintentional therapist, the quiet rebel, the one people come to when their soul needs truth, even if they can't admit that out loud. And you carry it so gracefully that they mistake it for luck. They don't see the weight it took to walk like this. They don't see the wounds you turned into wisdom. They just see someone who feels like peace, and they want some. But don't get it twisted. Your presence might be healing, but it's not always welcome. Because healing hurts before it helps. And you, chosen one, are not just light. You're a mirror. You show people who they are without ever pointing a finger. And that kind of reflection can either awaken or offend. Some will love you for it. Some will resent you for it. Both reactions are proof that your energy is working. You didn't choose to be magnetic. It chose you. And the irony. The less you care about being seen, the more impossible you are to ignore. You're not chasing recognition. You're not shouting to be heard. You just are. And the universe backs that energy with a force no trend can match. Let them chase popularity. Let them exhaust themselves creating versions of themselves to stay liked, to be relevant, to fit in. You already won the moment you decided to stop performing. You already transcended when you stopped asking for permission. and just became you. And yes, sometimes it gets lonely. Being real in a world built on illusion will cost you friends, attention, and comfort. But it will buy you peace, power, and presence that can't be fabricated. You're not rebellious. You're aligned. You're not trying to be different. You just are. And that alone is the highest act of defiance in a world that tells you to conform. Your presence heals because it speaks a language people forgot how to understand. Truth, not sugar-coated, not diluted, just raw, soul-level authenticity. And it resonates with the parts of them they abandoned a long time ago. So let them whisper, let them copy, let them misunderstand you. You don't need to be understood to be impactful, you just need to be. You are not a trend, you are not a phase, you are not an aesthetic. You are the reminder that truth never goes out of style. It just becomes harder to find. They'll never be able to imitate the power you carry, because this kind of magnetism doesn't come from attention. It comes from alignment. And alignment? That's eternal. So keep walking in your calm. Keep radiating without asking. Keep healing by just being whole. They'll never figure it out, but they'll never forget how it made them feel. Number 5, you see what others pretend to hide. They wear masks. You read souls. That's not intuition. That's your inheritance. There's something about you that unsettles people, and it's not your words, your look, or your presence. It's what you see without being told. You walk into a room and feel it before you hear it. The tension, the energy, the discomfort, the envy, the lies people try to paint over with pretty words. You don't need conversation to read someone. Their silence screams louder than their mouths ever could. And while most people miss the shift in tone or the glance that lingers too long, you catch it all, effortlessly. That's not coincidence. That's not something you learned. That's the gift. That's intuition in its highest form. That's the universe whispering in a language only the chosen can hear. You don't decode moods. You feel them. You don't guess motives. You sense them in your body. It's visceral, deep, unshakable, and it scares the hell out of people who've spent their entire lives hiding behind masks. You've become the kind of person who can look someone in the eyes and see the war behind their smile. You can sit in silence and feel what someone's too afraid to speak. You recognize the pain they dressed in sarcasm, the insecurity they tried to mask with ego, the guilt hiding beneath the over-apologies. And when you call it out, not always with words, but just with presence, it disarms them. Because being around you means being seen, really seen. And most people don't know how to handle that. They're used to blending in, used to controlling the narrative, used to hiding their chaos behind curated performances. But your intuition doesn't care about performance. It pierces through it like a blade. It notices what others overlook. It listens beyond words. And that kind of vision, that kind of awareness, it haunts them. You're not just emotionally intelligent, you're spiritually in tune. Your nervous system speaks to the frequency of the room before your mind even catches up. That's why you get drained easily. That's why you walk away from conversations feeling heavy. You've been absorbing storms that weren't yours just by being present. And they call it sensitivity. They call it paranoia. They say you're too deep. But the truth is, they don't like that they can't hide from you. They don't like that you know before they speak, that your intuition pulls truth from beneath their well-rehearsed lines, that you read between the pauses and pick up what they buried a long time ago. And you start doubting yourself. You think maybe you're overthinking, too emotional, too intense. But here's the reality. You're not too much. You're just tuned in. What others brush off as vibes or weird feelings, you've learned to trust. Because every time you ignored your gut, it cost you. Every time you gave someone the benefit of the doubt, even when your spirit screamed otherwise, it burned you. And now you don't ask for signs. You are the sign. Let them misunderstand it. Let them call it spooky, weird, strange. That sensitivity you carry, it's not a weakness. It's a weapon, a radar the universe gave you to navigate a world full of liars and illusions. A built-in truth detector that doesn't miss. And that kind of inner compass is more valuable than any degree, status, or title. It's why strangers open up to you. Why people you barely know confess their pain. Why enemies soften in your presence without understanding why. You create a space that feels safe and confronting. You make people feel like they can be real, even when they're scared of what that means. Because your energy tells the truth before you even open your mouth. This is why your presence is so attractive. Because in a world that's starving for real connection, you provide it just by existing. This is why you're unforgettable. Because people never forget the one person who made them feel seen without judgment. This is why they don't understand what's happening. Because they thought attraction was about looks, status, charm. But you proved it's about depth, frequency, vision. You don't just walk into rooms, you expose what's hiding in them. And not everyone will love that, but the ones who are ready to heal. They'll never forget how you made them feel. You didn't ask for this gift, but it's yours. And the more you trust it, the more unstoppable you become. Number 6. You're the reflection that reveals what they're running from. You didn't expose them. Your presence just removed the option to hide. That's not manipulation. That's clarity. Let's make this clear. Your intuition isn't just something that helps you survive. It's something that forces others to face themselves. You're not just gifted. You're reflective. A mirror wrapped in skin. A quiet truth that walks into the room and strips away illusion like it's nothing. And people feel it. Some of them will be drawn to it, starved for something real, something unfiltered. Others, they'll flinch. They'll get defensive. They'll blame you for the discomfort they're feeling when really, you didn't say a word. You didn't judge. You didn't attack. You just existed. And that was enough to unsettle everything fake in them. Because when they look at you, they see who they could have been if they stopped lying to themselves. You are the mirror they never asked for, but now can't avoid. Most people don't want to be seen. Not truly. They want to be praised, validated, admired. But to be seen, to have someone look at them and notice what's buried under the surface. The fear, the bitterness, the guilt, the insecurity. That's terrifying. And you, chosen one, don't just see it. You feel it. You sense it. You call it forward with your stillness, not even trying. They start talking too much around you. Start confessing things they didn't plan to say. Their walls fall without warning. And they walk away asking themselves, what just happened? You know what happened. Your frequency met theirs and shook the illusion right out of it. And that's what makes your presence so dangerous to the wrong people. You don't manipulate with what you pick up. You honor it. You don't weaponize truth. You hold it. And still, it scares them. Because they're used to people who exploit weakness. They don't know what to do with someone who sees it and responds with silence instead of judgment. You are what they've never encountered. Someone who can't be played, can't be fooled, and yet isn't cruel. That kind of power, it lingers. People walk away from you different. Whether they admit it or not, they felt something. And sometimes that's exactly why they disappear. They don't ghost you because you did something wrong. They back off because you saw too much. You held up a mirror and made them look. And most people aren't ready to be that honest with themselves. You weren't made to live on the surface. You're not wired for shallow conversation or small talk. You crave the real, the raw, the unsaid, and that's why people keep coming back. They don't understand it, they can't explain it. But around you, they feel like their soul gets a breath of fresh air, even if it stings a little first. And that's the paradox. You heal and challenge at the same time. You comfort and confront. You don't try to fix people. You just allow them to see themselves clearly, maybe for the first time in their lives. That's what makes you attractive. That's what makes you unforgettable. That's what they can't explain but can't escape. You see the person beneath the presentation. You hear the insecurity behind the ego. You feel the fear behind the control. And you never say a word unless it's time. You let truth speak when it's ready. But your presence already whispered it long before. This is why you're not meant for everyone. This is why your circle is small and your silence is heavy. You carry truth, not as a weapon, but as a mirror. And the real ones? They'll recognize it. The rest? They'll run from it. Don't dim that part of yourself. Don't try to unsee what you've always been wired to notice. That mirror isn't just your burden, it's your brilliance. It's the reason the universe keeps aligning people to you. Not because you can save them, but because you can reflect them. And for some, that's the first step toward transformation. You're not a threat, you're a revelation. You're not cold, you're clarity. You're not too deep, they're just too shallow to swim where you live. So stand in it, own it, protect it. You're not meant to explain your reflection. Just hold it up and let the truth handle the rest. Number 7, your boundaries are a language. Only the real ones understand. You didn't change the rules, you just stopped playing their game. And now your silence says everything they never wanted to hear. There's a new kind of energy around you now, one that stops people mid-sentence, one that makes them hesitate before they approach, question themselves before they speak, and think twice before they try you. And the wild part? You didn't raise your voice. You didn't start some loud campaign of self-respect. You simply shifted, and the whole room felt it. That's what happens when a chosen one finally understands their worth. When the universe sharpens your awareness and removes your tolerance for anything beneath your frequency. You've stopped explaining yourself, stopped giving people play-by-plays of your decisions, stopped offering closure to the ones who only showed up to confuse you. And now, that silence, that detachment, that stillness, it's louder than any speech you could have given. It echoes, it radiates, it draws a clear, invisible line. And suddenly, those who used to test your limits are walking on eggshells around your presence. Not because you've become mean, but because you've become clear. That's the kind of boundary they don't see coming. The unspoken one. The one that isn't written, shouted, or justified. The one that lives in your energy and does all the talking for you. You didn't have to block them. You didn't need to write a long post about cutting people off. You didn't need a dramatic exit. You just changed your access code. And now, the door doesn't open like it used to. That's the power of someone who's done explaining their value to people who never had the capacity to see it in the first place. Your aura evolved, and the room noticed. Not because you said anything, but because your energy now carries a level of self-respect that no longer negotiates with chaos. People feel it before they realize it. They feel the chill in the air when their old tactics stop working. They feel the silence after trying to guilt you and realizing you're not biting. They feel the weight of your absence before they even process that they lost access to you. Your boundaries aren't just protective, they're transformative. They teach without lectures. They confront without conflict. They expose without trying. And the ones who once had unchecked access to you, they're shook. You don't have to say, "I'm done." Your peace says it for you. You don't have to say, "I'm not tolerating this anymore." Your absence screams it. That's what makes your presence so powerful now. It doesn't flex, it doesn't fight. It just stands, solid, silent, unmoved. And that scares people who were used to the version of you that over-explained, overgave, overloved, overcompensated. They're not ready for this version. The one who doesn't chase closure. The one who walks away with grace and doesn't look back. They call it cold. They call it distant. They say, "You've changed." And they're absolutely right. You changed the channel. You changed the access. You changed from being reactive to being rooted. And rooted, people don't get dragged. You don't owe them softness just because they knew a softer version of you. You don't owe anyone a seat just because they once sat at your table. And you definitely don't owe explanations for choosing your peace over their patterns. Let them whisper. Let them wonder. Let them try to decode the silence. Because what they're really feeling isn't rejection. It's the shock of losing the power they once had over you. Your energy now says, "I've seen too much, I've felt too much, and I've grown too much." You're not angry, you're aware, you're not distant, you're done. And no, you're not bitter, you're just clear. This is what happens when a chosen one stops begging to be seen and starts choosing who gets to see them. You're not blocking blessings. You're protecting them. You're not avoiding people. You're avoiding the ones who dim your clarity. And they don't get to question your standards when they never respected your soul. So stand on it. Don't shrink. Don't apologize. Let your boundaries speak. Because they say everything your mouth no longer needs to. You've become unshakable. And now they don't know how to move around you. Good. That's exactly where your power begins. Number 8, you didn't just glow up. You activated. They thought it was your looks. They thought it was a trend. They thought it was something they could copy. But what's happening to you can't be bought, styled, or faked, because it's not cosmetic. It's cosmic. There's something different about you. Something they can't quite name, but they feel it. It's in the way you walk into a room. It's in the weight of your silence. It's in your stare, your stillness, your sovereignty. And no, it's not your outfit, not your makeup, not your haircut. It's something ancient, something universal, something chosen. You didn't just glow up, you grew up. You healed, you shed, you broke patterns. You burned bridges that were keeping you small, and you did it all in silence, with no applause, no spotlight, and no handouts. Now that light they see in you, that magnetism they can't put into words, it's not from some self-help trend. It's not a confidence hack. It's the residue of resilience. It's the shine of someone who made it out of the darkness without losing their softness. It's the glow of someone who learned to sit with their shadows until they became a source of strength. They keep staring because they sense something is different, but they can't figure out what changed. You didn't buy it. You didn't announce it. You didn't post about it. But it radiates. It moves through your aura like a storm that passed and left the land more fertile than before. You're not trying to be noticed, but presence like yours doesn't hide. You've become undeniable, not because you're louder, but because you're clearer. Clarity is attractive. Stillness is attractive. Peace is magnetic. And you wear all of it like skin now. It's not that you want attention, it's that your frequency pulls it whether you ask for it or not. That's what happens when the universe reprograms you from within. You don't have to prove you've changed. Your energy walks in and does the talking. You're not glowing because you've had it easy. You're glowing because you earned this radiance. Because you went through things people wouldn't believe if they saw the highlight reel. Because you spent years in internal warfare, rewriting beliefs, unlearning patterns, forgiving yourself for who you had to be just to survive. This kind of glow doesn't come from comfort. It comes from confrontation. Confronting who you were, confronting who you're not, confronting who you're becoming. And now that the storm has passed, your light doesn't need to shout. It just exists. And people feel it before you speak. It's no longer about looking good, it's about feeling aligned. And when alignment happens, when soul, mind, and energy finally link up, it shows in your walk, in your tone, in your eyes. They're not just deeper, they're older. They carry the wisdom of every heartbreak, betrayal, loss, and silent night you turned into a lesson. This is why people react differently to you now. This is why some are drawn to you like gravity, and others pull away like you're holding a mirror they're not ready to look into. You didn't upgrade for clout, you evolved for survival. And now you're living proof that transformation is not about aesthetics, it's about energy. Yes, they'll try to imitate it. Yes, they'll try to copy your tone, your posture, your phrases, but what they'll never touch is the process. The part of you that was carved out in isolation. The part of you that glows because you made peace with your past, not because you painted over it. This is why they don't understand what's happening, because they're still trying to find the formula. And you've already become the result. You don't need to convince anyone that you've changed. You are the evidence. You don't need to scream that you're chosen. Your aura already whispered it before you entered the room. You're not cosmetic. You're cosmic. You're the walking proof that the universe upgrades those who do the inner work and doesn't wait for permission to let them shine. Let them wonder. Let them stare. Let them search for the source of your glow, because the truth is, they'll never find it. Not in a store. Not in a filter. Not in a trend. They'll never find it because it lives where they haven't dared to go, within. So, as we wrap this up, understand this. What they're sensing in you isn't something they can touch. It's something they feel. The universe has elevated you, refined you, and now your energy is undeniable. You are not just glowing, you are radiating purpose. Let them stare, let them wonder. You're not here to be understood. You're here to be remembered. If this message resonated, like the video, subscribe to stay aligned with this frequency, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with another chosen one. Let the energy keep circulating. The universe doesn't whisper to those who are chosen. It shouts, and when it does, even the enemy trembles. If this video found you, it's no coincidence. The universe is speaking, and it's speaking directly to you. The truth is, you've always been more than they could handle. That's why they tried to silence you, belittle you, and bury your potential. But they don't understand something. You are not there to bury. You are the storm they were never prepared for. They've tried everything to stop you, haven't they? They whispered behind your back, planted seeds of doubt, and did everything to make you feel small. But here's the twist. They never realized that every attempt to hold you down was just a sign you were too powerful to be ignored. You see, they didn't break you. They created the fire that fuels your rise. This isn't just about being chosen. It's about being a force. The universe doesn't pick the weak to rise. It picks the ones who will make every enemy, every obstacle, every challenge regret ever crossing their path. You were handpicked because you are designed to disrupt the system, to challenge the status quo, to create the change they fear the most. Think about the people who've shaken the world. People like Maya Angelou, Steve Jobs, or Muhammad Ali. They weren't just lucky or gifted. They were chosen. Chosen to challenge the impossible. Chosen to face ridicule. And yet, they turned the very forces that sought to stop them into their launch pad. They became symbols of what happens when the universe backs a chosen one. And guess what? You are no different. When they tried to ignore you, you became undeniable. When they laughed at you, you found strength in their doubt. And when they tried to bury you, you grew into the seed they never saw coming. Now, they can't take their eyes off you, and the more they watch, the harder it gets for them to pretend you don't exist. Your success haunts them more than revenge ever could. That's the curse of the chosen. They have to watch you rise, no matter how hard they try to break you. But here's the truth. Being chosen by the universe isn't a blessing without battle. It means the pressure will be fierce. It means they'll keep throwing punches, but every punch just gets you closer to your destiny. The chosen don't back down when things get tough. They stand tall because they know this. Their journey has already been written. The enemy can try, but the universe never misses. So if this video found you, don't just watch. Like it to lock in the energy. Subscribe so more chosen ones see this, because every time you do, you send a message to the universe. This truth is spreading. The more the chosen rise, the harder the world will have to face the reality that the enemy was never strong enough to keep us down. You are the living proof that no matter how hard they try to break you, the universe has already guaranteed your rise. So keep walking, keep fighting, keep pushing. The chosen don't wait for permission. They create their path. Now, let's dive deep, step by step. Trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay with this message until the very end. This isn't just another video. This is the shift you've been waiting for. If you're ready to embrace your calling and step fully into the power that's been waiting inside you, drop the number 77 in the comments below. This journey isn't for everyone, but for those who feel it. This is just the beginning. Let's get started. Number 1, you weren't made to fit in. You were born to disrupt. The universe doesn't give power to those who follow the rules. It gives it to those who break them. Stop doubting yourself. Stop questioning the path you're on. The universe didn't choose you to be ordinary, and if you're still acting like you don't matter, you're missing the whole point. You weren't made to fit in. You were made to disrupt. You were chosen, not for comfort, not to follow trends, but to flip the script. Let me say this loud and clear. The moment you start accepting that you are chosen, everything will fall into place. It's as if the universe itself will align behind you, clearing the path for you to walk in power. But before we go any further, stop and think. Why does this video feel different to you? Why does this message resonate so deeply? Because it's no coincidence. The universe is speaking directly to you. They've tried everything to keep you small, haven't they? The world has boxed you in, tried to label you, tried to make you feel like you don't belong. They've thrown obstacles in your path, hoping you'd fall, hoping you'd give up and blend into the background like everyone else. But here's the truth they couldn't see. Your calling isn't to fit in, it's to rise above. Think about it. When something rare and valuable is found, it's never left exposed or thrown around carelessly. A rare gem or priceless artifact is placed behind glass, secured, protected. Not because it's weak, but because it's powerful. That's you. Your energy, your potential, your purpose are far too valuable to be treated casually. The universe didn't just put you here by chance, it's placed you in this moment to prepare you for greatness. But this kind of greatness isn't for the faint of heart. It demands strength, it demands resilience, it demands that you stop doubting your place in this world and start walking with purpose. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking, but it's been hard. I've been overlooked. I've been rejected. Why is the path so rough? Let me remind you of something. The road to greatness is never easy. If it were, everyone would be walking it. The universe doesn't waste time with the weak. You've been tested, you've been knocked down, and you've faced more obstacles than most can imagine. But that's exactly why you're here. You are the storm that's about to hit. What they've failed to realize is this: every attack, every setback, every moment of doubt is exactly what was needed to refine you. The world tried to box you in, but they didn't know the strength that lies within you. Every time they thought they had you cornered, the universe was quietly shifting things into place for your rise. You may have faced rejection, betrayal, and failure, but those things have only sharpened you. You are the sword that has been forged in fire, and now it's your time to cut through everything that's tried to hold you back. Think of all the greats who faced the same battles and come out on top. People like Oprah Winfrey, who was told she wasn't fit for television. Like Steve Jobs, who was fired from the company he founded. Like Michael Jordan, who was cut from his high school basketball team. These weren't people who were simply lucky or gifted. They were chosen by the universe to be disruptive, to break the mold, to challenge the system. And guess what? So are you. Your success isn't some random accident. It's the result of a plan the universe has been working on long before you were even born. The enemy has tried everything to break you. They've used gossip, betrayal, rejection, and failure to hold you down. But none of that worked. In fact, every time they tried to break you, it only made you stronger, more focused, and more determined. They underestimated your power, and now they have to watch as you rise. I can hear it now. Some of you are still questioning whether you're truly chosen. You're doubting if you have the strength to carry out what you're meant to do. Stop right there. Doubt is the enemy of greatness. The more you doubt, the longer you delay your breakthrough. If you want to walk in your power, you need to stop playing small. You were chosen for greatness, and greatness demands that you step into your full potential. Right now, let me be brutally honest with you. If you're still sitting on the sidelines, waiting for the right moment, or hoping for someone else's permission to step into your destiny, you're wasting time. The universe is not waiting for you to get comfortable. It's waiting for you to get serious. You were called to lead, to make waves, to create something bigger than yourself. If you're not seeing the success you want, it's because you've been hesitating. You've been holding back, waiting for a sign that's already been given. The sign is you. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand out, to challenge the system, to break through every barrier in your way. The universe has been preparing you for this moment. Every obstacle, every struggle, every heartbreak has been part of your journey. And now it's time to rise. It's time to walk in the power that has always been within you. You are the chosen one, and nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop you when the universe aligns with your purpose. The enemy can keep trying to distract you. can keep planting seeds of doubt, can keep telling you that you're not enough. But here's the thing, their noise doesn't matter. You were never meant to listen to their opinions. You were meant to hear the call of the universe, to trust in the power that's already inside you. Every step you take towards your purpose sends shockwaves through the world. Every victory, every rise, every moment of success is a blow to those who tried to hold you back. This is your time. This is your moment. You've been chosen to disrupt, to create, to build, to lead. It's time to stop playing small, to stop letting fear control your destiny, and to start walking in the power that is uniquely yours. You were never ordinary. You were always extraordinary. The universe has been working for this moment, and now it's your turn to shine. You weren't meant to fit in. You were meant to stand out. And now it's time to rise. Number 2. Delays are divine protection. When the universe steps in to slow things down, it isn't punishment, it's protection. There's a rhythm to the universe, a divine timing that we don't always understand. But the moment you start feeling like the world is moving too slowly, or that you're being held back, that's when you need to recognize it for what it really is. Divine intervention. You aren't being left behind, you're being positioned ahead. The universe isn't just delaying your desires for no reason, it's making sure you're ready for what's coming next. Let's be honest though, it hasn't been easy, has it? There were moments when you gave everything, expecting the same in return, but instead you were met with betrayal. You showed up with loyalty, and all you got back was manipulation. You gave your heart, opened your soul, and what did they do? They walked away as if it meant nothing. And in those moments, when the dust settles, you ask yourself, why? Why does this always happen to me? It's easy to start questioning everything when life feels like it's testing you at every turn. You wonder if it's just you, if you're the only one struggling. But let me remind you of something crucial. Chosen ones don't get the easy route. They don't get the cookie-cutter, smooth-sailing path. No, their journey is designed for depth, for understanding, for transformation. The universe didn't choose you for comfort. It chose you for clarity. You're being refined in ways others can't even comprehend. While they're being led down paths of ease, you're being prepared for something much greater. And those delays, they aren't stumbling blocks. They're divine blocks meant to guide you toward your true purpose. Think about this for a second. What if every door that slammed shut in your face wasn't a rejection, but a redirection? What if the people who walked away from you weren't abandoning you, but were being removed to keep you from toxic influence? They were never meant to be part of your journey beyond that point. The universe didn't let them stay because they were part of a story that could have derailed your purpose. It wasn't loss. It was divine subtraction. The people, the situations, the moments that seemed like failures were actually setups for your success. Let's get real. Your dreams aren't going to come to you wrapped up in a neat little bow. The universe won't deliver everything to your doorstep in perfect timing, because that's not how growth happens. Growth happens in the delays, in the times when you feel like giving up, in the moments where you think the world is conspiring against you. Those are the moments that matter the most. They are not obstacles. They are lessons, and every lesson is shaping you for what's to come. Think of the most successful people you know. Think of the ones who've made it against all odds. the Steve Jobs of the world, who was fired from the very company he built, only to come back stronger. The Oprah Winfreys, who were told they'd never make it in television. The Michael Jordans, who were cut from their high school basketball team. They didn't reach the top by avoiding setbacks. They reached the top because they embraced the struggles. They understood that delays weren't defeats, but steps along the way. And like them, you are being prepared for something bigger than you can imagine. So instead of looking at the people who've turned their backs on you, or the doors that didn't open, ask yourself, what's waiting for me on the other side of this delay? What does the universe have in store for me once I'm ready? You might not see it now, but I promise you, your future self will thank you for every delay, every closed door, every person who walked away. You weren't meant to walk down the path they walked. The path you're walking is carved specifically for you. Every obstacle, every setback is a chance to recalibrate, to sharpen your focus, and to step into the power you were born to claim. If you're still sitting in the frustration of delays, understand that they're not your enemy. The universe isn't against you, it's for you. Every delay is a necessary part of your evolution. You're not being left behind. You're being positioned. The time for your greatness is coming, and it's coming at exactly the right moment. Not a second too soon, not a moment too late. It's time to stop looking at your setbacks as punishments. It's time to see them as the universe's way of protecting your destiny, ensuring you're only surrounded by the right people and in the right situations. Every part of your journey, the good, the bad, the delayed, is all leading you to where you're meant to be. You don't need to rush it. The universe is moving everything around you for your protection. And when the time is right, you'll see exactly why everything happened the way it did. The only thing you need to do right now is trust the process. Keep moving forward, even when it feels slow. Keep trusting that your time is coming. Every delay, every no, every closed door is just the universe aligning the pieces of your success. You are being protected. You are being guided. And when it's time for you to step into your purpose, you'll be more than ready. You weren't left behind. You were positioned ahead. And when the time comes, you'll understand exactly why the delays were necessary. Keep your faith strong. Keep moving forward. And remember, every divine delay is a divine protection. Number 3, you're untouchable, and here's why they'll never understand. Here's the beautiful irony of your story. The very people who tried to block you, the ones who whispered behind your back and plotted to keep you down, will be the ones who have to watch you rise. Every obstacle they threw in your path, every attempt to derail your progress, has only exposed the truth. They lit the fires, but in doing so, they revealed just how fireproof you really are. What they intended as destruction has become your greatest testimony. Let that sink in for a moment. Think about it. These people tried to bury you, to break you, to make you doubt yourself. But all they did was fuel your power. They set the blaze, but instead of burning you, you became the flame that burns even brighter. And now, they're the ones left standing in the ashes, watching you rise from the very fires they thought would consume you. Their attempts to destroy you only made you stronger, more resilient and more untouchable than they could ever imagine. The truth is, they underestimated you. They didn't know who they were messing with. They thought that by cutting you down, they could erase you. But what they failed to see was that you weren't meant to be erased. You were meant to rise. You weren't built to fold under pressure. You were designed to stand tall in the flames. Every attempt to break you just made you unbreakable. And now they have to watch from the sidelines as you step into your destiny, unshaken, unstoppable, and unbothered. You're not missing out on opportunities. It's the other way around. They're missing you. While they're out here chasing things that will never bring them fulfillment, you're attracting everything that's meant for you. That's the power of being chosen. When the universe has a plan for you, it doesn't require you to chase anything. It brings everything to you. And when it does, it won't need any explanation. It won't need any justification. It will simply fit. This is the kind of protection you have that they'll never understand. They tried to take you down, tried to push you into corners, tried to make you doubt your worth. But every time they tried, the universe was making sure you were protected. Every step of the way, the universe was positioning you exactly where you needed to be, at the right time, with the right people, and in the right place. This is why you're rare. This is why your energy can't be contained. This is why your success is haunting them louder than any confrontation ever could. Your enemies thought that by keeping you down, by talking behind your back, or by pretending you weren't worth their time, they could somehow limit your potential. What they didn't realize is that their actions were actually helping you. Every insult, every moment of rejection, every attempt to hold you back, those were all lessons. They were all pieces of the puzzle that fit perfectly together to show you exactly who you are. And now that you've realized it, they can't stop you. They tried to drown you, but you're the wave that only grows stronger. They threw rocks at you, but you're the mountain that refuses to move. It's easy to think you're missing something when the world is moving so fast around you. But the truth is that everything is happening exactly as it should. You're not chasing success. You're attracting it. You're not scrambling to fit into spaces that don't welcome you. You're making your own space and letting the right people find their way to you. And when they do, they'll know they've found something real, something rare, something irreplaceable. Your rise is inevitable. Your success is unavoidable. And the more they try to interfere, the more they reveal just how much power you have. They're watching your every move, hoping for you to fail, but it won't happen. It can't happen. They can't break you, because you were built to withstand everything they throw your way. And now, they'll have to live with the fact that they played themselves. As you keep rising, as you keep walking forward, the universe will handle the rest. It's already done the work. It's already aligned the pieces. Now it's your turn to step into your power and keep moving, one step at a time. Don't let them distract you. Don't let their negativity pull you back. Keep going. Keep rising. Let the universe work its magic and let your success do the talking. You are untouchable. You are fireproof. And no matter how many fires they try to start, you'll always rise from the ashes stronger than before. Keep your head high, your heart strong, and your vision clear. What's meant for you will come, and when it does, you won't just walk into it. You'll own it. Keep walking. Keep rising. You're unstoppable now. Number 4. Rejection was your redirection, and here's why you should thank it. Stop chasing what walked away. Stop lamenting over the doors that slammed shut. The truth is, rejection isn't something to mourn, it's something to celebrate. It's the universe's way of redirecting you onto the path you were meant to walk. Chosen one, listen closely. What left was never meant to stay. Not every person who enters your life is meant to walk with you to the finish line. Some people are just temporary. Their purpose was to teach you, not to accompany you on your entire journey. When they walked away, ghosted you, replaced you, or rejected you, it wasn't your downfall. It was your divine protection. I know it doesn't feel like protection in the moment. I know how hard it is to let go of something or someone you thought was meant for you. You gave your best, you trusted, and yet they still walked away. It stings, it hurts, and it makes you question your worth. But here's the truth. Rejection isn't about you not being enough. It's about you being too much for the wrong people. Your energy, your purpose, your light. It's a force that some people can't handle. Instead of rising to meet your frequency, they tried to dim you down. And when that didn't work, they ran. And that's perfectly fine. Let them go. You don't need them, and honestly, you're better off without them. You see, most people don't realize this until it's too late. Rejection is not a punishment, it's redirection. It's the universe clearing the path for you, removing obstacles that were never meant to be there in the first place. The people who walked away, the doors that closed, they were always temporary. The universe made sure they left because they couldn't go where you're going. The relationships, the opportunities, the paths you once thought you wanted, they were never aligned with your true purpose. You were so focused on what you thought you lost that you didn't see the danger it was keeping you from. That opportunity you cried over, it would have pulled you off track. It would have slowed you down and kept you from the real opportunities that are waiting for you. That person you thought was the one, they weren't built for your destiny. They were a distraction sent to make you doubt yourself and your purpose. The universe removed them to make sure you wouldn't get sidetracked by something that wasn't meant to stay. You're not missing out. You're being protected. The more you fight to hold on to something that's not yours, the longer you delay the real blessings that are meant to come into your life. And believe me, the universe has something far greater in store for you than you ever imagined. You've been holding on to people, things, and opportunities that were never meant to last. They weren't part of your destiny, and the universe made sure to remove them. Not because you weren't worthy, but because you're too worthy to settle for anything less than what's meant for you. When you let go of those things and people, you open the door for something better. That's the power of rejection. It forces you to make space for what's coming. It's not about the people who left, it's about the people who are still coming, the opportunities that are just around the corner, the life that's waiting for you on the other side of this pain. You've been stripped of the distractions, and now you can finally move forward with clarity and purpose. Now I know you might be thinking, but why did it have to hurt so much? Why did it have to feel like a loss? The answer is simple. Because growth doesn't come without discomfort. You had to feel the weight of those losses so that you could understand just how important your destiny is. You had to go through the pain so you could fully appreciate the blessing on the other side. It's like a diamond. It only shines once it's been put under pressure. And you? You're that diamond. The rejection wasn't about you being inadequate. It was about your energy being too powerful for the wrong people to handle. And when they couldn't match your frequency, when they couldn't rise with you, they walked away. And that's exactly what needed to happen. You're too much for the wrong people. You're a force that some people can't handle, and that's not your problem. It's theirs. You don't need to chase anyone or anything anymore. You don't need to beg for validation, for love, for success. When you're chosen, what's meant for you will always find you. And when it does, it won't require any explanation. It'll fit perfectly into your life because it's meant for you. The universe doesn't make mistakes. It doesn't send the wrong people your way, and when the right people show up, you'll know it. You won't have to force it. It will feel like coming home. And the best part, the more you let go, the more space you create for your true blessings. The more you stop chasing, the more the universe will bring to you. Rejection doesn't mean you weren't enough. It means you're too much for the wrong people, and that's exactly how it was supposed to be. So let them walk away. Let them ghost you. Let them reject you. You don't need them. What's meant for you will always find its way. And when it does, it will fit perfectly. You'll look back at all those closed doors, at all the people who left, and you'll thank the universe for guiding you away from what was never meant to be. You were never meant to chase. You were meant to attract. So stop fighting it. Let the rejection be your shield. Let it protect you. Let it clear the way for what's truly meant for you. Keep moving forward and trust that the universe is removing the wrong things so the right things can take their place. Your destiny is waiting, and it's going to be so much better than anything you could have imagined. Number 5. Their exit was your gain. Here's why they'll never understand what they lost. The universe doesn't make mistakes. It doesn't act randomly, and it definitely doesn't leave things to chance. When people turned their backs on you, when they plotted behind your back, when they tried to dim your light with their motives that weren't pure, the universe saw what you couldn't, and it stepped in, made sure they couldn't go where you're headed. You think you lost something when they walked away, right? You think that their absence left a hole, that the space they left behind was a wound. But here's the brutal truth they never expected. You got better without them. Stronger, wiser, sharper. The person you are now, the one who's come through fire, who's faced rejection, betrayal, and abandonment, is not the same person you were before. You didn't break. You grew. You didn't collapse. You became the person you were always meant to be. They thought that by leaving, by walking out on you, they would shatter you, break your spirit. But the truth is, they never understood what they had until it was gone. And now they have to live with the consequences of underestimating you. They didn't just lose you, they lost everything that came with you. They lost the blessing that was attached to your presence, the energy, the purpose, the growth they would have had access to if they had only stayed aligned with you. But instead, they made their exit, and they sealed their own fate. This is the curse of hurting a chosen one. You don't just lose the person, you lose the potential. You lose the power that was meant to flow through your connection, the lessons that could have been shared, the success that could have been built together. Now, all that's left is silence. And the silence, it's deafening. It's the sound of what could have been. It's the sound of the opportunity they never took seriously. So stop chasing what turned its back on you. Stop begging for validation from those who couldn't see your worth with both eyes wide open. They don't deserve your energy. They don't deserve your time. You are the one who's been chosen, not them. Don't waste another second running after people who had the chance to walk with you, but chose not to. You don't beg to be chosen when you already are. The universe has already picked you. Your value is already set. And those who can't see it are simply not meant to be part of your journey. Let them feel the absence of your presence. Let them sit with the silence they created when they chose to walk away. The people who left, the doors that closed, they were never meant for you. It might sting now, but in time, you'll see exactly why they had to go. You weren't meant to chase after people who don't recognize your worth. What you were meant to do was walk your path, stand tall, and let the universe do the rest. You're not where you are by accident. The rejection, the people who let you go, the situations that didn't work out, it all had a purpose. It rooted you. It forced you to level up, to rise to the occasion, to become the person you were always destined to be. It cleared the path for those who actually deserve to walk beside you, those who will see your value, those who will add to your life instead of draining you. Stand tall, because what's waiting for you now will need no convincing. It will recognize your worth the moment you walk in the room. You've leveled up, and so has your circle. You've become the person you were always meant to be. And those who left will soon realize that they've lost access to something truly powerful. Their absence doesn't break you, it makes you. You're stronger, sharper, and more focused than ever before. And when the right people come into your life, those who see your worth and appreciate your energy, there won't be any question. They won't need to be convinced. They'll know exactly what they're dealing with. And you won't waste time trying to prove your value to anyone ever again. So let them go. Let them be the ones who live with the silence they created. Let them feel the absence of the blessing they didn't recognize. Your exit was never a loss for you. It was the universe's way of preparing you for what's coming next. And what's coming? It's going to be everything you've been waiting for. It will recognize you, it will appreciate you, and it will fit. No explanations required. Number 6, you're not ordinary. You're sacred, and they can't handle that. Don't let the world treat you like you're just another face in the crowd. You're not meant to be handled carelessly. You're God's special possession, a soul with a purpose that transcends what most people can even understand. The world doesn't know how to treat something rare. And you're not just rare, you're irreplaceable. You carry weight, you carry power. You walk into a room and the entire energy shifts. Not because of what you say, but because of what you are. You are a presence that can't be ignored, a force that can't be overlooked. People feel your energy before you even speak a word. They might not understand it. They might even try to pretend they don't notice it. But deep down, they know. They sense it. They can feel the sacredness in you, even if they won't acknowledge it out loud. And that's when the world starts to push back. They'll try to treat you like you're just another voice in the noise, just another person who can be dismissed, another soul they can manipulate or control. But the truth is, they know better. They feel the unease in their gut. They feel the jealousy disguised as silence, the discomfort they try to mask with their cold indifference. It's not because of who you are on the surface, but because of what you represent. You are not meant to be touched carelessly. You are sacred. You are untouchable. You carry a presence that challenges everything they know, everything they've built, and it terrifies them. The world has no idea how to handle you because they've never seen anything like you before. They've never seen someone walk with the kind of purpose you carry, someone who isn't afraid to break the rules, to defy the systems that hold others captive. They'll try to make you fit into their mold, try to force you into their box, but the reality is, you were never meant to fit. You were made to break those molds, to expose the fakes and the systems built on lies just by existing. Your mere presence shakes things up in ways words never could. You don't need to fight the battle. The world is already fighting to keep up with you. You're the kind of person who makes people uncomfortable, not because you want to, but because your very essence challenges their limitations. It's not about what you do, it's about who you are. You are a mirror, reflecting everything they've been hiding from. Their insecurities, their fears, their lack of authenticity. And that's why they try to dismiss you, try to pretend like you're just another person. But deep down, they know they can't handle you. They know they'll never be able to control you, and that's why they fear you. You are sacred. You carry a divine purpose that cannot be explained in mere words. Every step you take, every move you make, is guided by something greater than what they can see. The universe has marked you with a calling that demands attention, but it also demands respect. Your power isn't something to be toyed with, and the sooner you understand that, the sooner you will see that you're not here to be molded by others. You are here to mold the world around you. So stop allowing people to treat you like you're ordinary. Stop letting them push you aside or make you feel like you're just another face in the crowd. You are the storm that's shaking their foundation, the disruption that will change everything. Your presence alone reveals their limitations and their lies, and whether they admit it or not, they can't escape it. You're not just here to be another voice in the noise. You're here to be the one who makes the noise stop. You're here to be the one who breaks the silence, exposes the fakes, and forces the world to see you for what you truly are. You're sacred, you're irreplaceable, and the sooner you realize that, the sooner you'll stop accepting anything less than what you deserve. You were never meant to be ordinary. You were meant to stand out, to challenge the status quo, to disrupt the systems that have held people captive for so long. You carry a purpose that is far greater than what the world can understand, and the only way to fulfill it is to stop playing small. Stop hiding. Stop pretending to fit into places and with people who don't deserve you. Stand tall in your sacredness. Walk in your power. You were never meant to be handled carelessly, and from this moment on, you'll stop letting anyone treat you like you're just another person. You are a force of nature, a presence that demands respect, and those who are meant to walk beside you will see that. They will recognize your value, your sacredness, your irreplaceable energy. Keep walking, keep rising, and remember, the world will never know how to handle you, because you were never meant to fit in. You were made to stand out. And that's exactly what you will do. Number 7. The crown was forged in pain, and it was never meant for the weak. You were never created to fit into the ordinary mold. You weren't made to be understood by those who live only in survival mode. The world may try to make you feel like you're out of place, like you don't belong, but that's because you were never meant to play by their rules. You're wired for elevation. You're designed for transformation. You're built to lead revolutions. Every time someone tried to make you feel small, tried to belittle your ambitions, tried to convince you that your dreams were unrealistic, they only revealed the truth about themselves. You are not fragile, you're fortified. The pain you've endured, the betrayals you've faced, the countless moments when it seemed like everything was crumbling around you, that was not weakness. It was the process of forging your crown. You are stronger now because of it, and those who tried to break you didn't realize that they were just shaping you into the person you were always meant to become. And for those who treated you like you were replaceable, let this be the last time you doubt your worth. You were never even reachable by them in the first place. The people who walked away, the ones who failed you, the ones who underestimated you. They couldn't see your value because they weren't meant to walk with you into your future. They fumbled you because they weren't part of the plan. Their absence isn't a loss. It's a necessary clearing for the ones who are actually meant to align with your purpose. You may have questioned your strength at times, especially when you felt the weight of their judgment or criticism. You may have wondered if you were truly cut out for the journey, but let me remind you, you were born for this. You were built for greatness, not to fit into a mold created by people who only know how to survive. And survival isn't the same as thriving. You're not here to simply get by. You are here to lead, to elevate, to transform. The pain you've endured, it's just proof of your endurance. The struggles, they are stepping stones, pushing you forward, elevating you to a place where only the worthy can follow. Here's the truth that the world won't tell you. Chosen ones don't lower their worth to make others feel comfortable. And if someone tries to diminish your light, if they try to make you feel like you're asking for too much or expecting too much, don't shrink for them. Don't apologize for wanting more. Don't apologize for being who you are. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your ambition, your dreams, or your strength. The crown you wear was forged in pain, yes, but it was built for the kings and queens who are ready to wear it with pride. From now on, anyone who enters your life better come correct. You don't need people who are half-hearted, people who only want to be around for the good times but disappear when the storm comes. You don't need people who don't recognize your worth, or worse, those who think you should settle for less. If they can't see your value, then they don't deserve your energy. You're not here to be handled. You're here to be honored. The universe didn't put you through everything you've been through to make you small. It didn't break you just so you could be a shadow of your true self. It didn't shape you in the fire of struggle just to make you a pawn in someone else's game. You are the queen, the king, the ruler of your own destiny. And that means everyone who enters your life must meet you at your level. They must see you for the power that you are, and if they can't, then they don't belong in your story. You are not here to live at anyone else's standards. You are here to set the standard. And that means you must hold yourself to the highest level of respect, both for yourself and for those you allow into your inner circle. If they can't match your energy, then it's time for them to go. You won't chase. You won't beg. You will rise, and those who are meant to rise with you will find their way to you. The crown was forged in pain, but it's a crown made of strength, resilience, and unshakable purpose. You've been through the trials, you've faced the fire, and now it's time to wear the crown with pride. You're not fragile, you are fortified. And anyone who fails to recognize that will only have to watch from the sidelines as you continue to rise. Your crown is not up for negotiation. So stand tall, walk with pride, and let them see you for who you truly are. The chosen one, the one who was never meant to be ordinary, but sacred, powerful, and unbreakable. You are not here by accident. You were created for greatness, and now it's time for the world to see you shine. As you walk forward on this journey, remember that you are not here by accident. Every challenge, every rejection, every betrayal was part of your divine blueprint, shaping you into the powerful force you are today. Now, it's time for you to rise, stand tall, and claim the greatness that's been waiting for you all along. Don't let anything or anyone stop you from stepping into your destiny. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with others who need to hear it. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to embrace your power. Let's rise together.